Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are from. Welcome to the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast of the racing here in Saudi Arabia from the capital city of Riyadh and King Abdulaziz Racecourse. My name is Callum Helliwell. I'm looking forward to bringing you 12 fantastic races. I'm joined by the man on my right, my tipster general, my man who I have to rely on for all my information, Mr. Rory Delaghi.
You say that, but Mark Francis is here on the other end of the line as well. So got my work cut out today. It's a tremendous day's racing. We were here for a fairly low-key but busy start to the weekend yesterday, but things really crank up. Tremendously competitive racing all through the card today. No weak links at all.
No weak links whatsoever. Now, at the beginning of that programme, you may have seen 4 trophies on offer. Now, remember, that's because we've got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 group races to bring you here at the end of the card. Here are 3 horses I'm excited to get my teeth stuck into throughout the day. The first horse is Power in Numbers. He's a US import who's made a big striking impression to his time here in Saudi Arabia. He's won his last 2, but he lost his penultimate race in the stewards room, bounced back with a success last time, and he'll be looking to make it 3 wins on the spin. Jcsa is an interesting runner. She was a filly who put together a run of 6 wins in a row last season. She started this season with a bang as well, winning first time up. She'll look to make it 2 from 2 for this season. And finally, we've got Daidan in a race that's been turned on its head by the absence of Fee Reja Care. Daidan goes in our final race, race 12, and it's a corker looking to make it a win after getting defeated by a Motterhead last time out. Cracking racing, Rory, and I think that final race with the absence of Fee Reja Care, it's opened it right up.
It has. I mean, we often see these cup races and there's 2 or 3 standouts, but the cup races we have tonight are very, very competitive, real depth to them, and it's going to be a cracking finale, isn't it?
It really will be a cracking finale. The man who will take us through it from race 1 to race 12 is our tipster extraordinaire, our commentator extraordinaire. Mark Francis, is there anything you can't do?
That's a very kind introduction, Callum. I'll probably answer that question throughout the programme. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Pleased to be here. I'm back in Riyadh for the 2nd time in a week. Really looking forward to this afternoon's action. Meeting 89 we bring you today, and what a day we have in store. We begin in handicap company for the fillies in around 15 to 20 minutes time over 7 furlongs. We're then in open company for race 2 at 4:05 local time before we return to handicaps at 0 to 90 for race 3. Disappointing turnout, mind you. Then we have our two regular Arabian races, also both handicaps today after the high quality we had on show last week. Race 6 is an absolute belter with the likes of Tejdahom and Al Rafah on show. The commentary box, nap of the day, runs in race 7, another open race, this time over 2,000 metres before the countdown starts to our big local Group 1 of the evening. 3 Group 2s over 3 different trips commence at 7:30 p.m. races 9, 10, 11, which lead us superbly into the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup over 1,600 metres. Tonight's feature, that is race 12, ladies and gentlemen, just a few hours away. But we start with a fillies 0 to 80 handicap, 4-year-olds and upwards, and it features 3 big milestones. They're headed by number 1. Obayat Al Mohammadiyah is a 500th ride of the season for jockey Khalid Al Mimoni. 2 is Nobody's Joke. Norwith Al Mudiani rides Jimmy Jerkins' 100th runner in Saudi Arabia. Bonita B is the 3 for Alex Moreno, more wins than anybody else, but none in this country so far. Sahim Nayef is the 4 for Abdulaziz Al Yesh next door in stall number 13. Al Rahaj is the mount of Mohammed Sumilum, the first of 3 maidens. Yin Yang won 2 races in the States for Brad Cox, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Pastime is the 7, Tariq Al Mansour, a possible pace angle. And the last one on that caption is Farwas Wanas riding As It Was. Over the page to Felicia Beach, the 9 for Mohammed Al Daham. Dante has hit the crossbar twice recently, Adel Al Faradi. 11, Faizat Sarah is the only last time out winner in the field, Rakan Al Abaid. 12 is Foz Alata for Ali Al Matib. 13 is a scratch. 14 is Sky Blue Thinking, who has been off since March. 3rd, Al Timyat. Celestial Star, who was second last time out, down in trip today for Ahmed Al Azari. 16 is Clodovia. Of course, Camilo Ospina notching 100 winners for the season yesterday. And more Ginebra with the arduous task of stall 20, Ahmed Al-Sharar. 3 over the page, Tawakar for Mohammed Saeed, who was 5th in a very good race last week. Miss Helen, 13 runs to date. 13th last time out, Abdullah Al-Kridis. Risotto has the inside stall. That is the only grey in the field for Ali Al-Mimoni. The reserve Unagi, who was declared to run, is now a scratch to take out the 21, and the 22 doesn't get in either. So 19 runners for a tough and tight, valuable handicap to open proceedings here. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Mark Francis, for taking us through the runners and riders. We'll start from the top and work our way down. Obayat Al Mohammadi is horse number 1.
Obayat Al Mohammadiyah has won a 6 furlong non-winners of 3 at Taif back in meeting 31, and was second, beaten 4.5 lengths to Alamai over course and distance and open company in November. He's had excuses in his last 2 starts, or she rather has excuses in her last 2 starts in this fillies handicap, and she'll get a chance of bouncing back here.
Nobody's Joke is horse number 2.
Nobody's Joke for Jimmy Jerkins. Her best. There's no his in this race at all, is there? Best effort for Jimmy Jerkins was when she finished 5 lengths 3rd to Rational Choice in a 1 mile non-winners of 3 last time out. She seems to be coming to the boil.
Bonita B, number 3.
Bonita B, she is a pretty reliable sort. I'd say her best one was up to 6 furlongs, though. She was a multiple 5 furlong winner in the UK for Mick Shannon. She was 5th of 18 and 5th of 17 in big field handicaps in her last 2 starts. But those have been 6 furlong events, and I think 7 furlongs just stretches her.
I'd agree. Sam Nayef is horse number 4.
Was a 0 to 60 winner in August in Taif over 7 furlongs. Looks harshly treated on balance, though, having struggled since.
Al Rahaj has all the gear on, number 5.
Placed in 6 furlong opens on 2 of her last 3 starts, but she does remain a maiden, and that has to be a concern.
Yin Yang, the winner in the US, number 6.
Yeah, she's won twice in the US for Brad Cox, as we heard before we saw the horses here. She hasn't made much of an impact in Saudi Arabia so far. 3 runs this season have seen her finishing 11th or worse.
Past Time is horse number 7.
Didn't run particularly well last time out. A course and distance winner, though, in a non-winners of 2 at meeting 64. 3rd in open company 2 starts back, but well held in handicaps either side, and maybe not that happy in the big field handicap scenario.
As It Was for the Harry Styles fans, number 8.
One of her better efforts went 6 of 11 to Bakilo for 6 furlongs last time out, but she's not the most consistent here. She did win a Navan Nursery back in August 2022. That was over 5.5 furlongs.
Felicia Beach looked lovely, number 9.
Yeah, she's a winner over 7 furlongs in the UK, dual winner actually at that trip, but her form is rather regressive here after a fairly good start.
Shamila is in the parade ring. You've had your eye looking over them, Shamila. Who's jumped off the page?
Thank you very much, Callum. First of all, good afternoon. Happy Friday, and thank you for joining us live on YouTube, as always. It is Friday, and the grade of racing is stepping up quite a lot today. We have 4 graded contests, which are the last 4 races to look forward to. But I have my eye on race number 8, where we will see Dahi making a return, stepping back down to 2,000 meters, which is his optimal distance. I absolutely love this horse, so I'd love to see him win. He came 8th last time out, but that was in a Group 1, so step down in class for him as well. Now, for my paddock selection for this race, I'm going to go with horse number 2, Nobody's Joke, for Jimmy Jerkins. 3rd last time out at meeting 70. He will be partnered with jockey Nawaf Al-Mudahani, and Jimmy Jerkins has been pretty quiet this weekend, nothing yesterday, but I think he can make a change today and get back into the winner's enclosure. Nobody's Joke looks absolutely stunning today. Another horse that I quite like the look of is horse number 5, Al Rahaj, for Abdullah Al Munif, who has also been pretty quiet since moving back from the Taif season. 2 negatives for you in this contest: horse number 12 very much on toes, and horse number 18 getting very hot and sweaty behind the saddle.
Thank you, Shamila, for giving us those paddock updates. You were in fine form yesterday, so you're certainly worth following. We must move on to Dante, horse number 10.
Dante finished second in a not to 70 handicap for local bred horses over course and distance 2 starts back, and a fair 5th in a not to 75 last time out. Bit more needed here, I thought.
Foza Later is horse number 12. Oh, sorry, Faizat Sarah is horse number 11. We can't miss out Faizat Sarah, last time out winner.
Faizat Sarah is quite an interesting one. She was back to form when winning by 4.5 lengths in a course and distance maiden late last month. This is a tougher task, but she was stepping up in terms of what she did last time out, and that might be a sort of an impetus for her to kick on.
And Foza Later is horse number 12.
Obviously, you're keen to see this one. Her wins have come at 6 furlongs and a mile, the latest one in a non-winners of 2. She hasn't really made much impact in recent starts, though, and needs to find her old form.
Sky Blue Thinking, horse number 14.
Yeah, form figures 13, 11, 17 last season. Didn't run in time and is coming back off a break here. Has won at a mile and a half going back to the UK, but she's not firing on all cylinders at the moment.
Celestial Star is horse number 15.
She was beaten 9 1/4 lengths in a 2,000 metre maiden last time and has work to do on balance. Her best time for this trip leaves her behind plenty of these.
Camille Ospina recently hit 100 winners for the season. He's on Clos de Vea.
She's hardly ever disgraced Clos de Vea, but she only makes minor impacts. Since to finish 5th or 6th in her races. She's only 1 from 24 in her career and was only 7th last time out over 1,800 metres.
More Ginebra, horse number 17.
Had Alrila and Slail behind when winning a course and distance maiden 2 starts back. Her overall form isn't massively impressive, but the form of that race has worked out well. She was poorly drawn last time out, and you can probably forgive that effort. Her win 2 starts back was a much more promising effort.
Yeah, she's poorly drawn again today. Jumps out of 20. Tawaka is horse number 18.
Was a 6 furlong maiden winner back at meeting 49 in Taif. Was a pretty decent 5th in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup over a mile last time out. That makes her quite interesting off a mark of 66 here, I thought.
Miss Helen, number 19.
She's a course and distance winner back in November in what wasn't the strongest of contests, it has to be said. Been well held over different trips since. 6 furlongs 2 starts back and then 9 furlongs last time out. Needs to find her best form here.
And finally, Risotto, number 20, with the crop mane. You can just see going down to post now.
Yeah, nice to see a cropped mane for the polo fans among us, but I'm afraid nothing much to recommend Risotto here, and she is taking quite a tug on the way to post.
Yeah, she looks a fair bit keen on her way down. Some of the others going down much more sensibly, as it was, in a nice gentle trot, and a couple of others, including Pastime, going down there nicely as well. We've gone through them from top to bottom, Rory. I was interested in quite a few of these, but I think she'll have a little bit more of a dive down to a horse like Nobody's Joke, who's horse number 2 here. Shamila's paddock selection, real positive in the paddock, and a nice performance last time out, finishing 3rd.
Yeah, that was her best effort since joining the Jerkin stable. We're about to see her here.
Let's have a look at her in action now, just getting led down to the start. She's being ponied down, which is interesting because a lot of the owners and trainers have a choice. Jimmy Jerkins, clearly American-based, used to having a lot of his runners ponied down, and we're now seeing Nobody's Joke in action here. This wasn't a bad performance in 3rd.
No, it wasn't a bad performance. She runs on pretty nicely here. This is over a mile on her most recent start, coming 3rd to Rational Choice. In what was a stronger race than this, non-winners of 3 last time out. The cut back to 7 furlongs is a little bit of a question mark. You wouldn't say, looking at this, that she was desperately in need of a shorter trip, even though she's outgunned for seconds in the last 100 yards. She kept on fairly dourly, I thought. But that was her best effort in a while, and she has to be of interest, given that she's going in the right direction.
Yeah, Naif Al-Mundiani is on board as well. Do you think she's a much more dangerous proposition now back in handicaps?
Yes, this is a it's a 0 to 80. I don't think it's the deepest. It's more of a 0 to 75 really. She's rated 77. There's only one other filly in this race rated higher than her, so it's to all intents and purposes a 0 to 75 handicap, and it's an easier task than she's had for a while.
Yeah, certainly will be one to watch. And remember, we're live on YouTube on the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. Remember, it's very simple to get in touch with us. You can just comment on the conversation thread, and we'll hopefully give you a shout out. You can try and plug any winners you've had, or try and help us find some winners. I certainly needed all the help I could get last time. And remember, all you have to do is like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications. Remember, if you turn on those notifications, you will never miss an episode when we're live on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, right on the build-up to the Saudi Cup. If you want your Saudi Cup information, here is the best place to be. So we can't wait to have you all involved. Further down this field, I was quite interested in Jcsa, who won a maiden last time, but in quite impressive fashion.
Yes, this obviously is, back into handicap company, is a stiffer task on paper, but there are plenty above her that you could question marks about in terms of the current form. So siding with a filly who's in the best form of her life is no bad thing in a race like this.
And you mentioned a really interesting point about the fact that this race looks more like a 0 to 75. Abayat Al Mohammedia is rated 80. Surely that gives her a massive chance, a top weighted runner here.
Yeah, I think she's rated 78 on the card, and
I've got 80 on my card.
Yeah, I think she might have been downgraded for her last run. She ran at meeting 85, but I thought she had excuses in terms of her last 2 runs, not the ideal trip, and just a tougher task class-wise on her most recent start. So I think dropping back into this sort of company gives her a fair chance. She was a very good second to Alamai in a course and distance open in November. I think if she finds that form again, she's got a big chance, and I'm quite interested in her as well.
Yeah, just a quick note about the international favourite. That's Nobody's Joke at the moment. So number 2, Nobody's Joke, is your international favourite. Benita B would be the international second favourite as well, which is quite interesting because I wouldn't be shortlisting Benita B.
I think she'll run well, but I think she'll end up coming up just short stamina-wise later on, which is pretty reliable, and she's running stronger handicaps than this through the season. So I can see why she'd be a reasonably popular type. But Abayat Al Mohammedia strikes me as one that might just be under the radar because of those last 2 runs.
Now, let's go for some selections. Who do you like here, Rory?
I will go with Abayat Al Mohammedia.
So Rory's going with the top horse, Abayat Al Mohammedia. I quite like a horse that I think will run into a place, Dante, horse number 10. Horse that I'm a big fan of, has done nothing but run decent races through time and is dropping back in class from when we were last seen. So Dante number 10 for myself. So it's my horse will be horse number 10, Dante. Shamila's is horse number 2, Nobody's Joke. And Rory is number 1, Abayat Al Mohammedia. Mark Francis, you've been in red hot form recently. Who do you like here?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, it is a tough start, really. These handicaps are all so closely matched, but I will go with Jcsa, who was the only last time out winner lining up in this field. Got the perfect trip, it must be said, in that maiden success over Christmas, and she'll have to be at her best here. She's drawn pretty well in 5. There she is there. It's nicely relaxed. So I'll take a chance with Jcsa, but this really is wide open. As we're halfway through loading, the first race here is a fillies handicap 0 to 80, 4-year-olds and upwards. And we're about a minute to the official off time, but we're loading pretty quickly here. Felicia Beach goes forward, so too does Celestial Star. Benita B, stamina queries, as the guys highlighted. And Tabakar, who's drawn to the wide outside. 3 left to load. Waiting for Sky Blue Thinking, Clodovia, and also Foz Alatar. And we're ready to get underway at the 1400 metre start. 7 furlongs. Foz Alatar will be one of the last, as though Clodovia is waiting, and there is Sky Blue Thinking, who's been off the track for nearly a year. Noah Spina always rides Clodovia, and she is in the grey jacket. Stand by for a start. Ahead of 12 live races here on the JCSA English YouTube channel. They're lined up. And they're off. Racing away over 7 furlongs. Past time got a pretty good start from stall number 6 and heads the parade early on. Foz Alatar is also up with the pace. Right towards the inside, the striped cap of Yin Yang got away smartly too. So Yin Yang towards the inside. Past time in the green, and between runners there is Foz Alatar. Purple sleeves of Felicia Beach is also handy. Looking towards the wide outside, Sahim Nayef is up with the pace, and so too is Clodovia. Towards the back of the screen, Miss Helen is one of the last, and so too is the grey Risotto, who's probably 3 lengths behind the main body of the field. As down the side they go, and it's Yin Yang and Abdelaziz Al Faredi matching strides with Pastime and Tariq Al Mansour. They're a length and a half clear of Clodovia, who goes widest of all. On the inside of her is Sahim Nayef, and back towards the inside is Felicia Beach. As they go inside the last 400 metres, it's Yin Yang with a neck advantage over Pastime. These have always been the first two. Foz Alatar with the first challenge down the centre of the course, and then Felicia Beach looking for a bit of racing room. Here it comes, Nobody's Joke though, to swoop on by down the wide outside as Foz Alatar picks it up, but not for long as Nobody's Joke draws alongside and eats away at the advantage, although Foz Alatar is fighting back. It's these two to the line, then comes Tawakar. Nobody's Joke sticking the neck out, it's close. Nobody's Joke and Foz Alatar, they hit the line together. Tawakar, I think, definitely third, as the jockeys chatting to each other probably don't know the answer themselves. The action unfolding down the centre of the course. Nobody's Joke picked them up late, but Foz Alatar wasn't having any of it. It's close, and we're still awaiting the outcome from the judge. Tawakar was also late on the scene. That's run well from stall number 16. Nobody's Joke from stall 18. Has she got the head down at the right time? Because Foz Alatar has made it close. Oh, that's very tight, isn't it? Red jacket of Nobody's Joke. Check jacket far side. Yellow and black colours of Foz Alatar. Tawakar definitely third, as it was back in 4th. And perhaps Benita B, who's run well, back in 5th. We're still waiting for an outcome. Nobody's Joke and Foz Alatar. Cracking finish to our first race. That's how the handicap should be run. Close finish. Nobody's Joke and Norweth Almadiani, Ali Al-Matib, Foz Alatar. Still no outcome. Well, give it back to the guys. We're still waiting for a result.
Right one there. We've got plenty of Red Stable love in the YouTube comments. They were cheering on Nobody's Joke. Ed Rarfield, who does the social media for Jimmy Jerkins, said he thinks she's got there. Rory, do you agree or disagree?
Well, she got up 6 inches after the line, and she was in front 2 yards before the line, but it's very close.
We're just waiting for a result here. Still waiting. Oh. The cameraman had focused on Red Stable Horse. There's a punch of the air. I think it is official. We're still waiting for some official notification. Still waiting on some officials. Yeah, it's very tight in the comments as well. Fard, I'd agree with you there. It is very, very tight. Great to have everyone involved, and already so many viewers for just the first race. But the camera is now panned to the horse, who looked like it was second on the screen. It's just so tight, Rory. Who do you think, if you had to pick one?
Well, I thought it was desperately close. I thought that Foz Alatar had got back up just before the line, but it could easily be a dead heat because Nobody's Joke got herself back in front again.
We had a bit of a habit of finding dead heats as well. We had one last month when we were here. We had a dead heat. The two jockeys are conferring. I wonder what's being said there, because either or thinks they've got there. Foz Alatar was just with a much bigger price on the international market. We're still waiting for an official result. Still waiting for this official result. But as a race, it was quite interesting because Nobody's Joke made a big move down the outside. It looked to be a race-winning move, and then sort of paused when she got her head in front.
Yeah, we know she can win races. But when she got to the front, she did idle, and she gave the long-time leader. See, I think from that still, Fozzoleta is just in front, but I think that's about 6 inches short of the line as well. And if you rule that on just a little bit further, they end up being together briefly, and that might just be where the line is. But I thought Fozzoleta had definitely battled her way back to the front, and that's because Nobody's Joke didn't really put it to bed when she should have, and that's, you know.
Yeah, the international markets had Fozzoleta at around the middle of the selections there, but Nobody's Joke was certainly the international favourite, but joint favourite at the start. There was a little bit of a move, Benita B, who I think ended up finishing 5th, run a very big race as well.
Yeah, I mean, she's very reliable, Benita B. She's been 5th now in 3 consecutive big field handicaps, but her very best form has come at slightly shorter, and of course, this trip does test stamina at Riyadh. She might get away with it in Taif occasionally, but yeah, she's a really solid performer, Benita B, and again, she's run a solid race, but she's only getting minor money for it.
And you know what happens, the longer we wait,
the more likely it is to be.
More chance of getting a dead heat, aren't we?
And the technology to do the photo finish these days is super quick. In the old days, you literally had to get a print and blow it up. So you had to wait for the process. Whereas now you've got that still straight away on a computer screen, and you just got to roll the line over to see who's first. So it's clearly exceptionally tight, and I'm fully expecting a dead heat at this stage.
Yeah, so we're just waiting and seeing. But you can just see, I love watching riders in these final strides, how high the hands are, almost pushing their head down to make sure your nose is down at the right point. You can see the Nobody's Joke has also got the red tongue strap on. That's a common accessory with a lot of Jimmy Jerkins runners.
Yes, a little bit of red around the bridle as well, and the red tongue strap. All sits very nicely with the overall livery, doesn't it?
It's a dead heat. We are having it confirmed. It is a dead heat between horse number 2 and horse number 12. So Nobody's Joke and Fozzoleta have dead heated in our opening contest. They cannot get much closer than that, Rory.
No, indeed. Tawaka back in 3rd, and we got a time there, but 1:26.84 is a pretty decent time for the 7 furlongs here as well. We're going to see some pretty hot times today, I think.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some good horses on show, and what an appetizer to the start of today. So tight, but you couldn't split them, the judge couldn't separate them, and if you're supportive of Nobody's Joke, the Red Stable fans that are all in the comments, you'll be absolutely gutted, because 50 yards from the line, it looked like she had this sewn up.
She did, but as I said, when she got to the front, she only got herself ahead in front and then idled, and she's given Fozzoleta a chance of getting back. And you know, if the line had been 2 yards further away, she'd have won again. And if it had been a yard further back, she would have been the winner as well. It's just where the line came, give Fozzoleta a chance to get her nose back level again. And
the first thing we do is we question her attitude at that point. But actually, the fact she'd rallied back and got her head back in front, does that give you more faith to follow her again?
Not really, no.
No.
No, I mean, she's happily raced alongside another one, and then it was on the bob. They were on slightly different strides, so it was head up, head down. The fact that one of them, you know, might have got their head in front briefly doesn't mean that they were battling harder at that stage. If anything, you give a little bit more credit to Fozzoleta, who was headed and then came back again. But in fairness, she was given a pretty big invitation by the other dead heater.
Look at these wonderful shots of both sets of connections joining in the winners' enclosure for a wonderful photo opportunity, and I'm sure that will be going up on many connections walls there, because it's not often you get a dead heat, but it's so wonderful to see it celebrated in such a positive manner here.
Indeed, and it's 42,000 Rial for each set of connections, so I don't think anyone's going to be too disappointed with that.
Certainly not. That's a nice little buff to the coffers for sure. In behind, there were plenty of stories there. Dante doing her typical work late, think finished around 5th or 6th, but there was a big gap between the top sort of 5 and the rest of the field. They broke away.
Yes, we got a chance to see a lot in the replay. As I said, Tawaka's run pretty well from a very wide draw in stall 16. She'd run really well in a hot race last time out, finishing 5th in a cup race.
Shamila is in the winners' enclosure with some winning connections.
I am indeed with one of the winning trainers, Jimmy Jerkins. Congratulations, Jimmy. That was a nail biter, wasn't it?
Yeah, she looked like she was going to sail on by. She was, but you know, that's a tough post, and she was kind of wide, and it told on her a little at the end that she started to hang a little bit, but she kept fighting when she saw the other filly. And actually, where I watched it from, I thought she might have been 3rd, so I was thrilled. Abdullah said, I think she might have won. I said, yeah, you're crazy, but he was right. So, but it was, she had her head down She looked like she had the bob, but not totally. She didn't have the complete bob. She was starting to get her head down, and that's what got her even with the other filly, because I think the other filly was slightly ahead of her body-wise, but and she's a bigger filly, so I don't know. It's hard to say, but she did look like she looked like from where I was sitting that she was beaten decisively, and so that was a nice, pleasant surprise.
Do you think she would have won if she was in a lower draw?
You'd think so, because then a jock doesn't have to think so much about, you don't want to be so wide, and you want to be in a decent position. So sometimes you'll concede a little bit down the backside to tuck in a little bit where it'll cost you. But she ran her race, and which I was glad of. Always when they run their race, you're happy, because so many of them don't. So I'm glad she showed up.
You've got some really nice runners over the next 2 days, and you've got James Doyle back as well. So who are you looking forward to the most?
Well, to them all, they're all tough spots. But if you have the horse, Jimmy's doesn't make too many mistakes. So Tabaretta's probably going a little shorter than he likes, but his rating wasn't good enough to get in the longer race tomorrow with Durabo. So who he was a good third to last time, but. At least he's got an inside draw where he can save the ground. I just hope he takes the dirt good enough to where he doesn't fall too far back, because he's not a plotter by any means. He's shown in the morning that he's not he's got some lick to him. Probably not like the good ones in there, but maybe they'll get in a big dumb speed duel and he can pick up the pieces. So that's what we're hoping.
Well, best of luck to you, Jimmy, and well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and let's get confirmation of the full result of our opener here. You see, Nobody's Joked and Further Later were tied for first, and then in third, Tawaka was in third. Please ignore the times. The times were not correct, but the positions are, and you can just see first, and third here. Tawaka running on for third. Big raid from Tawaka. Probably not even mentioned much in the build-up.
Well, just to get on to Tawaka, I did actually mention her in the build-up because she'd been running fairly moderately, but she ran in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup over a mile last time out and ran the race of her life to finish fifth there. She was backing that up.
Yes, it's time to get back to Mark Francis after the drama of race 1. I hope you're ready to do it all again, because we've got another race coming up. Race 2, Mark, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Callum. What a finish to our first. And as I mentioned at the top, Jimmy Jerkin's 100th winner in Saudi Arabia. It's the 18th winner he's had, so congratulations to the team. Second race is 7 furlongs. It's a local bred horses open race. No maidens here. They've all tasted success. Started by number 1, Mosafira, the ride of Luis Morales, is the first filly. 2 is Albastro, the first grey, Rayan Outer Aish. And Danat Alaseo is the first grey filly. Adel Al-Faradi, and certainly my selection as well. 4 is Outer Weedy, Ali Al-Mimoni. 5 is Karkash, who was a scratch last week, runs today, Azil Al-Sahani. Saad Al-Ez is the mount of Abdullah Al-Farouz, a one-time winner from 18 starts. Also one-time winners, the 7 and 8, Dina Al-Anea, Thurb Al-Timyat, and the 8, Ghazi Al-Medan. Wissam Al-Shajjar was a head scorer back in meeting 49. Mohamed Saeed. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, what a start to 2024. Mahrout is his right here, the 10. The 11 is a scratch, so on to 12. Abu Hadid for Camilo Ospina. Mosakar for Rakan Alabaid is 13. Wadhahi is 14, turned over a new leaf at meeting 86 last time out. Thalik Tariq Al-Mansour is 15. Dadan is 16. Fawas Wanas, 11 runs so far, 11th last time out. And Al-Bashet completes that caption. Khalid Al-Mamoni, good form of late as well. Over the page, Mota Shamek Ahmed Al-Sharar is the 18. Ijabi is 19. Victor Gutierrez. 20 is Al-Wahif Alex Moreno, possibly still unexposed. And one of the reserves gets in. Kadrek Ali for Ahmed Al-Tayyar gets in place of Batua, number 11. So inherits stall number 11, reserves 22 and 23 not required. So full field here for our second race, again over the 7 furlongs.
Thank you, Mark, for the runners and riders of this, our second contest of the card. And Rory, again, you thought the first race was tricky. It doesn't get much easier in this contest, does it?
No, it doesn't get much easier for the rest of the card, but it is very, very high quality action, so you don't mind that too much.
Let's start from the top and work our way down. Mosafira, horse number 1.
Six furlong maiden winner in Taif and ran very well, went a length and a half third to Hizam in the primary championship of the race courses last time out, the 1800 metre version. Dropping back to 7 furlongs here, but that shouldn't be an issue.
Albastro, horse number 2.
Fourth in the Ministry of Justice Cup over a mile and a furlong in December December last season, but well held on his return to action in meeting 74, and this 7 furlong trip is too sharp for a horse who stays well.
Darnat Alasail is horse number 3.
Beat Motrikaya by 2 lengths in a Fillies Open last time out, and would have a chance of if backing that up. She's not the most consistent, however, can throw in the occasional stinker.
Al Tahidi was flying home last time out.
Yes, was 3.5 lengths fourth to Lati Hati in a course and distance open last time out, finishing strongly and should have claims with a repeat of that effort. She's very close to the pick of these at the weights.
Karkash is horse number 5.
Karkash won the Ministry of Media Cup over course and distance back in February last year and would be very interesting on that form. Came back to form after a couple of quiet runs, when a length and a half fifth to Lajal Tati over course and distance last time out in the non-winners of 3. Could be a little underrated here, I thought.
Yes, Saad Alaise is horse number 6.
Yeah, rated 69 at Saad Alaise, comes off a poor run and hard to fancy.
Dinar Alanea is horse number 7.
Similarly, was a winner in meeting 64, but 2 below par runs since, and the rating of 64 shows that he's got a tough task.
Shamila is live in the parade ring. You nearly had a paddock winner in the first race. Can you go half a place better in the next?
What do you mean I nearly had a paddock win in the last race? That definitely counts as a win, even though it was a dead heat. So I'm claiming that as a win, not a half win. And hopefully I can get you another one in this race. I'm going to go with horse number 1, Musafira, ridden by Louis Morales. She was 3rd last time out at meeting 81, and she is trained by Gaith Al Gaith, who is in fine form recently. She's a little bit on her toes, and she's more slight than the rest of the horses, but she's only just turned 4 years old. She probably has a little bit more growing to do, and hopefully she doesn't boil over before the start of the race, but she just looks like she's all power and all class, and I think that she can go 2 better this time and find herself in the winner's enclosure. I also really like the look of the highest rated horse in the race, which is horse number 19, but I think I will stick with Mosafaria over him. 2 padding negatives for you. Again, horse number 3 was being very strong in the preliminary stages and giving her handlers a very tough time, and horse number 8, Ghazi Al Maidan, very much on toes, but I will be sticking, hopefully. I'll get half place better with Mosafaria.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Yes, I was quite cruel there. You did have a winner in our first. We'll give you the full points there. Ghazi Al Maidan, though, with a paddock negative. It's horse number 8, Rory. Positive on the race card?
No. Listen, I don't want to, wasn't disgraced last time out, Ghazi Al Maidan, but it's only rated 70, has got over a stone to find here, and clearly the paddock negative doesn't help.
Wisham Al Shajar was in good form early in the season, but it's began to tail off now. Yeah,
was a 7 furlong winner at Taif in open company, but hasn't been in the same form since switching to Riyadh, 14th and 9th in 2 starts here, and hard to fancy unless he can find that old Taif form.
Marut will be ridden by Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who's in such fine form at the moment.
He is. He's riding very well, and he was really interesting to chat to yesterday as well after racing was over. Marut's best recent effort was when finishing a length and 3/4 third to Al-Azra even, in a course and distance open last time out. Was also a course and distance open winner back in March, and is a pretty solid performer in these conditions, so it must be shortlisted.
Abu Hadid is horse number 12.
Abu Hadid, rated 82, came back to form after a few poor Taif runs, went ahead behind Al Tahidi in that 7 furlong open last time out. He was better placed throughout that race than Al Tahidi was, and I would imagine that he'll struggle to confirm the form.
Mosaka is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
A mile winner, 2 starts back and not to 75 company, but he's been beaten fairly comprehensively either side of that, and one of the less likely winners, I thought.
Wadahi was the winner last time out. Quite impressive, I thought.
It was quite impressive. Won by 3 lengths and a course and distance not to 75. That was just a week ago. That came on the back of a series of pretty poor efforts. So I don't really know whether you trust him to back that up. The time suggests there's no fluke about it. It wasn't a case of him just getting loose on the lead, but his overall record means you're a little bit concerned about whether he will actually be in the same form. Turned out a week later.
Yes, Salik is horse number 15.
Has been unplaced on 4 starts since winning a not to 75 hands and heels contest over course and distance in October. Does have a chance if he gets back to that form. That sort of race, the apprentice contest, might just suit him a little bit better than this, but he's not out of things.
Darden, horse number 16.
Dardan does look out of things, 1 from 11 in his career and running poorly all season.
Albachet is horse number 17.
Was a winner of a 6 furlong not to 75 handicap and meeting 71, and finished a creditable third, beating a length and a half behind Abu Khalif in a course and distance non-winners of 4 last time out. Reproduction of that puts him there or thereabouts. Stall 17 isn't the nicest place to be though for him.
Motashamek is horse number 18.
Motashamek not particularly easy to fancy on 2 runs, well spaced apart this season, and he needs to get back to his old form.
EJB is horse number 19, must have a chance.
Yeah, he's top rated in this race. Obviously, it's not a level weights contest, and he is giving weight away to some of these, but he's got a rating of 92. He was behind Talik in the Boys Scouts Association Cup, but was a 4th to Hoot Al Qurin in a 1 mile open last time out. The drop out to 7 furlongs should suit him as well.
Al Wahif rounds them off at number 20. Oh, doesn't, because we got reserved as well. Al Wahif at number 20.
Is a 7 furlong open winner in Taif. Sorry, has won a 7 furlong open. His last win came in a non-winners of 4 over a mile in Taif. Raced in Group 1 Company 2 starts back, so you'd ignore that 13th on his card, and then was a good 3rd in an 1800 metre open last time out, and takes a drop-in trip today.
And finally, Kadrak Alay, the reserve that sneaks.
Yeah, has a rating of 61 and was a winner early season in Taif, won a meeting 4, but has run poorly since that, and not easy to fancy in this company.
Yes, I think I'm going away from him as well. I do like Al Wahif though. I thought that would probably be the angle I'm going in. I thought, like you said, it's a tough run Group 1 company, and was just allowed to canter really around at the back when the chance was gone. But clearly they think the horse has ability, and I think dropped into this sort of open company seems to be right where he's at his best.
Yeah, his run last time out is a pretty solid one. That was over a longer trip, but I'd have thought that given he's won an open over 7 furlongs in his time, the drop back to 7 from 9 furlongs shouldn't be a massive worry for him. Still 20 is more of a concern, I'd say.
Here's another one of the fancied runners, EJB, horse number 19, highest rated horse in the field, was last seen finishing 4th. This was at the end of December. Not a bad run here, but yeah, on ratings you would have thought he could have done better in this contest. Yeah,
it's a solid run without being spectacular. You saw him on the railway start, and he's moving out to try to get a challenge in. It's Hoot Al Qurin who wins this race. This is one of EJB's better efforts, but he's been sort of peppering the pin recently without getting his head in front. You've got to look at this and think, is he going to be much better dropping back to 7 furlongs? He doesn't hit the line super hard there, but at the same time, you wouldn't have seen him winning that at a shorter trip either. But on the ratings, he is the best horse in the race, and he's clearly got a chance if he can escape that wide draw.
Here's Al Tahidi, who's a really interesting run. If you look at where he came from last time out, he's right at the back of your shot
right
with the yellow cap,
yeah.
and he's going to fly home.
Yeah, and he does a lot of work from this point onwards to get close. He doesn't unleash a really sparkling turn of foot. He just comes from a bad position and makes relentless progress until about 100 yards out, where I think he just flattens out a little bit. But this was a very good run from a bad position. He was poorly drawn here, and I thought this was a very likeable performance to start closing it down. You see, he doesn't make any progress in the last 50 yards or so, but that's not something that worries me enormously. He's got a much better draw here in stall 4. If he can just get a reasonable path through the early stage, I think he's got a big chance, and his main rivals are not as well drawn as him, so he looks to have a good opportunity here.
Yeah, he certainly have a big chance in this contest. Any others you want to give more of a shout out to in this one? I've already revealed which direction I'm going.
Now that we've gone through them all, really, I'm not sure.
Is Marut worth a second look here?
Yeah.
87, number 10, jockey in fine form?
Yeah, he's a course and distance open winner. He's rated 87, so he's only a couple of pounds behind Al Tahidi.
What's your selection in this one then, Rory?
I'm going to go for Al Tahidi from stall 4.
So Rory likes number 4, Al Tahidi. Shamila likes number 1 at Mosafira, and I'm a big fan of horse number 20, drawn in the car park, Al Wahif. Mark Francis, let's try and get a winner here. Who do you like?
I'm on the inside of Rory, Callum. I like the 3, Danat Alaseo, for that prolific combination of Gaith Al Gaith and Adel Al-Faredi. Was a winner back at meeting 85. She's rated just 69, but I think there's plenty of improvement in her. Also, one or two that deserve to mention includes one of the horses in shot there, Al Bichette, number 17, rated 84, Khalid Al Mimoni. Been in good form of late, and Al Wahif, as you've already highlighted, Callum, was another. But I'll stick the three at the top of my three-runner shortlist. For this, our local bred horses open. 4-year-olds and upwards. They've all tasted success, remember. And we do have a full field of 20 here. A reminder that 21 Kadrat Ailey gets in for Ahmed Al Tayyar. The 11 is the scratch. So horse number 21 drawn more or less in the centre. There we can see Abu Hadid for Camille Ospina, century up yesterday. Motashamak and Magroot, of course, represent the red stable here, I should say. Magroot with the first colours, the red cap, Motashamak with the white cap. And the last pair have gone forward. So stand by for a start. 7 furlongs again, open company. Starters ready. Flag goes up, and they're off. Racing away then over 1,400 metres. Dadam was one of the slowest away, but is pushed up forward now. Also towards the rear of the field include Ghazi Al-Medam and Wisham Al-Shajar, but it's the white cap of the red stable, Motashamek, who assumes command and darts towards the inside. Ahmed Al-Sharar, stablemate, red colours, Makhrout is probably about 5th or 6th at the minute. Looking deeper out on the course, the yellow colours of Ejabi is prominent, and so too is Al-Wahif, who's got up from stall 20 to sit pretty handy as they're already turning left-handed, and it's Motashamek towards the inside of Mahroud, probably now in second. Dadan has made ground for the back of the field to now sit third, but at what cost? As Ejabi comes under a ride, but still travelling okay, is Al Wahif caught wide on the track. Just behind runners then is Danat Al-Asayal, the grey, towards the inside. Then comes Wadhahi thriving away through, and so too there is Saad Al-Ez, as deep inside the last 400 metres they go then. And turning into the straight here, Al-Wahif goes for home. Overtakes Makhrout in second, and Motashamek towards the inside, although the action is unfolding down the centre with Wadhahi and also Al-Bichette. But Al-Wahif is the one to catch here in deep inside the last furlong now. 3 lengths to the good though over Al-Bichette in second, and staying on is Al-Tawidi, but racing up towards the line. It's a winner for Callum as Al-Wahif wins from stall number 20. Alex Moreno got across, got up with the pace and went on to win in great style. A winner at meeting 42, and now a winner at meeting 89 in a time of 1:26.48. Not bad on the clock. It was close for the placings. You can see up on the inside, Mosafira didn't really get a mention. Neither really did Danat Al-Sayal. Outawidi confirmed second ahead of Al-Bichette. Both of those two have both run well. The winning distance 2 1/4 lengths. Al-Wahif wins. Al-Tawidi in second. Al-Bichette in third. Mosafira just prevailing for 4th. So it's a 24:17 finish here. Winning time 1:26.48. Not the right time on the caption. Al-Wahif, the winner of race number 2.
الوحيف يحصل على ثاني أشواط أمسيتنا وحفلنا لهذا اليوم مع الخيال أليكسيس مورينو. أليكسيس, well done, Alexis.
Thank you, Salman. Congratulations to Abdurrahman Awash. Awash stable. Oh, well, he's a good horse. Last time he was 2,800. So today, he's doing well. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, buddy.
Second race of the day goes to horse number 20, Al Wahif. So congratulations also to Callum Halliwell for tipping up that horse. Third last time out under Alex Moreno as well, back at meeting 84 over 1,800 meters, and has gone a few places better this time, over 1,400. Definitely seems the perfect distance for this 6-year-old colt by official visit. Jumped out of stall number 20. Did a pretty nice job as well, Alex did, of keeping him on the straight and narrow and getting him to the finishing line. It's Alex's third winner of the weekend. I'm sure it won't be his last at all. This race was worth 95,000 Saudi riyals, so a little bit less than our first race, but the quality just keeps going up today. So definitely don't take your eyes off Alex Moreno. He has some really nice horses in the coming races, also Lagatha Rhyme as well later on in the card, who I'm looking forward to seeing. So very well done to all involved with Al Wahif, horse number 20, and owner Abdurrahman Saad Al Wash. We're just going to go up to Alex here quickly and have a word with him after that race. Congratulations, Alex. That was a good race. You rode this horse last time out when he came third. Did he prefer the distance today?
Yeah, he's better on the short distance. Last week, 2 weeks ago, he doing well. And today the horse was good levels, you know. Yeah.
Do you think he could have won by farther if he was in a smaller gate number?
Actually, he liked to be in clear position, you know. And he don't like many kick back in the face. So 20 is perfect for him.
Did you think you were going to win this race?
Sure. He has the chance to win today, you know. The favorite was Philly. She won last time. But she won 1,200, so today 200 meters is my advantage.
Do you think he's grown since the start of the season? You've ridden him a few times now.
Well, he's this kind of level horses, you know, with good rating horses, so he's doing great.
And you ride some really nice horses throughout the rest of the card, Lagatha Rhyme being one of them. Who are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I hope can do with Lagatha Rhyme and El Kawaki. So that's my two good chance for today.
I'm sure this won't be the last time we speak to you this afternoon, Alex, so good luck.
Just shows my horse.
He is a cheeky chappy, isn't he, old Alex Moreno, but he's done masterfully well to get this horse from the widest draw of all across. But Rory, I said it to you in running, it's purely because the horses in the middle haven't got the pace to block them coming across.
We had this chat yesterday about, you know, it's easy to say, oh, a wide draw is a really tough place to be, but the key is really what the horses in the middle are capable of doing, because what often happens in a race is you get horses drawn very low trying to come forward if they've got pace, and you got those who are wide, if they've got pace, wanting to get across as quickly as possible. And if there's nothing in the middle trying to press up, then the wide horses can almost come across as a group and force their way through. And often you'll see these races, sometimes you'll see the low numbers dominate, and sometimes you'll see the high numbers dominate, and you think there's a different track bias, but really it's not. It's just about how the field as a whole goes to that first bend. And if the middle doesn't come forward, then that's what tends to get squeezed, and the horses drawn wide are almost able to sail across as a group. And this was sort of dominated by those drawn wide, and it was no issue being drawn in stall 20 for our winner here.
It's really interesting getting a view coming around that bend and the carnage in behind. Albachet's done really well to get third because he was forced all the way around by the car park when EJB was falling back through the field. So I'd mark up that performance there. I thought that was a good effort to come third from that. Not only a widest draw was showing not much early pace, but a troubled passage as well.
You could say that. I would also say that Al Tahiri's done very well to finish second from stall 4, because stall 4 was no kind of blessing at all. He ended up getting way back in the field, while those drawn wide were in no way held up, and he's had to work really hard. You see him just working his way out about 6 horses wide to get a run at this stage, and he's rattled home for second. But unfortunately, the winner had gone beyond recall. But he's again, for the second race running, done tremendous work from the 2 furlong to the furlong pole to make a lot of positions. But sadly, the the line came too soon for him. And again, he's done the same sort of thing. You wouldn't say, oh, in another 100 yards, he absolutely picks the winner up. He's done that work from a bad position to get in there, but he's not. His run just begins to peter out very late in the day as well.
It does, but Alex Moreno, like we said, he's a confidence jockey. When his confidence is high, he can get winners in bunches, and that's 3 winners in 2 days for the Panamanian rider. So hopefully he can continue to build on this success and ride plenty more winners throughout the card today as well. He's got a couple of decent chances later on in the card. We're seeing the breakaway from the stalls here. The international favourite was Mosafira, horse number 1, right on the rail, bounced out well and ended up finishing quite well as well. Finished 4th, I think, at the end of the day, but didn't get much of a mention in commentary because always smuggled up on that rail.
No, exactly, and from an early stage, the horses who showed up in the first 100 metres were in 3 of the widest stalls. You had Dadan, who wasn't in much form, was up there early. Mota Shamek was able to come all the way across from stall 18, and that gave Al Wahif a lovely tool through the race. The one who didn't really benefit from that for whatever reason was EJB, who was disappointing in the end, been running consistently without getting his head in front, and being drawn stall 19 with the way the early race panned out should have worked for him, but didn't really, and he was below form.
Yeah, he was up there for a while, and then at the bend he was the first of the sort of front rank to crack, and that allowed our eventual winner to just come one further across towards the rail as well without having to really fight for it. So yeah, it worked out for the winner, but certainly if you're an EJB fan, you knew your fate quite late on around that bend.
He's one of those, I think, is probably better. A lot of horses don't like trying to burrow the way up the inside. I think he's actually happier doing that, which is, you heard Alexi Moreno saying with his horse, he's more than happy to be in clear sailing out wide, and some horses race that way and some are more than happy to come through horses towards the inner.
We must move on, though, to race number 3. This time we're stepping up to 2,000 metres, and it's the 3-year-olds, the recently turned 3-year-olds, who take their place today. Mark Francis, please give us the runners and the riders.
Yeah, race 3 already. We're up to 2,000 metres, as you say, Callum. It's a 0 to 19. It's a pretty disappointing turnout, it must be said, and a weak race of its kind as well. So it looks a good opportunity for anyone to get in front. They're headed by number 1, Maluk Alanay. Top rated, 82, with 10th in a Group 3 last time out. Abdullah Al Rashed is 1 of 2 to win a race. House of Aviz makes his debut under a mark of 81, Fahid Al Faredi, and 3, Al Zuhal for Tariq Al Mansour was a debutant scorer. The rest are all maidens, including the 4, Matt Nuke, who once upon a time was with Richard Fahy. Mohammed Al Hubail rides today. Al Jude Ali Al Matib is the 5, the first of 2 fillies. Al Abjar is the 6 for Eddie Castro. 7 is Habar, who draws the inside gate for Luis Morales. And Quintus Maximus, excellent name, Abdullah Al Sayedi. Over the page, just to find the 1, Farmar, who is drawn on the outside for Mohammed Al Ajimi. So just the 9 runners then for our second handicap of the day. A small field, but a winner to be found.
Certainly are plenty of winners to be found, Mark Francis, and there's some interesting profiles to a lot of these horses as well, so it'll be good to dive deep into them with our resident form expert, Rory Delagi. Let's start with number 1, Maluk Alanay.
1 mile maiden winner 2 starts back, and then was thrown into a tough contest in the Ministry of National Guard Cup. Last time out, we're only finishing 10th. The form of his maiden win has actually worked out pretty well, which would make him look interesting here. The slight concern is he's trying a new trip and he needs to prove that he stays 2,000 metres. This is a big ask for a lot of 3-year-olds at this stage of the season, isn't it? Stretching out to this sort of trip. So not many proven, but a few who may improve for the step up the first time.
For me, he didn't look like the type of horse who wanted this step up.
No,
he had that big rangy stride, but he seemed to be stopping quite quickly.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see. I mean, he might go that little bit slower in the early stages today, and he's got a touch of class against some of these. But yeah, his stamina is not proven for the trip, and it's something that he does need to show that he can handle. House
of Aviz, ex-Aidan O'Brien rider, fascinating profile.
Yeah, interesting horse to have let go. Really, he ran in the Coolmore colours. The son of Uncle Mo. He caught the eye in a couple of maidens and then improved, went second in a Dundalk nursery in October. So he hasn't been here for very long. He finished second that day over 7 furlongs. Again, on pedigree, he will stay at least a mile. Does he want this kind of big step up and trip immediately? I'm not sure. But if he does stay, and obviously, being a son of Uncle Mo, he's got every chance of getting this trip. But it is 3 furlongs further than for his best run to date.
He's related to that US Grade 3 winner, Donna Veloce, as well. So that's certainly black type form in the page, and would love this surface, I imagine.
There aren't many ex-Aidan O'Brien horses who don't have black type on their page. But the fact that he's got rid so early is the concern for House of Aviz. But they haven't found a particularly deep handicap here, so he has to be considered.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure these colours had a winner first time up with a European import yesterday. Am I correct in thinking that?
You may well be right. I couldn't. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the filly who made all the running. Yes, she was wearing these colours, wasn't she?
Al Zahal is the international favourite as we go into this race. He has had the one win from 3 starts. That was on debut.
He won on debut over 6 furlongs in Taif. But his best effort was probably when running in the Sultan Ray Al Ghouda Cup last time out, when he was beaten under 10 lengths. That's a good run on paper. But again, pedigree doesn't absolutely scream stamina to me, and I'd be a little bit concerned. I'm looking for something that I know is going to relish this trip, maybe having to improve for it.
Matt Nuke might not relish this trip either. Would I be right in thinking that?
He stays a mile. His best effort here was when 7.5 lengths fourth in a 1 mile open 2 starts back. Was disappointing last time out, though. He had 3 runs in the UK before coming out here in these colours. He actually ran in the Chesham Stakes at Royal Ascot. Didn't cut much ice there. And again, I'm not sure. I mean, he was an early enough 2-year-old. I'm not sure he's the type to start progressing for stepping up and trip.
Al Jude is horse number 5.
Al Jude is an interesting one. Is not from 6, looks more exposed than most of these, but she has proven her stamina. She proved her stamina in finishing 3rd to Alaham in a course and distance not to 80 handicap last time out. A little bit more needed. She was beaten 8 lengths that day, but she does at least tick the stamina box.
Al Abja is horse number 6.
Was 4 lengths behind Al Jude when finishing 4th of 20 in a race won by Alaham over course and distance last time out. But did good late work there, and it looks like he will benefit from this step up and trip, even though the pedigree isn't full of stamina either.
Shamila is in the parade ring looking for an eye catcher. Have you found one?
I found a few eye catchers, Callum. However, one stood out to me the most, and that is horse number 6, Al Abjar. Trained by Mamdou Al Ali, 4th last time out, really nice, stunning looking 3-year-old colt by Profitable, 5th the time before that, and so he's always been up there in the placings, done really well this season. Mamdou Al Ali is really good with all these new imported horses, and he's just coming up behind me here now, cool as a cucumber, going around the parade ring with his blinkers on. A little bit strong, but he is a 3-year-old, really well bred, so a lot of them can be like that. He has beautiful conformation, literally nothing negative to say about him, so this is why I am going for this horse for my paddock eye catcher in race number 3. Now, I also should say that you can't not look at horse number 4 as well, Matt Nuke, trained by Tharma Al-Dehani, because they've been doing so well recently and they turn up on the big days. I've said this a million times before, they turn up on the big days and they steal all the races, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the winner's enclosure maybe 2 or 3 times today. A question mark for me is horse number 9, Farma. She just doesn't look the strongest in the parade ring whatsoever, so she is walking around like a little bit of a concern, the odd one out, if you will, in the parade ring.
Thank you, Shamila. We must move on, though, to Quintus Maximus, horse number 8.
Rated 56. He's only had the one run here, and he didn't pull up any trees when 6th last week. As a quick turnaround for him as well. So there's stamina in the pedigree, and I suppose it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world if he got involved, but I didn't find him easy to fancy.
And Farmer is horse number 9.
A rating of 47. Again, the issue with the bottom 2 is that they're effectively out of the way, so it doesn't tell you on the race card. But Haber's rated at 67. Is carrying 55 kilos. Quintus Maximus and Pharma only 1 kilo less than that, despite the fact they've got official ratings of 47 and 56. So they're carrying much more weight than they should do in the long handicap.
Yeah, so it's good to see plenty of people in the chat on our live YouTube stream. Ali Damas getting involved. Thank you very much for joining us. And Jose Martinez, as per usual, always a pleasure to have you involved. I think you might be a little bit too far behind because you're still talking about nobody's joke. That was race 1, Jose. You've got to get back on track here because we're already on race 3 and it's a corker. I was really interested by the horse that Shamila mentioned, Al Abjar, just a really good-looking individual, short-coupled, real powerful behind, looked the type that would probably more of a sprinter than a stayer, but I'm sure you may think differently there. Would you agree?
Well,
with
he's quite
that?
profitable, so he shouldn't really be a stayer, should he?
No.
But I did note that he ran on late when finishing behind Al Jude last time out. Al Jude was third in that race, won by Alham, and Al Abjar was fourth, 4 lengths further back. So on paper, he's got it to do to turn the tables. But I thought that, contrary to his breeding, I thought he shaped like a stayer that day.
This is a horse that I think everybody at home would be fascinated in. House of Ease. I thought that run at Dundalk, they finished in a bit of a blanket. You could have covered the first 8 with a single bed sheet. But the way he did his best work late on the far side of the course on that day suggests that maybe the trip won't be an issue. It's just whether he can settle in quickly enough. And it's a quick turnaround, isn't it? It
is. Well, we talked about this yesterday about, having this notion that horses take a few months to find their feet here, and they might take 3 runs, they might take an entire season before they adapt to Saudi Arabia. But we had 2 winners yesterday who hadn't been here particularly long. One of them at only a matter of weeks, and has showed improved form when winning here. So that's probably not a concern. And he looks perfectly happy in himself, House of Aviz. So if he stays this trip, and there's every chance on pedigree that he will, he's one of the more interesting ones. Certainly the way he was campaigned, unlike most of these who are in there taking the chances trying to win maidens first time out, he was campaigned as if he wanted, connections wanted to go for handicaps with him, and he did show improved form when stepping into a nursery for the first time. It was over a shorter trip, but the way he shaped there suggested that at least a mile will be within his compass, and this trip, I'd kind of rather see him at a mile immediately and then stepping up to 10 furlongs a little later in the season, but he may well be far enough ahead of the handicapper that he can win this anyway. Just seeing him go down to post here in quite nice fashion. He's gone down lovely. He's a good-looking individual. I thought it was interesting that he only cost 60,000 guineas. I say only cost 60,000 guineas. It's a lot of money to people like you and me, but it seems that a horse that showed his improved level of form with the breeding that he has, coming from the nursery which he was raised in, suggests that it's a surprise that he costs only 60,000. There aren't many people who improve horses from Aidan O'Brien. That's the thing. Yes. And I think people have, over the years, a lot of people have tried to pick up horses who didn't run up to their pedigree for the O'Brien yard, but it doesn't always work. This is Malouk Alanay, like we said, shaping like he can get further. This was his win 2 starts ago, but he's got that big galloping stride, but he doesn't seem to find much when he gets in front. No, he wins the race well enough, but you'll see they begin to close him down late in the day. But the way he strides suggests he ought to stay. But in fairness, he's been asked for his effort early enough here, and I thought, the runner-up looked like he was going to come and get him at one stage, and Malouk Alanay, to his credit, dug in to win. So I wouldn't be too negative about him. And he's got, again, he does have physical scope about him. He does look the type who'll do better at 3 than he did at 2. So I'd be largely positive about him here. Yeah, it's fascinating. This one's the opposite really for me. Matt Nook. Matt Nook was a horse he was highly tried early in the season as a 2-year-old. I don't see him being the type to progress at 3. He might find his niche again later on, but I thought when you try them fairly highly early on and they're ready, in May and June as a 2-year-old, that makes it tougher. Let's go for some selections. I'm going to go for House of Aviz here at first time up. The connections have done it yesterday, so I'm hoping they do it again today. Horse number 2 for me. Rory, who do you like here? I'm going to stick with Malouk Alanay. The trip is a slight question mark, but I thought he did it well enough over a mile 2 starts back, and his last effort was a tough race. And Shamila already has Al Abjar as her selection. So Shamila likes 6, I like 2, and Rory likes 1. Mark Francis, over to you.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I really like the top horse here. Malouk Alanay, top rated of 82. Abdullah Al Rashed. We saw the win back at meeting 66 and was outclassed next time out. But he did really shape as though a mile and a quarter would be on his side. He's got that big stride, doesn't he? Big, powerful horse. 3-year-old was this race exclusively for. You made the case for the Saudi debutant House of Aviz. Gets in here off a mark of 81, and as Rory's highlighted, the 2 at the bottom out of the handicap here off marks of 57 and 47, Quintus Maximus and Farmar. See the runners arriving to the start. It's right down the far side of the course, so they have the entire length of the back straight to cover before they turn in. Other ones to mention, Al Zuhal has a big white face, easy to spot. Tariq Al Mansour was a scorer on his first start back at meeting 33. They've campaigned him rather carefully here. That's a few weeks between runs. Matnouk, again, doesn't really look the most progressive. The 4, Al Jude, first of 2 fillies. Ali Al Matib rides the 5 here with the blinkers on, drawn out in 7. Shouldn't really be a negative in this small field. Al Abjar, it's more of a purple jacket, as you can see, sort of back right of shot, than the pink that's advertised in the race card. Harbour has the yellow silks with a red sash, has the inside gate as well. A couple of decent finishes, most notably last week at meeting 86, finishing 4th. Quintus Maximus, as I say, I like his name, but I don't think he can really be in with a chance here. Neither can that horse there, Falmar, in the green spotted jacket on yellow, white sleeves. Has plenty to find. So the runners are about to go in. We are just ticking over post time here. And all the good stuff to come, of course. We've got our 2 Arabian races next. And we really, really do step up the quality. But this is a very valuable race of its kind. 145,000 Saudi Riyal. Half of that going to the winner here. Very valuable handicaps in this part of the world. As we see Haber go in. Al Jude is next. Matnouk's green sleeves. They're loading pretty quickly here. But it's Malouk Alanay for me. Drawn out in stall 8, and there he is. Big horse, isn't he? Let's hope this trip of 2,000 metres suits. Just going to take another turn. Malouk Alanay. Also waiting for Quintus Maximus. You can see there, just causing 1 or 2 troubles for Abdullah Al Saidi. Another horse with a big white face. So horses 3 and 8, you should be able to spot relatively easily. So he says. Malouk Alanay and Quintus Maximus to complete the line at the 10 furlong start, and they're off. Racing away then for this 0 to 90 was a decent line. One of the first to show was Al Zuhau's red sleeves, yellow cap, white face towards the inside. Has company for the lead with Quintus Maximus. Also being bustled up is the purple sleeves of Al Abjar and the check jacket of Al Jude to probably form a line of 4 or 5. Farmar is up with the pace early on towards the wide outside. Just tucking in behind runners is Malouk Alanay. Towards the inside, Haber is also banged there, and Matnouk is towards the rear of the field as they join up with the round course then. And they've got 1,600 metres to travel, passing the mile start. And pushed up on the inside is Haber to apply some pressure there to the orange silks of House Alaviz. Towards the wide outside, the check colours of Al Jude. These are the first 3. Al Zuhau is also up there, and so too Malouk Alanay is going widest of all. The purple jacket of Al Abjar is centre pack. Towards the rear of the field, starting the struggle is Matnouk, and being pushed along is Farmar, and already outpaced as they complete the end of the back straight on the approach down the side of the course. And towards the inside, Haber has a nose advantage over the pushed along Al Jude. Malouk Alanay still travels powerfully towards the outside, and making ground on the deeper outside of that one is Al Abjar. Just being picked off by 1 or 2 runners perhaps is Matnouk, overtaking Haber now as the runners are turning towards the straight, and the one to catch is Al Jude, but the first challenger is Al Abjar. Matnouk is picking up as Malouk Alanay continues to wander around in 4th position, and then comes Al Zuhau as they go inside the last furlong. On a bit though, it's Al Jude the filly who is in front, but only narrowly. Al Abjar in the centre, and here comes Matnouk, widest of all. Malouk Alanay plugging on towards the rail, but it's Al Jude inside the last 50. Al Jude, Ali Al Matib pushed out 2 lengths to the good, goes on to win. Malouk Alanay never nearer than second, close for third in between Al Abjar and Matnouk, who run a decent race in the placings. Al Jude the winner, the time of 2:08.08. was just guided and finessed towards the line. Maluk Alanay had an awful trip up the straight and never really got going. Tight for third. Al Abjar has just prevailed in that tight battle over Matt Nuke. 1.25 lengths, the winning distance. Al Jude did it easily in the end. Has broken the maiden tag in handicap company. Close for second. Maluk Alanay, as we mentioned, all over the place in the straight. Al Abjar third, Matt Nuke fourth, and Al Zuhal, a disappointment, back in fifth. The result, 5, 1, and 6.
Well, the stamina has come to the fore, and the horse that had the most proven stamina, Al Jude, has done the business today, winning race 3, and it's a double for the owner, Saud Soliman Al-Hamad, who is our winning owner. He had the winner in the first in the dead heat. This one is all a hit, so congratulations to all those connected with Al Jude. And Ali Al-Matib must have been thanking this horse underneath him because he just kept finding for pressure.
Yeah, she was very genuine there. There were a couple who looked to be going better than her coming into the straight. Perhaps the Maluk Alanay was slightly odd one because that looked like his stamina gave out, but he stayed on better than a couple of others late in the day to finish second. But the horse they caught the eye was Matt Nuke on the outside here with the cheek pieces. But although he looked like he was going to win the race, he was hanging furiously all the way up the straight, hanging like the proverbial gate, and would not run on for his rider Tariq Al Mansour, and has rather thrown this race away, whereas the winner has proven thoroughly genuine. She proved she stayed the trip last time out, only third in a handicap, beating 8 lengths, but she showed improved form in doing that. And she had Al Abjar back in third that day, back in fourth that day, just behind her, and has confirmed the form with that runner here again. So those who've got form at the trip have come to the fore here. Maluk Alanaya might, down the line, prove to be the best of these, but a slightly upside down race that he's run. In the end, he's shaped pretty well. But the winner is genuine. She's not a world beater. She wouldn't want to go up much further than 75, to be perfectly honest with you. She's won a 0 to 90 on paper, but in reality, It was an auto 80. But her attitude stands her in good stead.
Yeah, she was the second slowest to break away, and then we see House of Aviv giving them a bit of a start, ended up carting his way to the front. Takes the early lead here, though, so he's quickly rousted up to get into an early position. But if you're on Maluk Alanay, the roller coaster of emotion begins here, because you're thinking, we're in a lovely position right here. We're following the horse with the proven stamina, we're not getting ourselves into any trouble, and we're just going along nicely.
Yeah, Maluk Alanay for much of the race looked to be travelling very sweetly, and you'd be reasonably confident watching him through the early stages of the race until early in the straight, where he seems to paddle a little bit but then stays on again. But no one really wanted to go on, I didn't think, at this stage. The winners was in front, but as you said, House of Aviv was very keen and pulled his way to the front. There's a line of 4 going into the bend, but unlike a lot of races, I think they sort of found themselves there by default rather than were desperate to get to the front. The early pace wasn't ferocious. You now see that Al Jude takes a definite advantage as House of Aviv weakens rather tamely. No sooner had he got to the front than he started
Maximus as well, they both sort of fell away, and it was left to Harbour to kind of try and be the first challenger to Al Jude, but it seemed very quickly to see Quintus Maximus going away, and then you'll see House of Aviv doing a very similar thing and leaving really only 3 left in with it, because Harbour could never quite take advantage of that low rail position.
Well, you say 3, because we now see moving into 5th place and now getting into 4th. That's Matt Nook, who makes relentless headway from a poor position at this stage. And now you think, well, this is going to win if he pulls it to the outside, and that's what he does. But when he's asked to let down, Matt Nook just hangs really badly. You see him hanging in behind Al Abjar here, gets straightened out, pulled to the outside again, asks for his run, again hangs in behind, again is straightened out, comes with a run for the 3rd time, but still wants to hang into the horse on his inside at just the same point as Al Abjar begins to hang out as he gets tired. The winner's moved off the rail at this stage, and that allows Maluk Alanaya to come with a late rally to finish 2nd. But the horse who did least wrong in the race was Al Jude, and she gets a deserved win.
Who was the best horse in this race?
I guess you could say Matt Nook is the best horse in the race if you're not adjusting it for weights carried. He certainly travelled up like the best horse in the race. The way he's come through off the bend suggested he was going to come right through and win, but he just refused to go through with his effort, and that's clearly a concern. He's a horse to have reservations about going forward.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see where Al Jude goes next, because currently on a rating of around 74. I don't know whether that's the same as you've got on your
75.
rating. 75. So with a rating of 75, he might go up a little bit, but I can't imagine him going up too much with that sort of gutsy from the front display.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. If you watch this race, you can see that a couple of horses travelled better than Al Jude into the straight, but she just sees it out a little bit better in the end. So I can't see her going up more than a couple of pounds for this win. It wasn't the most competitive race on the day. There were a couple of the runners who were out of the weights. House of Aviv clearly hasn't acclimatised as yet, so there's really only 3 or 4 horses to look at in the race.
Runners are in the parade ring for our 4th contest of the card, so it means one thing and one thing only. Mark Francis, take us through them.
Yes, this is an Arabian horse handicap 0 to 60, and it's more or less a direct repeat of a similar race 2 weeks ago. More about that in just a second. They're headed by number 1, Baghdad Gudar for Abdullah Alorbi. Joint top rated with the 2, Moga for Jimmy Carrion. Al Hassas was 2nd at meeting 83 and reopposes 8 runners from the very same race. Haydar is the 4, Hamza Saad, who continues to drop in rating. And then runners 5, 6, 7 and 8 were all behind Al Hassas last time out. Naham with Berto Ramos was 7th. Era the filly was 4th, and Norweth Almediani. Idol de Violettes, Mohammed Al-Naham, that finished 9th that day. And the closest to the 3 was Mitab for Khalid Al-Mamoni, just a length behind. The 9 is Hamdi for Tariq Al-Mansour. Finished 5th in that race we keep highlighting. Both the Al Khaladir runners there are maidens, yet to win a race. Thurb Al Timyat rides the 10 Jawad Al Khaladir, and Thahel Al Khaladir is the mount of Rakan Al Abaid. Jabahat completes the 3 fillies list for Rahid Al Farouz. Inter Al Gaya, well, he's been off since March, and I imagine he's just about finished that race. He was beaten 120 lengths that day. Ferez Al Sanaitan aboard the 13. 14, Zari Al Jazra, Abdullah Al Saidi. 15, Amir Al Shadan for Khalid Al Rashed. And Abi Al Khaladir for Abdullah Al Kridis is the last of the 5 greys going to post. So who's time to shine? It's Arabian bread time.
Never stop, Mark. Never stop. Never change, never stop. Love it. Brilliant. Now, yeah, 16 going to post here. It is Arabian time, and I think you can... I don't know about you, Rory, but I could knock this down to a short list of about 4. I don't know whether you're the same as me, but there's a few of these who have let themselves down a lot recently.
As tends to be the case. Have you filtered this through the prism of stamina? Because that's a bit of an issue. The race that ties a lot of these together was over a mile last time out. And plenty of these aren't proven over the longer trip. I think that might end up being the key to the race.
Yeah, so that's what threw in a horse like Naham to me, because he just shaped like he's going to want further. Finally out of maiden company into handicaps last time out. He was the one who I looked at and thought, no early speed, but the further they go, the better you get.
Yes, as they begin to stop in front, so he's interesting enough. I wasn't mad keen. In fairness, I wasn't mad keen on a lot of these. I ended up coming down on Baghdad Gouda.
Yay! We're in agreement. I absolutely adore Baghdad Gouda. You know what you're going to
get the selections out there early.
Run from the front and see what happens at the end, but you at least know he's going to get the 2,000 metre trip. Let's start with Baghdad Gouda, horse number 1, jumping out still 6 today.
Second over this trip in Taif. 2 starts back in meeting 50, was well held in a mile 0 to 60 last time out, but they went a bit too hard for him that day. He'll be a lot happier back at this longer trip, and I think he's one of the few in the field who's ideally suited by the 2,000 metres, and I think it gives him a fair chance of going close.
Moga is horse number 2.
Placed in maiden set up to this trip, but when she runs in handicaps, she tends to let herself down.
Al Hassas is the horse that Mark has highlighted, has got the beating of a lot of these last time out. Different trip though. Yeah,
he was 2 1/4 lengths second to Munir last time out. Miatab 3rd, Era 4th, Hamdi 5th, Sahel Al Khaladia 6th, Naham 7th, etc., as you go down. So a lot of those reopposing. That was over a mile, and his best form is definitely at up to a mile. For all he holds plenty of these on that form and should run his race again. I'd just be worried about his stamina for the extra couple of furlongs here.
The horse that beat him on that day, I thought was interesting, was the horse who tumbled down through the handicaps and had taken advantage of that race. And Al Hassas was way clear of everything else. So I thought it wasn't a bad performance, but just the trip, like you said, it's a massive concern stepping up.
No, if this was a mile race, yeah. I'd very much fancy Al Hassas, but his form at 2,000 metres is just not quite so good. He's got a chance of winning, but I do think he'd be a lot more interesting at a shorter trip.
We've just seen Hamza Saad, who's going to be aboard Haydar. That's horse number 4, coming out of stall 4.
Not running particularly well at the moment. Did win a mile 0 to 60 in November, but he's another one who's been well beaten in all his starts at longer than a mile, 1,800 metres plus. He's been below form.
Naham is horse number 5.
Was a pretty bad 4th in a course and distance maiden in November, well beaten that day. Has run respectably since, without suggesting that his turn is particularly near. But you know, he tends to finish there or thereabout on the coattails of the placed horses, and he's liable to give his running again.
Shamila is in the parade ring. You're a purebred Arabian expert. Who's caught your eye here? We can just see Moga having a bit of a kick out before getting mounted.
Yeah, thank you very much, Callum. I don't know if anybody can be a purebred Arabian expert, to be honest with you, because they're just so unpredictable. But, you know, we try our best. And my paddock selection is going to go with horse number 3, Al Hassas. I'm going to follow my hero, Mark Francis, with this selection. Qatari bred by Dahes. Abdullah Al-Qaredis is on board, and they had a winner yesterday as well, so I'm sure they will follow their winning streak. It was also a nice big grey that he won on yesterday. So this is a 7-year-old, so perfect in his prime. Second last time out, of course, at meeting 83, and I just really like the look of him. Obviously, 16 runners in this. Nothing was really catching my eye, so I couldn't look away from Al Hassas, even though he will jump out of stall number 16. So I has a bit of a job on to do, but I have full faith in Al Hassas and Abdullah Al-Qaredis to win this first Arabian contest of the day. A little shout out to Moga as well. We love her. We loved her in the Taif season as well. But she is carrying 60 kilos, and she was a little bit naughty behind the stalls last time out. So hopefully she can redeem herself a little bit, come in the placings. I'd be happy for her then. But I will be sticking indeed with horse number 3, Al Hassas.
Thank you, Shamila. Horse number 3, Al Hassas, the choice of Shamila, and I'm sure will be the choice of plenty of others. David Bollon has been on the chat asking what race we're on. We're on race number 4, David, so you've not joined us too deep into the contest. We look at horse number 6, Era.
Yeah, Era was third in that race behind Al Hassas last time out. Fourth, I should say. Fourth to Munir. In that mile 0 to 60. Again, she doesn't have an awful lot to find to get close to Al Hassas, but she's another one who, again, she hasn't proven her stamina for this trip. She's lightly raced and she could actually do a little bit better. I looked at the video of that and was trying to convince myself she wanted a longer trip, but she's getting run down by the horse who finished one place behind her, which was Hamdi in that contest, who would have been ahead of her another stride. So she doesn't seem to be absolutely screaming out for the trip, but she's lightly raced enough that she might improve a little bit further.
Ivil de Violettes is number 7 out of stall 15.
Yeah, needs to step up in recent efforts, which have been pretty poor on the whole, finishing 9th in that meeting 83 contest last time out, and out of the first 10 on his previous 2 starts.
Mayertab's an interesting runner for me. 3rd last time out in that race we keep talking about. Khalid Al-Mamoni on board. Owners that tend to have a few winners in the purebred Arabian scene as well.
Yes, Mayertab, again, has run very respectably in that race and probably has the beating of the pair who finished immediately behind him. Was a good second in beating 65 as well. And yeah, I couldn't put you off if stall 1 ends up being a blessing, as it can be, but isn't guaranteed to be in these races, then he could go well. But yeah, you don't want to get stopped in your run here. If you're not particularly well away from stall 1, then you're more likely to meet interference than if you're drawn wide. And if you get interfered with in a big handicap in one of these races, it's difficult to recover.
We've already mentioned Hamdi, stayed on last time out, probably the one with less stamina ups than some of the others.
Yeah, he definitely stays Hamdi, but his handicap record over the last couple of years reads 880085. So his 5th last time out running on. It's his best effort in handicaps. I say it's his best effort in handicaps. By definition, he's been falling down the way. So he's running a much higher grade handicaps, and eventually he's fallen to a mark of 54, and he's become competitive again. If he builds on that, he's got a chance. But the problem is his form is trending in the wrong direction, Callum, you might say.
Wrong direction, great turns there. You love to see it. Jawad Al-Kaladir is horse number 10.
Was only 7th in a course and distance maiden last time out, which would be a tougher race than this, it has to be said, but he was beaten 30 lengths and not easy to fancy in that evidence.
Another Al-Kaladir behind, Tahal Al-Kaladir.
He's no superstar. I mean, he does get placed every now and again, but he's not from 17 lifetime, and he'll be doing well to break his duck in this race.
We've seen these colours of Jabahat win plenty of times in the Taif and Riyadh season in these purebred Arabian contests. Is horse number 12 going to make a difference here?
Yeah, colours of Abdul Wahed Al Musa. He's a maiden after 8 starts. He was 2nd in a 0 to 55 handicap 3 starts back over a mile, but another one who isn't proven over the trip. Now, those who haven't tried it might end up being better for it, as we saw from our last race, but not many seem to be either crying out for it or proven over it in the first place.
Inter Al-Gaya is horse number 13.
Form figures last season reached 10, 12, 17, 18, 14, which is a bit of a tale of woe, I'm afraid.
Yes, now we have Zahi Al-Jazra, horse number 14.
Yeah, again, we're getting to the horses who are down the bottom of the weights here. The last 3 before Abi Al-Khalidiyah rated 50, and Zahi Al-Jazra just hasn't shown an awful lot since being 3rd back in Taif meeting 50, which is a small field race as well. So not much encouragement there, and there's not an awful lot of Zahi Al-Jazra either.
And Mia Al-Saddam has been very busy.
Yes, he isn't really one to make excuses for. He's not the 7 in his career here. He was well beaten last time out. I would say that on that occasion you can make excuses because the trip was too short, and he's actually one of the few who will be happier at this trip. But his overall form is not massively convincing, as you'd expect of a horse who's languishing at the bottom of the handicap in a 0 to 60.
One who's even lower than him is Abi Al-Khalidiyah, horse number 60.
Yeah, Abi Al-Khalidiyah has shown very little in 4 runs. And isn't going to win this.
This is Al Hassas finishing second. There's plenty of other horses in behind in third, fourth, fifth and sixth. The winner is a good horse who's dropped down the handicap and beaten him here. But the trip is a concern, and he's not finishing like he wants further. He's sort of bobbing up and down on the one spot, added everything behind,
yes,
apart from Hamdi.
He looked dangerous a furlong out, but he's actually losing ground on those behind him from that point onwards. Stays a mile perfectly well, but the evidence of his career to date suggests he doesn't fully stay the 10 furlongs. Now, he might get away with it in this week race because there aren't many proper stayers in the contest, and I wouldn't be ruling him out, but I'm not mad on him at the trip. And again, you know, as you can see from that video, he's only a couple of lengths clear of a phalanx of horses who are beginning to close him down late in the day.
Yeah, it's a fascinating lineup of 16 in this purebred Arabian contest. Baghdad Gouda, I think Rory and I are almost singing from the same hymn sheet here. Your only concern with him is his running style. He's there to be shot at if something does stay. But if we've got some non-stayers here, he'll run them off their feet early.
Yeah, that's the thing. When he's racing at shorter, he can't get away from them, and he can sulk if he doesn't get his own way. But when he's able to race over the longer trip, then it's easier for him to get out in front and do his own thing. And I don't think too many will want to press him here with stamina doubts. And that could give Baghdad Gouda a tactical advantage.
He's also drawn 6, so he'll be able to get across quite easily. We know that a lot of these races will turn to horses going 5, 6, 7 wide, purely because they don't want to check their momentum. That also gives him an advantage, as he won't have to check his momentum to get across to the rail, in theory.
Yeah, we saw a race the other day. I say the other day, must have been yesterday, mustn't it? Where they found out about 8 or 9 wide, and only those right towards the inside were competitive off the bend, and you lose a lot of ground. These horses, particularly sort of short striding horses, when they're trying to go wide, they end up losing a lot of ground on that bend.
The other element is that they've got a long run down to the first bend here in this 2,000 metre contest compared to what they had. I think they were going over 1,400 when we last saw them, so they've got a little more time to sort themselves out.
Yeah, it depends how fast they go to that bend. Of course, if they go slowly there, then again, no one wants to sit too far back. So even if there isn't a line with them after a furlong, they can then start stacking up off a slow pace. And I think ideally, Abdullah Al-Lofi would like to set a slowish pace on Baghdad Gouda, get them stacking up, and then try to press on before the bends.
The beautiful shots of the overhead of this wonderful course, as you can see. It's a beautiful area, I must admit. We haven't had a chance to properly explore yet because we spend so much time digging through form, but it's a wonderful part of the world, and I'm really enjoying the weather at the moment too. I can't believe we're dealing with temperatures in the mid-20s all the way through the day. It's a nice place to call home. There's the training track, and you can see the main course just in the background as well, with our hard-working drone camera shot selections here as they begin the loading process. Rory, you and I are going to go with Baghdad Gouda here, aren't we?
That we are, yes.
Shamila likes Al Hassas. Mark Francis, who do you like in this one?
Well, I put up Al Hassas at the start, but digging in a little bit deeper, I think Meetab with the low draw and Al Hassas deepest out in 60. I think there is enough pace on the inside, as we saw earlier on. Sometimes it doesn't really matter with the draw, but I think Meetab, there was a £2 difference with Al Hassas last time. There's a £5 difference today. So we shall see. They are all loaded, so we are ready to go. 2,000 metres. It's Arabian 0 to 60. Long hold. Just working on possibly stall 12, which is Inter Al Gaya, who's right at the top of the stalls, as you can see. Really isn't enjoying it, is he? This 5-year-old. Been off the track for nearly a year. You can see the jockey's just going out of shot there. He's okay. So the horse will be reversed out of gate number 12 and we'll work out his participation here. Just a bit of housekeeping. I mentioned 5 greys after Abi Al Khaladir. There are indeed 6. Horses 3, 5, 10, 11, 12 and 16. As Amir Al Shadam has been backed out as well. Was next door to Inter Al Gaya. Amir Al Shadam 0 from 7. Was 12th last time. Behind Al Hassas. Inter Al Gaya just went across shot there. Seems to be okay. Here Al Shadam has the green light to run. But I think I would just end up with Meetab here. It's closest to Al Hassas and can reverse the form. So The 13 Inter Al Ghaya is well out of picture here. I wonder if they'll go without. And they're off. Indeed, they have gone without the 13, Scratch Inter Al Ghaya, who's not with the rest of the field. Yellow Cap Baghdad Godar is one of the first to show at what is a moderate early gallop. Towards the inside, the pink colours of Metab got away smartly, and so too did the quarter colours of Era. Wider out on the racecourse, a good start from Al Hassas from a wide gate is being tracked through by Naham, and also over there the black colours of Idol de Violettes as they complete their first 400 metres in 28 flat. Baghdad Godar, who has assumed command here by the best part of 2 lengths, just being overtaken now by Naham, and also up with the pace is Metab. These are the first 3. Ditto out on the racecourse, then we have Al Hassas, the grey with the brown and beige colours. Behind runners here we have Era's black cap and also the black colours of Idol de Violet, some 20-25 lengths first to last. Looking towards the back of the picture, Zari Al Drazra is one of the last still going. Also Abi Al Khaladir has plenty in front, them behind, and Jawad Al Khaladir is certainly the first one off the bridle as the leaders begin to make the turn left-handed on the approach back towards home. And it's Naham with a narrow advantage. Al Hassas travelling strongly along the outside of the riddle along Metab. These are the first 3, 2 lengths to the good over the orange sleeves of Era. Jockey just removing a set of goggles now. Deeper out on the racecourse, the black colours of Idol de Violettes. The one that's made good ground is the beige and orange colours of Fahal Al Khaladir, probably moving into 4th position now, but the leaders are clear, and the leader continues to be Naham, but Al Hassas is looming up sides. Metab digs in for the fight. Era still in 4th, and then comes Fahal Al Khaladir as they go inside the last 250 metres. Staying on from out of the pack is Haydar, and may have a late shot in this one as Naham is all out here and stride is beginning to shorten. Bursting through the pack is Haydar. Fahal Al Khaladir down the grandstand side as they go inside the last 100. Haydar is picked up from nowhere. Fahal Al Khaladir will chase him home, but Haydar is home. Win 2. Haydar, the winner for Hamza Saad, has been plummeting down the ratings, but gets his head back in front. It was a real pace collapse in the closing stages. High fives for the jockeys. Hamza Saad, the winner, just managed to held off the late challenge of Fahil Al Khaladir. A good second today. Rakan Al Abaid, the rider on that one. But the leaders just fell away in the closing stages. Haydar scores in a time of 2:22.76. Number 4, Haydar, in the black and orange colours, threaded the way through. Fahal Al Khaladir ran in close in second, beaten a length and a half. Era was always up with the pace. Got eventually beyond the likes of Naham Al Hassas, and also Metab were having a private scrap at one stage of the race and finished all in a heap. But Haydar has got the way through and wins race number 4.
Leading in a 1-2 for apprentice jockeys in our 4th race of the day. He guided Haydar to success in a race that was a truly typically thrilling purebred Arabian contest.
Yeah, they went. We were hoping that not many would want to go forward with stamina dive for so many, and that might give Baghdad Gouda a chance to get the easy lead that he needs, because he's a moody sort who tends to drop the bridle if he's passed. Unfortunately, plenty of them wanted to go forward, and that meant that Baghdad Gouda, the guaranteed stayer, didn't fancy it. And those who went forward didn't stay in the end, fell in a heap in the straight. And Haydar, who would have stamina doubts himself, has just sat well off the pace and come through late on to nab weakening horses under a very, very good ride by Hamza Saad.
Yeah, first apprentice Hamza Saad, second apprentice Rakan Al Abeid as well. So good to see 2 young jockeys plying their trade here. It's parted like the Red Sea for him in front, didn't it?
Yes, I mean, they got very tired. You saw that the international market leader Al Hassas arrived there with every chance in the straights, but his stamina ebbed away. And whenever they're weakening in front of you, it makes it easier for those coming from behind to get home in a race like this. And it was a well-judged ride not to get involved in the early pace.
And we can see it from the beginning here, and you can see how important early pace is, because Baghdad Gouda breaks away well. There it is, I'll get it out at the end. But it's immediately taken on from the lead at all sides, because there are plenty of horses that want to be right up there in the vanguard. Yeah,
Miatab was up there early. Naham was up there most of the way until weakening late in the day. Al Hassas was handy as well, as was Edel de Violette in the early stages, and Era, who's finished third, was always pretty handy as well. But we were hoping that Baghdad Gouda would be able to settle down in front, but he wasn't in front for very long before he's taken on.
Do you think the jockeys made a choice to go to the front, or these horses who are more used to travelling over shorter distance pulled their way there?
I think a lot of them just go what speed they want to go, really, in these races.
They've got one gear forward.
They also got a backward gear as well, some of them, in fairness. And I think it doesn't matter. I think there's a lot of top jockeys who don't particularly like riding in these races, because there are things you can do with a thoroughbred you simply can't do with a purebred Arabian. If they take it upon themselves to to race the way they want to race, it doesn't matter what kind of strength you have. They tend to be much smaller and slighter horses, but they're more willful.
And look at where our winner is, right at the bottom of that perfect drone shot. He's upside handy on the outside. The horses in first, second and third are going to finish 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yep.
It just shows the extent of the pace collapse.
Yeah, not many are particularly strong at the finish, and fair play to Hamza Saad. He actually delays his challenge for quite a while here, and I think if he'd gone forward at this stage as a few are beginning to struggle in front of him, that would have seemed the obvious time to make a move, but his horse wouldn't want to be making a big move into a pace at this stage either, and it makes more sense just to start making your ground as they begin to weaken in front of you. Gets a lovely gap between horses here, just off the home turn, and they're really paddling in front at this stage. He switches towards the inside. Again, thankfully the gaps stay open for him all the way through to the line. Era is going for the same gap as him at this stage, but he's just got a little bit more toe than she does, and he gets through to get into that space first. And from this point he's always going to win it, because the horse at his outside is a long-standing maiden who doesn't really want to put his head in front of the style Al Khaladia, who's an 8-year-old who's now not from 18 under rules here.
Yes, Samad Al Khaladia had a really interesting passage, just wide all the way throughout, and probably made his move a lot earlier than our eventual winner, Haydar. A masterfully patient ride from our winning jockey, but really you're saying the way these horses run, it wasn't really up to the jockey to be patient. He just didn't have enough speed to keep up with them early, and they've fallen into his lap.
Well, I'm not entirely sure about that, because he's got plenty of toe to be running at this sort of trip. But it seems to me that Hamza Saad is riding a horse who's a little bit more amenable to restraint than some others in the race. And he's not asked for an effort until turning into the home straight. And as we said, you can see at that stage that plenty of them are just crying out for the line and gasping for air at this stage. And Haydar finds that it's a lot easier to pass them than it normally would be in the races over a mile that he's usually running in.
Yeah, the supporters of Al Hassas will be frustrated with that horse's performance, but we did try and say early on that this trip was going to be a problem, and it proved again to be the problem.
He was given every chance by Abdullah Al-Quraitis, it just didn't stay in the end.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and she managed to catch up with someone.
I am with a special guest of the Almondale Stables, who is Jerome Smith. And welcome, Jerome. You're here from South Africa. And is it your first time in Saudi Arabia?
Yes, this is not my first time. Well, I'm here for 3 years, but it's my first time at the racetrack.
And how are you finding it?
Well, it's very different to the racetracks that I know from other parts of the world, and I must say it's a very pleasant atmosphere, very nice. I'm enjoying looking at all the different parts of the racetrack. First time I've been in a steward's box or even came to come speak out to the media, so it's been a very nice experience so far.
So Sultan Almondale is giving you the full tour, is he?
The full tour with all the tassels. I must say that the meals have been good. Compliments to the chef.
Are you an avid race goer in South Africa or an avid race watcher?
I'm an avid race watcher. I have a lot of interest in the different races that do happen in South Africa. Like you know, our sporting calendar, our racing calendar is very prominent during the summer times. So I'm missing out on the South African racing right now. But thank goodness there's something like Saudi Arabian racing.
And how did you get to know the Almondale family? They're a prominent racing family here in Saudi Arabia.
Well, we teach at a school where the Almondales have their boys. So that's how I got to know the family.
And how do you find the hospitality here at the racecourse? It's top notch, isn't it?
Well, it's wonderful. I really like getting to know the different people associated with different things. Something I wouldn't have known back home, but thanks to Mr. Almondale to introduce me to all these types of things.
Well, thank you so much, Jerome, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at the Jockey Club.
I will do. Thank you, and same to you.
So thank you very much to Jerome Smith for giving us a few words there. I'm going to throw you back to the brilliant Mark Francis to take you through the runners and riders of this next race.
Thank you very much indeed, Shamila. Yes, race 5 is upon us. This is another handicap for the Arabians, a 75 to 90 rated, so very closely intact here. The runners, they're headed by number 1, Dagui Latois, top rated in this field, handicapped on ability and on post position, way out in 20. Preshoza Al Ashai, also rated 90, twice a winner, twice a 6th length winner. Luis Morales, Rakan Alabaid, meanwhile, rides the 1, by the way. Favourite here is the 3, Ibn Hatim Al Khaladir for Abdullah Alorfi. 1 win from 1. Bids to maintain his unbeaten status. 4 is Mr. Grisou, first start here, formerly French-trained Azil Al-Sahani. 5 is Tuhamiat Al-Khaladir, and the 6 is Awamir. Both these two, 5 and 6, were behind Preshoza Al-Ashai last time out, ridden by Mohammed Saeed and Noev Al-Mudiani, respectively. The grey filly, Al-Sawaida, is the 7, Camillo Ospina, all wins in Poland for this filly. And Melk, the oldest boy in the field at the grand old age of 11, is the 8, Mohammed Al-Habail. 9 and 10 are both scratches, so on to 11, Jelama. 12 is Al-Daifa Jordar for Abdullah Al-Kridis, first start for this 4-year-old. Risky Foul in the cheek pieces, 6 times a winner, 3 of those in Morocco. Ahmed Al-Sharar rides Risky Foul. Amaland is 14, taking the unusual route of going up in grade despite being absolutely hammered last time out, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 15 is Jcsa, Alex Moreno, definitely shortlist worthy, run well in this grade before. Madcore won over 2,400 metres last time out, down in trip today for Naif Al-Anazi, I think Naif's first ride of the night. 17 is Jazem Athbar for Mohammed Al-Daham. No Asfan Al-Khaladir to worry about today. Final 3, Shahana Al-Rayla for Jimmy Carrion. A hat-trick of force, I should say, looking to end here, although has been running well. 19, Methkal Al-Khaladir draws the inside gate, goes the shortest route for Khalid Al-Rashed. 50 is Badi Al-Sham. Tariq Al-Mansour refused a race last time, and I should say 1 reserve gets in. That's the 21, Bayrak Al-Hizam for Ali Al-Mimoni. The runners are already in the paddock, and it's straight to horse 1, chaps.
Yes, Dagui Latois. Thank you very much, Mark.
12 lengths fifth in a 1 mile open last time out, but heavy defeats and handicaps prior to that leave him with a little bit to prove.
Preciosa Al-Athai is horse number 2.
Preciosa Al-Ashai we'll probably see in action, beating a few of these. Beat Alexia, who's sadly missing here at 6 lengths and a 7 furlong, not to 95 last time out. To Hamiat Al-Khaladir was a 3rd. Al-Sabek and Awamir further behind that day, and one of the more interesting ones on paper.
Ibn Hatem Al-Khaladir, horse number 3.
This is a really hard one to weigh up, isn't it? 9 1/4 length winner of a 6 furlong maiden on debut here. Absolutely blew the field apart that day. Second was clear of the 3rd as well. And Shibble Shamek even. Shibble Shamek. It's hard to get away from Shamila, isn't it? Was well beaten 3rd that day, won here yesterday. So that form's taken a boost. Longer trip here, but I'm looking back at the video of Ibn Hatem Al Khalidiyah. I think he will handle the longer trip absolutely fine, and he's a very interesting runner.
Mr. Grisou is horse number 4.
Yeah, you've dug through his French form a fair bit more, so maybe you're the one to talk about this. But he's a winner in France as recently as August, and the question is whether he's acclimatised to his new environment.
Yes, I'll run through that form when we get through the rest of them. Tameat Al Khalidiyah is horse number 5.
Yeah, Jahamiat Al Khalidiyah was third behind Preciosa Al Ashai last time out. That was a decent performance. Beaten 8 1/4 lengths that day, so not easy for her to turn the tables.
I got a brief shot of Awamir, and he's a gorgeous individual, number 6.
He is, but he was behind 4 of these last time out, so he's got plenty on his plate in this company.
Al Suwaida is horse number 7.
Well held all 3 starts here, Al Suwaida. All 4 of her career wins have come in Poland.
Melk is horse number 8.
Yeah, an 11-year-old now, Melk, and was regressive in the last year, unplaced in his last 7 formal outings.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Let's find some winners.
I'm trying my best, Callum, and I was umming and ahhing right up until the horses were leaving the parade ring onto the track. And I've decided to stick with horse number 3, Ibn Hatem Al Khalidiyah. It was really impressive at meeting 82. Hopefully he can carry on and get a second win in a row. I also have noted down here horse number 2, Preciosa Al Shai, and horse number 13, Risky Fowl, as eye catchers as well. So it was a toss-up between all 3 of them. I can't choose all 3, so I've decided to go with Ibn Hatem Al Khalidiyah. Only 1 paddock negative, horse number 20, Bandi Al Cham, just because he was being a little bit naughty and green fresh in the parade ring.
Thank you, Shamila, just being a little bit cheeky in the parade ring. Then we'll move straight on to horse number 11. Dajlemer is horse number 11.
I've got that down as a non-runner.
Oh, I've got him as going.
Okay, I might be wrong there.
Al Difre Jorda. That's definitely going.
Al Difre Jorda was a 7-furlong maiden winner on the first day of the season here. Placed in opens over a mile and a mile and a quarter, below his best last time out in meeting 81, but was second to Shibble Gouda in a course and distance open in November, and the best of his form gives him a fair chance here.
Just being confirmed that horse number 11 does go. Dejlemer does go. It's 9 and 10 that are non-runners.
I see what's happened there. I've
Yeah,
got 9 and the one next to 9.
We're all
10
good.
was already out. Yes, Jalamer, not easy to fancy on recent evidence. 1 from 15 career, was 13th in his reappearance, also 13th on his final run last season. As a 12-year-old now, has seen better days.
Let's go to number 13, Risky Fowl.
Risky Fowl, not a 70 handicap winner in December 2022, but absence since March, which gives him questions. He's well beaten his last 2 starts, but they were in really tough contests.
Let's have a look at Preciosa Al Asai in action. This was a run on the December the 22nd. It was the first place effort, and I thought it was a really eye-catching display, having a crack at this trip for the first time, and looked really good while doing it.
Yeah, you can't really miss Preciosa Al Ashai given her colouring. I'm not sure what's happened there.
We've jumped straight to the other insert, but that's fine, because this is Ibn Hatem Al Khalidiyah, who absolutely romped up last time.
Yeah, this is him winning a 6-furlong maiden on his debut. You see he's won by a wide margin, and there's a wide margin from the 2nd to the 3rd as well, and the 3rd came out and won a maiden here yesterday, so the form has been well franked. Obviously trying a new trip here, but I think Ibn Hatem Al Khalidiyah might just be a decent horse. He's built like a sprinter. That's the one slight concern.
And we've seen a couple of the sprinting types struggle when stepped up and tripped. This is a full replay of this effort here. Does it from the front, and it just the reason why people like this horse going over further, because the further he goes, the better he gets.
Yeah, but I think he's essentially outclassing his opposition. He's clearly pretty useful, and he goes on to win nicely. Now the question is, when you're hitting the line hard at 6 furlongs, is that a sign that you want for? That's a real turn of foot he's showing. But for me, he's showing a turn of foot because he's got lots of speed. Stepping up to mile, listen, he might get away with it. And I think he is clearly very good, but whether he's a true miler, we'll find out here. Obviously, if you've got a useful horse in this sort of grid, you don't want to pigeonhole them just as sprinters. You want them to be effective over a variety of trips because of the way the calendar is made up.
We've not gone through all of them, but there is one that we should definitely give a mention to. That's Jcsa, number 15 on the race card. That's a horse that I know has a good chance from the same ownership of Preciosa Al Asai.
Yeah, it was badly drawn behind Geshamsham Al Jazra last time out. and was only 7th that day. Made a big move forward from a poor position. Also drawn wide in 16 here, which won't necessarily stop him. He'd been in very good form to be placed in his 3 previous starts and is a pretty reliable performer at this level.
Yeah, it'll be one to watch. Keep an eye out for Mr. Grisou. That's the horse that ran in France, won on his French debut, beat a bunch of much more experienced rivals on that day, was owned by Jcsa Racing, so Powerful Connections had him and let him go. Now, nothing from that race has gone on to win since, but he's certainly worth a go here on his Saudi debut. Selections here, Rory, who do you like?
I think the 2 that we've seen in action are the 2 to concentrate on here. I'm going to go for Preciosa Al Ashai because I'm just slightly doubtful about Ibn Hatem Al Khaladia's stamina. For all, he looks like a really smart performer in the making.
I'm going to join you with that one too. Shamila liked Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah. Mark Francis, do you also like Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah?
Confirmed, Helliwell, confirmed. 2 against 2 here. I'm with Shamila. We'll be heading to the winners' enclosure after this race, I'm sure, with Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah. I thought Jcsa would also run well. Second colours of Al Shamari, who have the first colours with the 2, Preciosa Al Ashai. But Jcsa, who has the white cap, has definitely run well in this grade before. Certainly not without a chance. Whilst we're on the topic of cap colours, you've got the Dubai pair here. First colours, Mr. Grisou, red sleeves and cap, white body. Bayrak Al Hizam in 12, red sleeves, white body and red cap. To clear that up, there's Amaland, blue headgear. We've got 4 or 5 out the back, including Mr. Grisou. Awamir also, Badi Al Sham and Melk, the veteran, will be coming forward into line to stall 5. Second of our 2 Arabian bred races. This a handicap of horses rated between 75 and 90. Sure will be a busy finish. Stand by. 1,600 metres. All set. Lengthy hold. And they're off. Racing away, Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah got a good start. Centre picture. It's one of the first to show. Leading them early on is Jcsa. Out wider is Al-Dafar Jordar, who is miles off the running rail. Between them, we have the red sleeves, white cap of Bayrak Al Hizam, the reserve, and you can see Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah relaxed and cool in 4th position. Towards the back of the field, the likes of Madkor is one of the last, so too Shihana Al Rayleigh, and Mefkal Al Khaladiyah is one of the back markers as well as the white cap of Jcsa. Asserts command towards the inside for Alex Moreno. Challenge along the outside by Adefa Jordar, who may have just gone in front for a moment or 2. Travelling well in behind runners is Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah, the favourite. The gold sleeves, black jacket of Awamir just sneaks up on the running rail, followed by the turquoise jacket of Jazem Athbar. This is the first 5. Bayrak Al Hizam has come under a drive. So too has the same jacket, different cap of Mr. Grisou. 1 or 2 trying to pick off members of the pack, including Al Suwaida, as they're already turning down the side of the course and got 500 metres to travel. And Jcsa still goes well. Has an advantage of about 3 lengths on Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah, who's moved into second but has been asked to respond here. Awamir is back in 3rd towards the inside, and then comes Al-Dafar Jordar, but has the bird flown here with Jcsa as he leads by about 6 lengths. Going inside the last furlong, Jcsa. Oh, this is class, this. 6 lengths, 7 lengths to the good on Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah, and is extending further and further away as they race up towards the line. What a performance from Jcsa, muchly deserved for Alex Moreno. Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah beaten for the first time in second, tight for 3rd, involving Al-Dafar Jordar and also Preciosa Al Ashai, I think. But Jcsa, in the second colours of Khalaf Al Shamari, has absolutely destroyed them from the front in a time of 1:47.97. That's a very good time indeed for this 9-year-old, experiencing success for the 5th time in his career. He just loves this grade and was 7 lengths to the good over the favourite Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah, who had no answers for him. Jcsa wins, wide gap back to the second. Ibn Hatem Al Khaladiyah possibly drop that one in trip next time. Aldeifa Jorda has just held on for third place ahead of Preshoza Alashai. Al Suwaida was next. Jcsa from the front in a demolition job to race 5.
Mourinho, Alex, congrats. Super hat trick this week.
Alhamdulillah, Salman, thank you very much. مبروك to Khalaf, Stable Shammar. مبروك to Laurent, Asim, the assistant. Hey, مبروك to me. MashaAllah, he didn't win today.
Your gate outside?
Yeah, actually he's a speed horse. He's a front runner. So he's keeping the pace, you know? And he's in a good performance, so he stay until the finish line. Well, actually, Lauren, he gave me the opportunity today, so I have to say thank you to him, you know? Thank you, buddy.
Well, that's a double on the night for Mr. Alex Moreno, and he's all smiles. And we're not used to seeing him in these silks. We're used to seeing him winning in Athba Racing silks in the Arabian races. So a little bit of a switch up for him. And this is potentially the owner's second string, because we all thought horse number 2, Preciosa Al Shai, was the one to beat, but obviously not. Jcsa wins by a huge 7 lengths. And the last time Alex rode this horse was about a year ago, finishing 5th. And they've stepped this horse down in trip, has been run over 2,000 meters his last 2 starts. 9 years old, so one of the oldest horses in the field as well, but has a fantastic turn of foot there, as you've seen in the closing stages to the race. Jumping out of stall 16, absolutely no bother to him. So very well done to all involved. This horse is rated 80 and is by a sire called Majd Al-Arab for owner Khalaf Rabdan Al-Shamari. So very well done to everyone there. It'll be interesting to see what Alex says. As always, he usually gives us a pretty good analysis of his rides, but it looked a pretty easy ride, to be honest. We'll be shocked if he goes in for a glass of water after that, because it looked fairly easy for Alex. So will be interesting to see what he says. We can head on over to him now. Congratulations, Alex. Double for you on the day.
Thank you very much.
And the last time you rode this horse was about a year ago, and they've stepped him down in trip, but it just looked really easy for you there.
Well, actually, I saw him many rides for him. They pull him back. Actually, he's a front runner, so just let him run, you know. He just fly away.
And do you think this is the perfect distance for him? Do you think maybe 2,000 is a little bit far for him for his speed?
I think he's a little bit far for him. 1,800, 1,600, 1,400. He's perfect for them.
And you didn't seem to be pushing him in the last 400 meters. Do you think he could have won further than 7 lengths?
Well, I was worried, you know, because last time he come and he in the last he just stopped. So I just give him a chance to breathe a little bit, and he was far.
Well, this is probably the second string for this owner, and you didn't tell us again that you were going to win, so...
Oh, okay, the next race.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you.
Yes, well done, Alex Moreno, who has guided Jcsa to victory in race 5. You see, doing it at a time of 1:47.97. He beat Ibn Hatam Al Khaldir, who we said had stamina doubts and proved he had stamina doubts, was unable to reel in this winner, who clearly loves and relishes his trip in grade.
Yes, the winner maybe a little bit underappreciated because he was disappointing last time out, but he had things didn't really go his way last time out, and he'd been very consistent before that. This is his sort of grade, and he had a very good chance of getting close to the front here the way it panned out. He went forward from the start. To be honest, I think after 100 yards, the first, second and third in the contest were first, second and third in the race itself. You see at this stage, as they go forward, it's those who enter. Al-Dayfer Jota from stall 19 also went forward, the grey on the outside there, and Ibn Hatim Al-Khalidiyah from stall 10, and those were in the first 3 positions after a furlong, and that's where they stayed, with only a minor change late on. Slightly disappointing run from the 4th home, Preciosa Al-Ashai, who just hung a little against Osim at the bottom of the picture at this stage, hanging and not looking particularly keen to go forward. The jockey pretty much gives up at this stage, and then after giving up, Preciosa Al-Ashai then decides to run on and makes up a lot of ground later on to finish 4th, but just looked rather unhappy, maybe getting a bit of kickback in the early stages, and that hasn't helped that one's chances. But the winner was always well positioned under a jockey who we've talked about plenty this week. When he's on fire, he's a very hard man to stop. And when he gets a winner, he gets a lot of confidence from it, and he sees his races so much better. And this looked really straightforward for a horse who's been struggling to get his head in front in recent starts, but he's been running with credit in all his races.
6 grades in this, and the grades finished 1, 2, 3, 4 here. I thought Awamir ran a very good race for a long way, ended up fading. I think he probably ended up in about 5th or 6th position as well. So that was a positive spin for Awamir, who continued to sort of run with credit without threatening the places. But take nothing away from our winner, he's done that easily, enjoyed it. Ibn Hatam Al-Khaldir, we're going back in trip, aren't we, with that one now?
I would have thought so. It's not like he looked the winner at any stage, to be honest. He got close enough, but he wasn't able to quicken off the bend. He's meeting tougher horses than he met last time out. That's always worth pointing out when a horse steps up from maiden company. But you can see, although he's kept on very gamely to hold second, you can see that his action is not as fluid as it might be at this stage, and he's really running on muscle memory in the last furlong. But a drop and trip will suit him. They can afford to go forward with him as well. Whereas I think although he was always in the van, he showed sprinter speed out of the gates. His rider didn't want to ask him to go forward too early and try to ration that speed for the finish, but it didn't really work out on the end.
No, too good, Jcsa, and too good for Mark Francis as well, who highlighted this horse early on, as well as the eventual second as well. So I give Mark a 1-2 on that one, because he was very keen on Jcsa. We can see them break away, and you can just see what happens to Preciosa Al-Ashai, who just kind of bumps the stall, ends up jolting left, bumps into the horse next door, and was never able to get into a rhythm. And by the time he'd even looked up, it was Jcsa who'd gone flying by and got into the lead and was able to dictate from there.
Yeah, it wasn't in a terrible position after 100 metres, despite a slightly awkward start. But then others came past, and Preciosa ended up being in a poor position on the track. She didn't look happy from that point. Just looks a little bit moody. As you can see, she's not that far away there, but loses a lot of ground fairly quickly after that. And then it's only from the straight onwards, when she's in clear daylight, that she actually lets herself down and runs, and shows that she would have been really competitive if she could have kept out of the kickback earlier on. That seems to me what it was, that she was actually getting a bit of sand in her face and just didn't like it, because her head was turned to one side from an early stage.
Yeah, Alex, though, is full of confidence right now and is riding like a jockey who's on a mission to close that gap in the Jockey's Championship. It's unlikely that he'll win it, but he is going to be really fighting for that 3rd place position, and hopefully maybe even try and reel in the jockey in second. So there's plenty up for grabs in this Jockey's Championship still, even if Camille Ospina has sort of run away with things, already racking up 100 winners for the season.
Yes, I mean, listen, Alex Moreno isn't the kind of jockey to give up, and we did speak to him, and he's talking about not giving up on the championship, but essentially he's always looking for the next winner, and that's what it's all about in this game. And he's a happy man when he's riding winners, less happy when things aren't going his way, but he's always a good interviewee.
Cracking celebrations afterwards, after the race as well. The two grooms over the moon with their horses' success. But we must move on to race number 6. This is an open contest for the 3-year-olds, those quick rising 2-year-olds. Yeah, get it, guys, get it. Yes, we love to see it. And 1, and 2, and 3, and down. We love it. Absolutely brilliant scenes in the winners' enclosure. And congratulations, gentlemen, you've got yourselves a winner. We'll be looking for another winner here in race 6. Mark Francis, take us through the runners and riders.
Poppy in some of your dance moves, eh, Callum? Not too bad. Great stuff from the winners' enclosure. It goes to show what it means to have a winner at this fabulous racecourse. Back to the thoroughbreds we go. Minimum trip as well. 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs for our local bred horses open. 4 3-year-olds. They're headed by number 1, Bint Alajwad. Needs a bit of a revival. Camillo Ospina. 2 is a non-runner. 3, Kafira, still waiting to win a race. Fawa Swanas. 4, Deem Alanea, Abdullah Al Rashed. Looked all the rage at meeting 58, but has been below par twice since. Professional makes professional debut here in Saudi. Khalid Al Memoni is the 5. 6 is Al Rafea. Eddie Castro is certainly better than a mark of 70, but put a line through that run last time out. The same can be said from the same race for Tejtahom, who lost her unbeaten record for Luis Morales, dropping in grade today. Both of those. And the 8, pleasing debut for Euclides back at meeting 79. Mohammed Al-Daham today. The bottom one on that caption is the 9, Mohammadi, for Adel Al-Faradi. Turning the page, 10 saw Al-Kuwait. The rest of these all maidens, by the way. Ali Al-Wimoni, 0 from 6 so far. The 10 has the visor on today. Zayzayar for Tariq Al-Mansour, 0 from 8 so far in the beige and brown. Masandam for Mohammed Suleiman is the 12, 0 from 3 so far. And Dreamcatcher, rated just 43, 0 from 5, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. 12 runners then going to post, and it's back to the guys in the studio.
Thanks very much, Mark. As they are heading into the parade ring, we'll start from the top and work our way down as per usual. Bint Alajwad is horse number 1.
6 furlong winner in open company in Taif. Length and a half, third to Emblem Desert, and a non-winner to 3 over course and distance, 2 starts back. But that was a weak race for the grade, I thought, and was well beaten last time out. Needs to bounce back from that.
Kafira is horse number 3.
Kafira still a maiden after 7 starts, but was second to Ayat Al Mohammedia in the big auction event over a mile here, 3 starts back. Hasn't been entirely disgraced since, but still a maiden, and that has to be the worry, isn't it?
Deem Alanaye, the horse who's been very, very busy.
Yeah, 6 furlong maiden winner back in meeting 58. 7th in a pair of 7 furlong opens since. Drops back to 6 furlong, which will suit Deem Alanaye, and has place claims if putting her best foot forward.
Professional makes debut here.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty tough task for a Professional. Doesn't absolutely stand out on pedigree by Great White Eagle out of an unraced dam, who's produced 1 previous foal to race who didn't show an awful lot in a couple of runs.
Al Rafea is a fascinating runner. She famously threw the race away on her 2nd start. She went a 1/3 start, and then she was in a really tough race last time, drops back in class, but she's up against the boys.
She is, yeah. I mean, this is typical of a couple of the big stables. You step up markedly from maiden company, often into cup company, and she was in the Ministry of Education Cup last time out and could finish only 12th. Has work to do with Tejtahom on that run, but had been shaping up pretty well before that. Would have won 3 starts back, but for colliding with the rail, and made amends next time out. This is tougher. She does need to improve. She's going to win this, but she's clearly unexposed.
Tejtahom is horse number 7, paid the price for taking on Fi Rajaker early on last time out.
Yeah, that was in a much better race than this. The Ministry of Education Cup ended up finishing 8th that day, but still holds Al Rafea on that piece of form. Had previously won a 7 furlong open here by 4 lengths from Johar Bladi, and is clearly a pretty talented filly.
What do you make of Euclides, horse number 8?
I like Euclides a lot.
I thought you'd like Euclides.
She is stepping up in class, having finished 2nd to Almo Salama in a 7 furlong maiden here last time out. Showed loads of speed that day and clearly didn't get home. Was gasping for air in the final 100 yards. Once it dropped back to 1200, got lots and lots of natural speed, and I would have thought that Euclides would be really competitive here, dropping back to what should be her ideal trip.
Mohammadi, horse number 9, with a winner back in meeting 44, highly tried in 2 starts after that.
Yeah, highly tried and hasn't shown an awful lot, but they have been tough contests. But a mile is probably his ideal trip. He won over that distance in Taif, and this maybe is about getting a bit of confidence back after 2 tough runs, but I think he still struggled to win it.
So Al Q8 is horse number 10.
Not easy to fancy on recent evidence, out of the frame on his last 3 and still a maiden rate at 68.
Jcsa is horse number 11.
Even further down the ratings here, with a rating of 60, a maiden after 8 starts, running well on balance on her recent starts, but not up to this level, I wouldn't have thought.
Masandem is horse number 12.
His best effort was when a length and 3/4 third to Racine in a course and distance maiden last time out. Is up in grade, but seems to be going in the right direction, and I can see him outrunning his odds.
Dreamcatcher is number 13, but Shamila is in the parade ring. She's had a chance to look at these 2-year-olds who have just turned 3. Who's caught your eye?
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Callum, but I am here with my paddock pick, horse number 8, Eclidus, who will be ridden by Mohammed Ad-Daham. So good jockey booking there for him. These fillies are in this field are quite small, but she looks like quite a powerhouse as well. Like you said, only just turned 3, so they're pretty much basically still 2. She was second last time out at meeting 79. She just looks very, very powerful in the parade ring. I couldn't quite take my eyes off her. There weren't many other standouts, to be honest. I do have a few question marks for you. Horse number 1 does look to be a little bit on the slimmer side, though that's just because that's how she carries her weight. And horse number 12 and 13 were question marks for me. They just don't look very happy going around the parade ring here. They weren't convincing walking around at all. So I am going to stick with Eclidus and have all my faith in the hands of Mohammed Ad-Daham.
Shamila. Yes, I think Eclidus will be supported by yourself and Rory. Mightily impressive performance on debut, beating a lot of very talented individuals, horses who have plenty of experience under their belts. We can see Eclidus now absolutely full of power in the back end, and we're looking now at Mohammedi, a horse who's had plenty of tries and is probably just a bit below top class.
Yeah, well, he's 1 from 4, so you can't knock him too much, Mohammedi, but he hasn't. He's been tried in decent company here in his last 2 starts. This is his 3rd run in reasonably quick succession as well. He does drop and trip, but got a little bit to prove at the moment. He might end up being a tie force.
Here's a good looker, Jcsa, a nice individual growing into that frame. Again, you can see there's plenty more room to grow, but certainly a well put together individual, which is very different to Masandem, who looks quite light and a bit ponyish.
Yes, Masandem comes here in fairly good form, as does Jcsa, but Jcsa in particular she'll win races, but lower grade than this, I think, in handicaps. She would have been eligible for a 0-60 handicap, for example.
I mean, if
she'll definitely win one of those.
Here, she could end up looking like a really good thing in a 0-60 handicap, couldn't she? Dreamcatcher, we didn't get to give that horse much of a mention. The bottom horse here.
Yeah. She's rated, she's rated 43. She's not from 5 in her career, and while she's not completely without ability, she's been running pretty poorly on her last 2 starts and has very little chance in this company.
I feel like we've just seen Camille Spinner. He's had a quiet day today, still waiting for a winner. I imagine his winners will come much later on in the card. The White Stable have some very powerful runners.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Although, when you've got 3 or 4 in a race, he can only ride one of them. He can't get his leg over them all.
Yeah, no, there's some interesting jockey bookings later on down the card, but it's nice to see him get an outside ride here. Bint Alajwad, a typical horse who did all of her winning in Taif.
Yes, she won over this trip in Taif in open company. She ran pretty well over course and distance a couple of starts back when only beaten a length and a half into 3rd in a non-winners of 3. As I said, that's maybe not quite as good a run as it reads on paper. It wasn't the deepest non-winners of 3. Quite a small field for that race as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go in this race. I think it looks to be, on paper, you going between Eclidus and Tajetom?
They're the obvious pair, and I thought I wasn't sure that Tajetom would be a real natural over this trip, whereas I think Eclidus showed, despite being beaten last time out, that 6 furlongs is definitely her trip, and I expect her to improve a fair bit for dropping back to it.
Yeah, my only concerns with her is that she's got so much early speed. Is she going to fall into the lap of Tajetom, who will be ridden with much more patience than last time? They tried to take on Firej Jcsa last time.
Yes.
And were promptly put in their place, and I think Louis Morales is a very good jockey, and imagine he'll show the same patience he showed when he used to ride our Motterhead in races where he needed to get the trip and just sort of hold back a little bit and then use the horse in front of him as a target.
Yeah, and it may well be that Cletus. I don't think she was super free the last day, and she looked good until the last 100 metres when she simply ran out of stamina. But I think she'll improve for that. But you're right to say that Tejsha Tom has been running in better races than she has. He's got the experience. And he may well be using her as a target late in the day.
Interesting to see the headgear with Al Rafea, or the lack of headgear with Al Rafea. They didn't have cheek pieces on before when she ran into the rail. They then put them on when she won. They've taken them off now after the defeat in that very hot contest. She's a gorgeous looking filly. I've always liked her, and she's clearly got ability, but it's just I think she needs the type that needs to dictate, and this might be a bit too tough for her.
Yes, it could be, but I mean, she needs to improve on the figures to win this. But with Macho Boy out of the race, there's a little bit less depth to this than there might have been, and that should allow her to express herself. And she is unexposed after 4 starts. She looked pretty green in her first 2 as well. So although she's precocious enough, physically she was ready to race. Mentally she wasn't quite ready.
Here is Taj Tehom in action. This is a winning effort from the beginning of November. This is the second win on the spin after winning in Taif early in the season. I'm pretty sure we were here for this.
Yes.
I remember us saying that it's a horse that they very rarely, Prince Saud bin Salman very rarely had runners at Taif. And this horse did, dotted up, and they said, we're going to put the brakes on and we're going to wait for the Riyadh season. They did that with an impressive winner here and then went into tough competition and probably just got ridden too hard too early.
Yes, I mean, 8th in that cup race last time out, but beat Johar Bladi by 4 lengths over 7 furlongs before that, and showed enough natural speed to think that dropping back to 6 furlongs in this sort of contest should be not a problem for her.
Yeah, I think she'll be a very interesting runner here indeed. Between 6, 7 and 8, they're all the 3 at the top of the international market are all drawn next to each other. Does that change the tactics anyhow? If you're a Cletus and Mohammed Al-Baham, who knows this filly well, did he just say, I'm going, you've all got to catch me?
I wouldn't be absolutely certain about that. We know she's got speed and she'll appreciate the drop back and trip. But she was running in a maiden last time out, and it's often easy to assume that the horses who go to the front in maidens often do so because they're the best horse in the race, not because they're necessarily a natural front runner. And if you've got a horse who's fit, ready and has class, the easiest way to win those races is by going to the front and doing it in a straightforward fashion. But not every horse is able to do that up in class, obviously.
Yes, and we've seen it so many times before. These impressive maiden winners, suddenly when they're taken on for the lead, they can spit the dummy out.
Exactly, and if that's what they're all about, if they haven't learned how to engage with opposition on that debut, if they just go straight to the front and do it, they're essentially doing a bit of track work. And in a proper race for the first time, that can be a bit of a shock to them. But I'm hoping that Cletus won't be like that. We talk an awful lot about the white stable horses who just often run in maidens where they completely stand out in the paddock and are able to destroy weak opposition. When they step up in class, it's often quite a big step up in class. They've got the ability to be effective, but often they've learned very little from that debut run, so it becomes a very, very different task second time.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by Mohammadi. I thought he was a good thing when he won in meeting 44. That was off the back of a 3rd place effort on debut, and I was convinced. I'm pretty sure it was quite a tasty contest as well, and I don't think any of the horses in that contest have actually come out and done much since. But I'd like to see him run a better race. I don't think he's going to threaten the winners, but I'd like to see him run just a little bit of a better race. The son of Air Force Blue, a stallion we mentioned yesterday.
We did indeed, yes. Air Force Blue, an exceptional 2-year-old who didn't really train on from 2 to 3, but is still making his mark as a commercial side.
Trying to make his mark as a stallion, and certainly of those commercial types that are going to be good early pace 2-year-olds. He's a stallion you want to be on the right side of. Sora Al-Kuwait is one who I think will struggle. Zayzaya, as much as I like the look of Zayzaya, will probably struggle here. Masandan has, that's an interesting one really. A negative in the parade ring, didn't really catch my eye, but Connection have clearly thought, well, we've had a good race 3rd time up, let's step up in class and see if we can pick up some prize money here.
Yeah, he's definitely improved when finishing 2nd in course and distance maiden last time out. We talked about how it's difficult to, if you're winning a maiden impressively, stepping up to open company 2nd time out is never that easy, and this one was beaten in maiden company last time out. But it was definitely gaining the benefit of the 2 previous unplaced efforts, and he seems to be going the right way now. Whether this is too tough for him, I don't know, but he seems to be getting the hang of racing, and he should be easy enough to place to win races, perhaps at a slightly lower level.
Well, let's go through selections, nice and early. Who do you like in this one, Roy? Are you sticking with the Cletus?
Yes, I'm very much with the Cletus here. One of the my ideas of a better selection in the evening.
Taj Tahom is going to be where I'm going with the selection. I just hope that the Cletus can just fall into our laps a little bit here. So I'm going to go and side with horse number 7, just checking on the YouTube comments to make sure if there are any selections coming from YouTube. I saw there was a good conversation regarding when they were going to make those selections and seeing the horses in the parade ring first. So let's see what you've been saying. If I can manage to log into this, that would be a good start. I imagine George, I saw, was pretty keen on Taj Tahom as well, so I think he's going to stick with that. We've seen MD Papan is going to go with horse number 11, Zaya. I think there'll be some interest as well from later on as well. I'm just waiting for David to come up with his selection. He's going to stick with George. They're teaming up here with Taj Tahom. I suddenly feel like we've got a big chance there. We're all teaming up, the YouTube comments and myself, with Taj Tahom. Glory and Shamila are on Eclidus. Mark Francis, who do you like in this one?
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, it's a tough puzzle to solve, really. I think the best horse in the race is Taj Tahom, but there is plenty of pace on here. Al Rafea will go forward, so too will one or two others, so it might suit a closer, but Mohammadi would be said closer. But I think Taj Tahom, look, she showed plenty of speed in the Ministry of Education Cup, which produced a very good winner, but just fell away in the closing stages of a smoking hot race. The drop to this minimum trip makes obvious sense to me. It's a case of getting to the front and staying there, but if she does too much too early, you might see something late on. I imagine that Ado Alfaredi on the 9, Mahadami, will be played late. Playing up is Eclidus. Forward comes Deem Alanea, still waiting for Mohammadi, and there he is, which leaves a trio of runners. Bint Al-Ajwad, also Taj Tahom, and the yellow silks of Saw Al Kuwait. 6 furlongs, open company for 3-year-olds, a dozen runners, and they're off. Taj Tahom wasn't really that smartly away from stall 7. Looked as though she tried to anticipate the start, but early on, towards the inside, Maroon Sleeves of Kafira is one of the first to show. There's a good pace on here. Red Cap towards the outside, Eclidus probably just the leader. Towards the outside, Mohammadi is also up there, and back towards the rail is Bint Al-Ajwad. They're already very well strung out, probably some 15 lengths first to last, struggling to keep up his Dreamcatcher, and so too the debutant Professional as they're motoring down the side of the course. Eclidus is the leader. Mohammadi there in second. Al Rafea guided up into third, and Taj Tahom travels powerfully along the outside, now moving into a menacing position. It's a little bit too much for Bint Al-Ajwad, who now moves back into 5th as they turn into the straight here, and all eyes on Taj Tahom, who looms upsides Mohammadi deep inside the last furlong and a bit, though. They've still got to catch Eclidus, who leads by 1.5 lengths. There's a faller in the straight. Eclidus leads by 2 lengths. Taj Tahom will chase this one home, and then Mohammadi, but racing up towards the line, Eclidus will go one better, surely, than that debut from meeting 79 and wins. Eclidus the winner. Yellow jacket of Saw Al Kuwait absolutely burned up the straight to finish second, and it was close for the minor money. Well, thoughts with connections with the faller in the straight. I didn't manage to see who it was, sadly, so we'll confirm that in just a second. But the winner is Eclidus, who wins at a time of 1:13.64. Saw Al Kuwait made up great ground in the closing stages to finish second, beaten 2.25 lengths. Taj Tahom beaten again in third. But the story of the race was the faller in the straight. We still haven't got clarification on who it was. Hopefully the guys can report back in just a moment. It looked a horrible incident. So Eclidus wins this open race in great style. Saw Al Kuwait is the horse to take out of this. And in third was Taj Tahom. It was Masandam who came down. So we hope horse and rider are okay. I'm sure the guys will report in the studio. Eclidus the winner, though.
Al doing a magnificent job putting on the brakes and saving to then have something down the straight.
Yeah, there wasn't really a great deal of opportunity to put the brakes on, given that there was a lot of pace pressure. But I thought Cletus showed a lot of class, having to go hard and being pressed. Surprisingly, I thought being pressed by Mohammadi in the early stages, who I thought would sit a bit further off the pace and then try to come with a late run. But she had to go hard to beat Mohammadi to the punch, and she had to go hard to get across to the rail and cut off those who wanted to come up the inside. So I worried at that stage that she might be vulnerable in the finish, but she's proven very strong actually in the finish. She's improved a lot for the debut run. She's benefited from the step back to 6 furlongs, and she looks a really nice prospect.
Yeah, she's an interesting one to go to war with in the future. Jcsa all went wrong from the start, really. Anticipated the break, then found herself in a position where she had to make ground on the outside, and she was about 4 wide going around the turn. She comes into the straight, and I think she's just run out of stamina in the end. She's had to work really hard to get back in touch after that blazing early pace. But Cletus, you can just see, is finding plenty for pressure and wins nicely. And certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. Al Kuwait was the eventual runner-up. That horse has run on through. Beaten horses are all very, very tired, but massive run for prize money there. 19,000 Saudi Riyal to the connections of Al Kuwait, who will be chuffed to bits with that. We can give you news on Mathandam's jockey, Mohammed Suleiman, who was up okay after that absolutely horrible fall. The horse is still down and being attended to on the course, but the jockey is up on his feet, which is at least one grain of positivity from a largely sad event. But the winner, Cletus, is a horse that I think is very worth keeping on the right side of. Started later in the career than we normally see, and is clearly making up for lost time with a talented rider in Mohammed Al Habail on board.
Yes, she's clearly talented. She looked very good for most of her debut, and just weakened late in the day to finish second to Al Salama, I believe, in that race. But the way she weakened late in the day suggested that she would be a big force. Drop back in trips, lots of natural speed, but also she gave the impression that she'd probably come on for the run anyway. And she's done both those things. Drop back to 6 furlong, which suited her really well here. But also, despite having to go hard in the early stages, they were lining up to take her on the straight, and she'd beaten them off one by one to show herself to be a pretty smart performer.
Yeah, and don't give up on Jcsa either. I think she's becoming quite a frustrating horse to follow. That's 2 races in a row where she came in quite highly touted and has fluffed her lines. But that was over at the start, and she was always rushed. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with some winning connections.
I am indeed with the winning jockey, Mohammed Ad-Daham. And you rode this filly last time out, and she did well, but she did so much better today, it looked like.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, thanks to God. My filly come today very good. Last time I ride, first time to run in life, and he didn't know anything. Today, mashallah, the filly come prove, he know the race, and mashallah, jump good, and mashallah, have speed this filly. Alhamdulillah, the trainer do it everything good, and thanks to God and the trainer.
Do you think that she liked the distance better than the last time?
I think this filly no problem. What you want? Mile and 6 furlong and 8 furlong. I think he can go.
You think she'll go a mile next time, maybe?
What he want, this filly, he go with me. He go with the jockey, you know? I think he can go, inshallah.
And the stall was no problem for her. The whole race was no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Very good.
And it's a big day, the next 2 days, big races. Are you looking forward to riding any horses?
Inshallah, I hope I have some horse. Inshallah, I hope my God, inshallah, he help me. This is a race you don't know.
Yeah, because you seem to always win the big races here in the weekend.
Yeah, but inshallah today, inshallah, I have to, inshallah, win, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mohammed, as we watch them break away from the start. The horse that missed it completely was Professional, who was the debut, who was very unprofessional from the start, but actually ended up showing quite bright early speed to try and get him back involved in this race. All the paces coming from the outside, and they went a breakneck gallop. They hit 68.5 kilometres per hour down this straight.
Yeah, Cletus was always going to go forward, but as I said, there was pace pressure on her outside from Mohammadi in the early stages, and you also had Bin Al Ajwad trying to get up the rail. Mohammed Al-Daham had to go forward and cut off those 2 potential dangers. and as a result, they've gone pretty fast. I thought Teshnahom recovered well from that awkward start. I think she just reared slightly as the stalls opened and didn't get away particularly well. Looked a danger at this stage, but her run just flattened out late in the day. Mohammadi came back to form, and he was always close up throughout the race, but couldn't find any extra from early in the straight, and has been beaten for second by Teshnahom. But that's a lot better than he's done on his previous 2 starts here, and you can see that he keeps plugging on. He ends up being, I think, 4th in the end, doesn't he?
Sur Al-Kuwait takes them both.
Yeah, Sur Al-Kuwait essentially just sitting off the pace and coming through late as they've gone slightly hard fractions all the way through, which has helped something that might be held up, and that's the first positive sign from Sur Al-Kuwait in a few runs, and maybe he can be placed to advantage in handicaps fairly soon. But the winner is clearly a smart performer. The jockey thinks that she will cope with a step up and trip next time out. She certainly wasn't stopping at the end of this despite going hard, was she? So you wouldn't be worried about her going to 7 furlongs next time despite the way she shaped on debut, but I'm not entirely sure I'd want to be going a mile.
Well, this is the thing, they've got the 1,000 championships for the filly, which is over a mile. That would be probably what they're aiming for here, and trying to get her into that sort of contest, which would be a real big step up in class. But she'd have more speed than anything in that race, wouldn't she? She'd be a real interesting prospect over that trip of a mile at that time of year, in one of those really good races that are coming up in only a few weeks' time.
Yeah, and you obviously want to give her a chance to stay that sort of trip. It's not like she's super keen. She's just got natural speed, but that would be as far as she wants to go. For me, although she's not powerfully built like a sprinter, she does seem to have speed as a big asset, and I'd always be inclined to try her at shorter trips. But when you've got a major prize like that, the intention is always to give them a go at the mile, and if they don't stay, you can always drop them back.
And that feels to be the overall theme with how these good horses are campaigning. They're all trying to get the mile. If they don't get the mile, then they'll focus on sprinting, but they'll give it a go, which I think is something that we lack in the UK a little bit. We see a lot of trainers who have very talented 2-year-olds who are sprinters, but they don't try to go to the mile. They always say, "Oh, we're just gonna stay at sprinting," and it's like, well, give it a shot and see what happens. Because if it doesn't work, you can always go back sprinting.
In the old days, with top class 2-year-olds, you always start the season with the guineas. If you've got a genuinely top class 2-year-old, even if they've only shown their form to 6 furlongs, give the guineas a go, and then you can go back to sprinting. Even the likes of one of the fastest fillies I've ever seen, Habibti, back in the early 80s. She started off with the guineas and then the Irish guineas before becoming champion sprinter.
Yeah, no, she'll be certainly, I think it's an interesting way of campaigning a horse. But let's have a look at the standings and see where we lie with the jockeys, trainers and owners. First one we'll look at obviously has to be the jockeys, because we must celebrate the man, the myth, the legend. That is Camilo Ospina, who rode his 100th winner of the season yesterday. Really good effort from that jockey there. He's now well clear of Adel Alfaredi. Alex Moreno will convince you all that he's trying to close that gap. He's now on 61, so the gap does continue to close. All Adel Alfaredi really has to do is ride a couple of winners a week, and he'll keep that gap big enough. Big race, Louis had a good chance in our last contest, just couldn't get home, and Nathan Anabi clinging on to that 5th place spot with jockeys like Wigberto Ramos just snapping at his heels. Rory, Jockey Championship is sewn up, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've had this conversation a couple of times before. Every now and again, Alex will go on a winning spree and you think, oh, maybe he can close it. But listen, there's 41 between them. We were there in time when they were sort of neck and neck through most of the season, never more than a couple of wins between them. But the firepower of the white stable means that Camilo's always going to be picking up winners at almost every meeting. At the big meetings, it's a little bit more open, but when there's a load of maiden races, you can be pretty sure that Camilo Ospina is going to win a couple of them.
Yeah, Ahmed Mahmoud is leading the Trainers' Championship. Said Mutlaq in behind with 46. He's going to drop away. Ahmed Al-Bada will be the closest challenger there, because Said Mutlaq is only training the purebred Arabians. Jcsa, always a trainer to keep on the right side of as well. And Ahmed Al-Musa is down there with 33 points. Remember, Lucas Gaetano, the strike rate. You want to be on board with that man, can do nothing but send out winners, Rory.
Yeah, and obviously trainers like Jimmy Jerkins off the list there as well. He's a smaller string than some, and I'm not that keen to run horses early in Taif. He obviously arrived in the summer to start, and I wanted to get an idea of what kind of stable he had, how to get the best out of his horses. So he's starting behind a lot of these yards, but he's creeping up as well with another half winner today.
His strike rate is going to be around 18% now, because he recently celebrated his 100th run, and that was his 18th winner. So let's go to the Owners' Championship. Now the white stable, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, are roaring away with this 121 points. They'll be looking to big up that group race total though, because look, they've not had a Group 1 winner, they've not had a Group 2 winner, they've only had one Group 3 winner. They've had plenty of cup wins to keep them warm over the night. But it's Prince Faisal bin Khalid who's had that one Group 1 winner. That was with my Frankel. The Al Khalidiyah stables, they'll be looking to do the purebred Arabian group races and take those. Sheikh Abdullah Al-Mud Al-Sabah is another one who likes winning cup races. Look at that, 5 ordinary cup wins, 1 Group 3 from only 15 total winners as well. So you can see that what the big races do is they push you up the Owners' Championship. He's on 32 total points, and we're trying to take on the Al Khalidiyah stables.
Yes, unlike the Jockeys and the Trainers' Championship, the points total here is reflected in the quality of the races, whereas for the Jockeys, a win is a win, whatever kind of race it's in.
It certainly is. We go on, though, to race 7. Can't believe we're already there already. Mark Francis, take us through those runners and riders.
Thanks, guys. Yes, 10 furlongs ahead of the field again. We're back in open company for 4-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, Al Jamani for Adel Al Faradi, up in trip today. 2 wins from his last 3 runs. Fareh is the 2 for Khalid Al Rashed. 3 is my selection and best of the day, Abo Sheikar for Tariq Al Mansour. Top rated now with a few absentees to report in just a moment or two. Was second last time at meeting 84. Speaking of 4, Wafi Al Naif Al-Nazi rides that one. 5 is Mashmouk, relatively consistent for Abdullah Al-Lawfi, and the first of 3 for the Red Stable. Hataf 6, North Al-Mudiani. 7, what a horse this is, Al-Nashas. Thurb Al-Timya, 11 years of age now, 105th start on the racecourse. Al-Frinai is the 8, Mohammed Al-Ajimi, another grey. 9 is a notable absentee. Mayhamar is a big loss for the white stable here today, so no Camilo Ospino in this. We go on to the 10, which is Hafir Al-Batin for Rakan Al-Abaid. 11 is Onyx for Rayan Outer Aish, the only maiden in the initial race card. Of course, we have got some reserves to come. 12 is out. Helmi is 13, another son of Corto, Alex Moreno, looking to complete the hat-trick. 14, Thud Al-Sharaf is number 14, plenty far enough in terms of distance for this one. 15 is out as well, so on to 16, Al-Najim Al-Qarseb, certainly not one of the best premium tap horses around. Ahmed Al-Tayyar bids to overturn that statement. 17 is Tazim for Ahmed Al-Sharar, steps up in trip today, certainly capable. 18, Maroof for Mohammed Al-Dahan, looking for that quick-fire double, the other 11-year-old in the field. And the 19 is Samak for Victor Gutierrez, only managed to beat 2 home back at meeting 77. The only one on that caption is the 20, Rowan Al-Hamar for Eddie Castro, but 2 reserves get in, numbers 21 and 22. Amadi and Ibn Al-Qayyim both get into the fold, into stalls 9 and 15 respectively, so lots and lots to catch up on here. Take out horse 9, 12, 15 and 23, reserves 21 and 22, both get in. Race 7, not too far away.
Great work there, Mark, giving us all the information there. Plenty of non-runners, but crucial to note that the 2 reserves do get in. Ahmadi and Ibn Al-Qayyim both get a run in this contest. Just a little bit of news away from our last race. The jockey aboard the fallen horse, Mohammed Suleiman, was up okay and walked off the course. We will let you know if there are any jockey changes. If he stood down for the rest of the day, it was a mother and father of a tumble. We'll start with horse number 1 for this race, so race 7, Al Jamani, one of the shortlisted runners for sure here, but stepping up into unknown territory stamina-wise.
Yeah, that is the question. There are a couple of these that stand out on ratings. Al Jamani is rated 94. Was a winner of this trip at Taif, so he does have the stamina for it. His recent wins have come over a mile, but his overall form, it gives him a decent chance. He was a winner last time out in open company, winning by 2 3/4 lengths from Antarat. You could argue his very best form is at a mile, but he has won over 2,000 metres, albeit in time.
Fareh is horse number 2.
Well beaten a non-winner to 3 last time out. Was a 0 to 75 handicap winner over 1,800 metres back in March last year, but I think he's biting off more than he can chew here.
Abu Sheikha has been in fine form this season. 2 wins and a second from just 4 starts.
Yeah, running really well. Is 4 from 14 career-wise as well. Stays further. So if this does become a test of stamina, it will suit Abu Sheikha, who's got form over 1.5 miles. Was a 10 lengths winner of an 1800 metre open 2 starts back, and then a very good second to Kathir last time out, beaten 3/4 of a length. So he comes here in flying form and looks to have an excellent opportunity of getting another win.
I quite like Wafay Alays. I liked him when he ran on his penultimate start, when he finished second on the racecourse but won the race in the steward's room due to a registration error with the horse that eventually did win. That form was boosted when that horse went and won a handicap next time out. He ran a good race last time in 6th under an inadequate trip, doing his best work late under very little pressure. I think he's got a good chance here.
Yeah, he was in the primary championship of the racecourse over 1800 metres last time out, and as you said, will benefit from the step up to 2000 metres again. Clearly comes here in good form. And Wafay Alays, he's got a little bit defined on the rating. He's rated 79, but he does come here at the top of his game, so you wouldn't rule him out.
The Red Stables are in good form at the moment. They've got Mashmook in horse number 5.
Placed in opens over 1 mile and 1.5 miles this term, so stamina is not a worry for Mashmook either. Beaten 2 3/4 lengths by Akko Makbari last time out, went 3rd. A repetition of that will see Mashmook around the places, but a rating of 76 again tells you that he's got a little bit to find with the best of these.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who has really jumped off the ring in your eyes here?
Thank you very much, Callum. And it is this horse, the stunning, beautiful grey gelding, 5 years old, horse number 3, Abu Sheikha, highest rated horse in the race. And it's starting to sound like me and Mark Francis have been trading notes, but I promise we haven't. This is just a coincidence. This is the highest rated horse in the race, and for good reason as well. Definitely the best looking. I would give this horse a 10 out of 10 for presentation. I just absolutely love him. He has really nice defined hindquarters here. Has a good pilot on board as well with our star apprentice jockey, Tariq Al Mansour. He's been a bit quiet this weekend, so it would be great to see them back in the winner's enclosure. I'm going to stick with my guns and stick with horse number 3, Abu Sheikha. A lot of nice standout horses in here as well. Obviously, we have the reserve horse number 21, Ahmedi, for Abdulaziz Al Hazabi, looking really nice. And it wouldn't be the first time that we see reserve horses come up and win nicely. Horse number 1 for Gaith Al Gaith is looking nice as well. Adel Al Faredi has been quiet today, but I will be sticking with horse number 3. 2 negatives for you in here, horse number 7 and horse number 16, both carrying quite a lot of condition.
Thank you, Shamila. We'll take note of those 2 negatives as well as your paddock positive Abu Sheikha, who's thrown right in here with Tariq Al Mansour taking off a crucial couple of kilos.
Yeah, already top rated anyway, Abu Sheikha, and yeah, all the ticks appearing in his box.
Hataf is horse number 6.
Hataf was a not a 70 handicap winner over course and distance back in meeting at 77, and has run respectably in tougher contests since, notably went 4th in a non-winner to 3-2 starts back. The 7 furlong trip was too short for him when he hit last time out. I'd forgive that run, and he could hit the frame with his best form.
Al Hashash is horse number 7.
Rated 87, so he's got a decent chance on the ratings, but he's not quite the force of old. An 11-year-old now, Al Nashas, seems to be regressing on recent evidence.
Start number 106 in Saudi Arabia. Al Frani is horse number 8.
Second in a Jcsa Awards contest over this trip in Taif, and that would suggest that he's got place claims, and not quite been in the same sort of form since, and does look a little bit out of his comfort zone in a race of this nature.
Yeah, Hafa Al Batin is horse number 10.
Rated 75, but not really running to that rating at the moment. Is a 5-time winner going back, but the 9-year-old is another. He just doesn't seem quite the force of old.
Yes, Oinks is horse number 11.
Onyx is still a maiden, had been running well in that sort of company, but disappointing last time out, and surely too much to do in this company.
The horse who's a dream to own, ridden by a jockey who's in fine form. Helmi is horse number 30.
We love Helmi, don't we? He always gives his running. He always looks that whatever trip he's running over is slightly too short for him. But then you can drop him back to 6 furlongs and he'll still give the same sort of performance. Tends to run on really strongly at the end of his races. It's rarely enough to see him win, but he often picks up prize money in good contests. contests. And he again has a good chance of getting minor money today.
Sood Al Sharaf is horse number 14.
Won a maiden over 1,800 metres a couple of starts ago, only 6 behind Wafi Alays in the primary championship of the racetrack last time out. But again, you know, if getting the run of things could sneak into the places, but hard to fancy for win purposes.
Al Najm Al Kaseb is horse number 16.
Rating of 74, but this 7-year-old did win a mile and a quarter apprentice contest in Taif in 2022, but recent efforts have been very disappointing and needs to get back to the old form.
Tarzine is horse number 17. Interesting profile.
Yes, very lightly raced, was having just a second career start when winning a 7-furlong maiden on his return to meeting 84, having been 4th on debut here last season. He definitely can do better. He's up in class though and up in trip, so he's got stamina to prove as well. But he beats Al Najm Al Hadr last time out. He's definitely going the right way. Just a case of whether this is just a little bit too tough for him at this stage.
We've still got 5 more to get through. So Maroof, horse number 18.
Was beaten 10.5 lengths, went 4th in an 1,800 metre open last time out. That race won by Kathir. He has claims on the best of his form, but again, he's an 11-year-old and his good days are getting fewer and far between.
Samark is horse number 19.
Samark's hard to fancy, well beaten on his return. 1 from 19 is a pretty poor return all told and is rated 71.
Roman Alamar is horse number 20.
It's another one carrying a rating of 71. He arrives here in slightly better form than Samark does, but he's not easy to fancy from stall 20 against horses who are superior to him in the first place.
Ahmadi is horse number 21.
A rating of 69 suggests that Ahmadi will struggle here. Is pretty consistent in maiden company, but this is a bit tough.
And Ibn Al-Qayyim is the final horse we look at, horse number 22.
This is a similar sort of story. Had been running pretty well in maidens, but hasn't won in 16 starts and is rated 67.
Yeah, both of those failed to complete in meeting 89, so I presume they're running in the same race then. It'll be interesting to see how they get on here. Are you with the Abu Sheikha sort of support? There's plenty of it from both Mark Francis and Janine.
I'm just going to say this is meeting 89. That's why
they've got blank.
I think it's because the reserves that they get the blank there. But yes, am I with Abu Sheikha? Is that the question you're asking? Yes, I think I am. It looks. I wouldn't say it's straightforward, but when you start putting ticks in the relevant boxes, there aren't many missing with Abu Sheikha. Stall 3 should be fine for him. He arrives here in good form. If it's a decent test of stamina, you'd say he will stay slightly better than Al-Jamani. If it's not, that gives Al-Jamani a decent chance, and he does just about get this trip, but Abu Sheikha is the one who stays further, and you'd hope that there'd be a fair pace on here, which will test stamina.
Onyx looks lovely in the parade ring there, just going around there looking in really good shape, and you're also seeing number 13, this is Helmi. Obviously an absolute superstar, has been running all the way through. Not the biggest of types, never going to blow your eye out in the parade ring, but certainly a horse that when he hits the track, he's just turned into a different animal. And like you said, no matter what the trip he travelled over, he's always an impressive animal.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he always tends to do his best work late in the day. But the odd thing about him is that although he's effective at 1.5 miles, he's also effective at 6 furlongs with the same sort of run style.
I'm really interested in seeing horse number 17, Tazi, when we get in picture. And we'll talk about him briefly now. I thought he shaped like a real stayer when he won in meeting 84. It was his first time up this season. I thought the further he got, the more he enjoyed it. And he was just joined by another horse who also wanted to go further, I felt.
Yes, and this obviously gives him an opportunity of showing that he can stay the longer trip. And he's open to a fair bit of improvement. So although he's only rated 75 compared to 94 and 96 of the top 2, it's difficult to know what his ceiling is.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to have a look at him now. When the camera pans back, we're currently looking at Al Najm Al Qasim. Here he is, here's horse number 17. And yeah, you can see there's plenty of growing to do left in that frame. That's not completely filled out, but strong enough in behind, and a typical dirt pedigree walk where they're not going to win any dressage competitions, but they know how to get powerful hindquarters. Indeed,
yeah, and you'd like to think there's a fair bit more to come from him. My personal view is this might be just a little bit too tough at this stage on just his third career start, with a draw on stall 17, potentially tricky if he's not able to get across.
It's a real baptism of fire, isn't it, for him as well? The rest they will have Roman Alamar and Mashmouk in here. I'd imagine Mashmouk would be their #1 runner in this contest.
I would imagine so, but we've been surprised before already today with second strings outperforming the first string.
Yeah, I can't have Abu Sheikha in this one for me. I was more intrigued by Al Jamani, although the trip is a concern, but also Wafi Alaid, I think is crying out for a good run here. I remember myself and John Blance were on him in that primary championships of the racecourse contest at the back end just before Christmas, and he ran a huge race from well out of the field. But I thought he was even better last time out, where he was lugging in towards the rail, but as soon as the jockey put the stick down, he absolutely flew home, and under very little pressure really created a good impression. Naif Al-Anazi on board, he's desperate for a winner, so I think Naif
I always love it when you're with someone because they're desperate for a winner.
Well, I think it's a positive combination, isn't it? I know everyone wants to win.
Everyone wants a winner.
Naif being the face of Saudi racing, a real big part both on and off the racetrack here, is he'll want to be in the winner's enclosure for sure, and I think
that doesn't increase his chances of winning though, does it?
He'll see that he's got an opportunity aboard Wafi Alaid, and I think this is one that hopefully he can get right. He's got a habit of being really keen to get to the front when things don't go right at the start, and I just hope with this horse he just allows it to settle, but on the same token doesn't allow him to get too far detached because they might be a bit hard to catch. But Al Jamadi as well is looking for 3 wins from his last 4 starts, and a win last time out was a good run.
Absolutely, I've got no problem with Al Jamadi, and as I said, although his best recent form is over a mile, he does have that winning form over 10 furlongs back in the day at Taif, so this should be fine for him. He comes here in very good form. I don't think there was an awful lot between that pair. I find it a little bit harder to fancy Wafi Alaid. I know he's coming here on the crest of a wave with 2 recent wins to his name, but this is a tougher contest altogether.
You may notice that this race is slightly delayed. That was because of the incident we had on the course in our previous contest, and they have re-harrowed the course. We had the full fleet of track without re-harrowing, so we'll wait and see until we get started, but I imagine they'll be hosed down to start very quickly and then loaded like rapid fire to catch back up, because the one thing we do here in Saudi Arabia is we get back on time.
Yes, that's we're discussing this off air earlier. Whenever you do get a delay like this in the UK, it just, people just say, well, we're just going to be half-hour intervals or 35-minute intervals from here on in. People don't make up time, whereas we were at Taif when we had a major stalls malfunction, and we thought, we're going to be like 45 minutes late. One race was 5 minutes late, and everything else was absolutely to time for the rest of the day. It was a remarkable achievement.
And it's purely because of the way the course is run, and you can see that there's a clear idea that we need to get these horses out very quickly for the next race, and it's all going to be done to military precision. And you see the gentleman down at the start who's got the big wad of paper. We always see him waving. He's key to all of that because it's his job to make sure that the stalls handlers and the jockeys know we are loading quickly in this contest. So without him, and sometimes he does look very irate, and you often say, very rarely smiling, but clearly he has a very good plan. And here is the jockey that we were talking about, Naif Al-Anazi, who'll be looking for that win, that $1 million smile as well. Another jockey looking for a win will be Adel Al-Faradi, who's been very quiet over these first couple of days.
He's got a very good chance here with Al Jamani in this contest, and there aren't too many weeks that go by without Adel getting a winner. And he does it fairly quietly as well. We tend to really notice when Alex Moreno is on one of his streaks, or when Camilo is just ticking away those winners. But Adel Al-Faradi is between the pair of them in the Jockeys Championship, and he's just quietly going about his business, racking up the winners. Obviously, he is the reigning champion. He doesn't quite have the same opportunities this year as he had last. But he's not an easy man to keep down.
He's one of the jockeys. I think it's great we've got a chance to mention it now as we continue to wait for them to get mounted up. He for me is the best judge of pace here in Saudi Arabia. He knows his way around and can judge a pace of a race magnificently. He can win from anywhere, which I think is always great to see. He can do it from the front, he can do it from the back, he can do it from covered up or out wide. Camillo has this art of being able to get a horse to the front and being able to do it without using as much energy as possible. This man, Alex Moreno, is the mentality that I love from a jockey. This driven nature and ability to be like, I'm going to get this winner, and when I'm on fire, you can't stop me. And he just goes on these wonderful runs. But Mohammed Al-Rubaiyat,
he's a sort of the Frankie Dettori of Saudi, if you like.
Yeah,
it's all about. He's got that big personality.
Do you know he owns a nightclub?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, that's brilliant. Part jockey moonlighting of a nightclub owner. Absolutely superb there. I think Mohammed Al-Habel is another jockey who is really worth following. He suffered a nasty gallop injury when we were in Taif. He ended up breaking his wrist right towards the end of the Taif season, sort of stalled his momentum, but he's back with a vengeance now.
Yeah. Again, you know, we've discussed this a number of times. There's a fair bit of depth to the talent in the weighing room. When we speak to visiting jockeys or Class E jockeys who come from overseas, you know, they talk about how important it is to have those relationships and get owners to notice them and hoping to get rides, because there is a lot of local talent in there, and if those lads are doing the job properly, it's difficult for outside riders to get a toehold, however well they've done in the US or Panama or France or Spain or wherever it happens to be. It's no easy task just walking into the weighing room and getting good rides here.
Yeah, we've got plenty of young jockeys to keep an eye on as well. Tariq Al-Mansour in this will be on the international favourite here, Abu Sheikha, who's certainly been getting a lot of support from across the globe. So I'm sure Abu Sheikha will be one to follow. Tariq Al-Mansour on board. He is a big race apprentice jockey. When the pressure is on, Tariq can get it done. He's been doing it in Taif and in Riyadh.
Indeed, yeah, and you can go on and on. In fact, you might have to go on and on.
Yeah,
but we've got the bell has gone for the jockeys to mount, so we should be in action reasonably quickly here, and then things will start to speed up from that point onwards.
Yeah, we see Rayan Al-Taraj, he's on Onyx. He's a jockey who's mainly associated with the White Stable. He often gets rides, and when the White Stable have got multiple runners, Rayan will be on board one of them. A jockey is very much worth following. You can just see Asil Al-Matib there. Very, very good jockey who had a winner yesterday as well. He bounced back. He had a bit of a quiet spell here in Riyadh, but he's bounced back with a vengeance recently and looks to be riding back at the top of his game. We famously bumped into him at the Taif airport as he was getting on a plane that was leaving before ours. So he was certainly on his way out. Here is Al-Jamani in action last time out. This is a win, and the concern is this is a good win, but we're stepping up in trip here, and that could just do him for stamina.
Yes, I mean, that's certainly a concern that you have, but as I pointed out, although his 2 wins this season have come at a mile, he does have form over a mile, and he's got winning form over a mile and a quarter in previous seasons. So, and as you see, he's striding out very well to the line here and not looking like that an extra furlong or two will bother him too much. I would say, if you ask me for his ideal trip, I'd say it is a mile, but he does have the stamina to stay a little bit further. He's
earned his crack at a step up and trip here. This is Abu Sheikha under Tariq Al-Mansour making his way down. You just see the side of Abu Sheikha. You can see why Shamila absolutely adored him. This is him in action, finishing second. He tried to shrug off your eventual winner, who's coming right around the outside in the Saud bin Salman colours, but he's just unable to hold on to that long-time lead.
Yeah, the winner here is a decent horse, Kathir, who wins by 3/4 of length in the end. It looks like he's going to sweep by and win by further at this stage, but I thought Abu Sheikha dug in well here and kept trying.
Look
and
at the horse in third.
Forced the winner to pull out all the stops. And I thought this was a decent performance. The horse in third in your notebook?
The fourth and third won our second race on the card.
Yes.
So yeah, certainly a form boost today as well. So certainly you can understand why Abu Sheikha is the international favourite and getting plenty of support, and certainly will be the favourite of Shamila as well. Gorgeous individual making his way down there. There's something about big, strong greys that I am a sucker for.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would be in the same boat, particularly with this sort of marking. Some greys can struggle to stand out, but that sort of mottled grey, the sort of rocking horse colour, particularly with that sort of build, tends to be very appealing to people.
There's Hataf making his way down to post, a winner 3 starts ago. Naif Amandini on board as well. Run last time in 8th wasn't too positive, so they'll be looking.
No, well, that was over 7 furlongs. That would be the wrong trip for him. So stepping back up to 2,000 metres will be a positive, and he can probably put that run behind him. He needs to do better to win this, but should run his race.
You can see Prince Bandar on screen here. He's the head of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, and we continue to build up towards the Saudi Cup as well. That is his big day, and I'm sure there'll already be plenty of plans in place for that very special 2 days.
Absolutely, and always nice to see Prince Bandar at the races.
Also, massive fan of his coat. Look at that. I'm very
That is
jealous
very double-breasted, coming back into fashion again.
It really is, isn't it? You can see it coming out.
But yes, that is a coat that I could definitely not pull off myself, sadly. But Prince Bandar does rock that look particularly.
Well, I think it's worth mentioning there's some key stats about the Saudi Cup on the 23rd and 24th of Feb. We've got 1,162 total entries so far. The number of countries represented is 15 countries are represented in the Saudi Cup entries so far. That's 41 Group or Grade 1 winners in there as well, and they've all in total earned $37.6 million in prize money. So you can just see when a weekend where Saudi is front and centre in global horse racing, the overseas runners are coming.
Indeed, yeah, it's going to be a massive weekend. I'll no doubt be enjoying that from home rather than sitting out here, because my seat will be required. But I'll definitely be tuning in to see how things go there, and it's always a spectacular weekend of racing. I particularly like the setup with that international jockeys challenge on the previous day, and then the big group races. And
very much modelled on, I'm sure Hong Kong do quite a similar thing, don't they?
Yeah.
Where they've got an international jockeys challenge before the big meeting at the end, and those handicaps for the international jockeys challenge are great if you've been watching our channel.
Yeah,
because there's so many local runners and so many form lines which we already know, which we can demonstrate in those big races.
Yeah, and you get to know what the quirks of the horses involved are, and which horses might suit which jockeys. You know, they're no longer being ridden by the stable jockeys in these races, but you're having a draw to see which stars of the saddle will be teamed up with the local stars here, and that can produce some very interesting results.
Yes, it's always great to see the draw, and you see the jockeys going, oh, please not me, please not me, please not me, and then they end up on the one that they really want, and it's certainly good to see. And I know Joanna Mason is very, very keen on getting out here. She was an absolute revelation out here last year. She had, I think, 2 winners and a second, and finished right up there in the final proceedings for the Jockey Championship, International Jockey Championship, I should say, and I'm sure she's very keen. I spoke to her at Southwell Racecourse, and she was very, very keen to get back out here. So hopefully, if there are any people who are part of the powers that be who select the jockeys, Joanna Mason is keen to come back and try and get that crown.
Yeah, and she's done very well for herself, Jo Mason. She rode as an amateur for a fair while before turning professional.
Was it only due to COVID
unusual
that she turned professional?
Yeah, I think so. But she's done very well. Obviously, she's obviously had a very strong connection to Mick Easterby.
Mm-hmm.
That really helps if you've got the support of a trainer like Mick, who's now he's very much a senior trainer in the UK now, and he's training with his son these days. But still a very, very shrewd operator.
Now, let's get some selections out the way nice and quickly. Who do you like in this one?
I like Abu Sheikha, particularly when you say you can't have it. I always like it when you can't have one.
I'll always try and take one on. Yeah, Abu Sheikha, I can't have, and I'm stuck between Al Jamani and Wafi Alays, but my heart is going to rule my head. I'm going to go for Wafi Alays, but I'd like to give a good shout to Al Jamani as well. I think he could run a good race. But my selection will be horse number 4. Rory will like horse number 3. Shamila also likes horse number 3. They're circling down at the start, which means there's only one person left to ask. It's our tipster, commentator extraordinaire, Mark Francis. Who do you like in this one?
Well, thank you, Callum. Been at my overall best today, although I did put up a good word for Jcsa early on. I like Abu Sheikha here with Rory and Shamila, and I think he's going to take all the beating over this 10 furlong trip. He's been in red hot form of late. Top rated in here now, of course, without the 9 horse involved. And we saw the form on screen. Fear that eye-catching winner, 6 lengths back to the 3rd. So I think Abu Sheikha is the one to stop here. Wonderful drone shots of the racecourse. There are 3 runners here for the red stable. Just some caps to identify for you. Mashmut, the 5 first colours for Abdullah Al-Orfi in the red cap. Roman Al-Hamar, the 20, has the yellow cap for Eddie Castro. Meanwhile, Ahmed Al-Sharar has the white cap for Tazim. So we're around about 3/4 of the way through. Red stable pair will be next. Here's Mashmut, who's always proved to be pretty consistent. He's having a second think about entering stall 5, but slots forward now. This 5-year-old, Al Jamani, to the inside. 3 to go, including Thude Al Sharaf. Also Tazim, just been preceded by Samak. So Thude Al Sharaf will be the last for this delayed 7th race. Alfrani has just been taken out. Too sure what's happening to the left of shot. It's as though 1 or 2 have been worked up. So Alfrani is just being trotted around the grey. Thude Al Sharaf requiring all the attention of the stalls handlers. Overly happy, is he? Now Franey looks much more relaxed now than he did a few moments ago. They straighten him up for stall number 8. Thude Al Sharaf is the only one holding us up here. Son of point of entry. Struggling to find that himself. But he is in now. 18 runners. And they're off and racing. Al Franey very, very slow to go from stall number 8. Trails the field by about 4 or 5 lengths. Also, Ibn Al-Qayyim sluggish towards the back of the field. But Abu Sheikar broke well from stall number 3. Rider shot grey horse, orange jacket, leads the parade by about a length. Mashmook will apply some pressure in second position of what looks a very modest early tempo. Towards the inside, Al Jamani got away well, and so too did the blue jacket of Hafez Al Batin. These are the first 4. Just racing behind the leaders, we have the likes of Onyx's orange jacket. Also up there is Wafi Al-Ez for Naif Al-Anazi, red and yellow colours, probably centre pack now. Brown and white jacket of Helmi is about 7th or 8th. Looking towards the back of the screen, you can see the likes of Rowan Al-Hamar towards the back. So too is Ibn Al-Qayyim, and the other slow starter, Al Franey, has overtaken 2 or 3 runners as they complete the end of the journey down the back straight, and it's Mashmook who is in front. Abu Sheikar, though, poised to challenge in second and now matching strides with this leader. Chased along is Al Jamani to maintain his position towards the inside, and then comes Hataf in the cheek pieces and the white cap on the outside of Tazim. Just breaking cover there was Al Najim Al Qasib. Also up there, Hafez Al Batin, as 1 or 2 come under a ride, including Wafi Al Ez towards the inside. But Abu Sheikar looks easily clear at the minute. 3 lengths to the good over Al Jamani, and says, "Catch me if you can," Tariq Al Mansour, with 400 metres left to go. 4 lengths is the gap. Abu Sheikar in front. Al Jamani trying to plug on down the centre of the course, and then comes Tazim, but with a furlong and a half to go, Abu Sheikar is pulling further and further clear here for Tariq Al Mansour. Top rated in the field, top rated on paper. Abu Sheikar clears away in great style to win the 7th race in a hack canter. Abu Sheikar the winner, Tazim up for second, possibly Al Jamani, who rallied late on, for third. Abu Sheikar, easily as you like for Tariq Al Mansour. This horse in absolute flying form at the minute. Wins again. Jockey celebrating yards before the line. Winning in a time of 2:06.64. 3 3/4 back to Tazim in second, who's run a nice race as the runner-up. Al Jamani back in third. It's a 3:17.1 finish. Helmi, well, there'll be a day for Helmi one day. Finishes 4th once again. And look at that photo for 5th. Hafez Al Batin on the outside of Hataf in 5th position. 3:17.1, best horse on the day so far, Abu Sheikar.
There is ice in Tariq Al Mansour's veins as that young jockey guides the international favourite Abu Sheikha to victory in our 7th race of the day. And yeah, put your arms up and celebrate, young man, because you are one for the future. This horse, though, is doing it in the here and now and has carried on that good form he's shown all season.
Yes, and confounded his critics, which were just you, essentially.
Only me. I thought he was a bit
no
boaty.
critics of this horse whatsoever.
I thought he was a bit boaty last time. I thought he'd be vulnerable to some speedier rivals. He certainly was not. He was superb and dominated from a very early stage. And you knew when you saw Al Jamani was in a bit of trouble coming off the bend and wasn't upsides, you knew from that moment that it was all over.
Yeah, Al Jamani dropped the bridle a bit before the home straight on the inside. Not ideal for every horse to be racing on the rail in behind horses, and Al Jamani just looked a little reluctant at that stage. Then got into the contest, but his stamina ebbed away late in the day. And he's being caught for a second place by Tazim. He's run very well from a wide draw in the end.
Yeah, massive eye catcher, Tazim, who has done brilliantly considering that's only his 3rd career start. That was a big race and a career best effort.
Yeah, he's clearly going the right way, and he shouldn't be too hard to place to get more wins on the board in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we mentioned he shaped like a stair in his last race, and he's proven that again today. You'll just see him on the outside. The horse on the rail, the inside red stable horse, is Mashmook, who faded quite quickly. You'll also see Hatar just fading away, and then the rest of the field well in behind. But the 3 who are there to matter are already bang up there, and it's the winner who keeps on pouring it on. And again, you can see Al Jamani's stamina gauge is just empty at this point, and the horse who eventually takes second, that stamina gauge is just filling up.
Indeed, and of course we see Helmy running on the grey with the blue noseband, running on the finish to grab 4th, which he's done on multiple occasions this season.
Terrible start from Alfreni, who fell out the gates, and that horse's chance was done early on. But
that was almost a refusal to race, wasn't it, as much as anything. Very slowly out of the stalls, but we saw also pretty slowly away was Tazim. He's done very well to come back into the con. Actually, no, it wasn't that badly away, was he? I got distracted by something else, but he's ended up getting fairly far back on the outside, Tazim, but has run on well to get a place in there.
A little bit of housekeeping for everyone at home. The next race is scheduled for 6:55 local time. That's 6:55 local time. Sorry, Rory, you can continue.
Not a problem. Yeah, not an awful lot of changes at this stage. We've got Mashmook now has taken up the running on the red stable colours. But the eventual winner is travelling nicely from stall 3, Abu Sheikha. Tracking him with the noseband on the green and yellow colours is Al Jamani on the inside, but he just gets trapped behind 1 or 2 rivals here, and you see his head to one side at this stage, and not. I think he'd rather be in space on the outer. He does eventually get himself out to challenge, but doesn't quite get home. Here is where the button begins to get pressed. Tariq Al Mansour goes on, and Abu Sheikha or just gets Mashmook under pressure at this stage and waits for that one just to crack a little bit early in the straight.
Look at the difference when Al Jamani gets out in space. You see, head straightens up. He looks much more comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a lot happier now, and he briefly looks at danger, but he's had to work to get into that position now. And although he looks like he might play a part in the finish at this stage, he's soon under pressure again and can't do any more. And you'll see that the horse in 5th at the moment, who's making ground, that is her eventual second, Tazim, who looks a promising sort and has made up a fair degree of ground from a difficult position to get second place, and he's one to keep on side.
Yeah, the winner has done it well. Abu Sheikha continuing his good start to the season, the Riyadh season. I'm sure he'll be in one of the big races come Saudi Cup week as well, in a horse that everyone will have to be at their best to beat. Interesting campaigning with him as well. But Mark Francis can take us through the runners and riders for race 8. We stay over 2,000 metres mark, and this looks a tricky one.
Certainly does, Callum. Yes, final open race of the night before we step it up a gear for races 9, 10, 11, 12. 4-year-olds for this race, though. A mile and a quarter again. They're headed by number 1, Vindicate. Looking for vindication for Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. 2 is Once Upon a River, who's only beaten 4 horses in 3 Saudi starts. Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Treble Joy is the only maiden in the field, but will today be his day, with form figures of 2, 3, and 2 recently. Adel Al-Faradi. Al Matana for Khalid Al-Azimi is the 4, and Humour Maker, the 5 for Mohammed Al-Daham, 8 to Derevo. last time out. 6 is Hesselwood, Ali Al-Matib. 7, Nordic Lights for Abdullah Al-Khrudis, 2 wins in his last 4 runs. And Petrus is the 8 for Yasser Al-Bakawi. 9, surely the best named horse in this country, Bottle. Rocket Man is back. Tariq Al-Mansour looking for a quick-fire double. 10 is Star Horse, who proved just that last time out at meeting 80, Azil Al-Sahani. Nazrari for Thurb Al-Timyat is the 11, and Miramichi, the grey, the 12 for Ahmed Al-Azari. Emirates Night 13, Rakan Al-Abaid. 14 is Dahi, Abdullah Al-Farouz, surely shortlist worthy here. Trancafero 15, Farwas Wanast. 16, Motafared, who's certainly been on the improve recently, Naif Al-Anazi. 17, Al-Moasses, I should say, a last time out maiden winner. 18, Year of the Dragon, in the Year of the Dragon 2024, Turkey Alofi. 19, Radad, Alex Moreno. And 20, Wathig, swaps the inside gate drawn 1 to draw number 20, Jose Rodriguez. So 20 runners for our 8th race, Open Company again. And it's back to the gurus in the studio.
Thank you, Mark. Not only does he know his form, he also knows his Chinese New Year's. This man can do no wrong. We must move on to race horse number 1, Vindicate, who, like Mark said, is looking for vindication after an improved effort last time out.
Yeah, he'd been off for 15 months before his return, so it's no surprise the ship is just badly in need of that run and ran an awful lot better when 8.5 lengths fifth in a course and distance open last time out behind Loving Feeling. You'd like to think he can build on that again.
Once Upon a River, is number 2.
Once Upon a River, just the 1 win to his name, was well beaten on his return to action. Again, he might do better in terms of fitness, but not easy to fancy in this contest.
Treble Joy, the horse who's got plenty of positive form figures to his name.
Yeah, not from 15 as the most important form figure there. Constantly in the place, in the frame, in fairly good company, Treble Joy, but still looking for his first win. And that's no coincidence, I think, that he's still in maiden. He's had plenty of opportunities to break that duck. He could easily get placed here, but you wouldn't trust him to put his head in front.
Al-Matane, the horse you'd love to own, wouldn't he? 5 wins from 19 starts.
5 wins from 19 starts, but not... I mean, in fairness, his most recent run was by far his best of the season, but previous runs, 11th, 18th, 16th and 14th, don't augur well for a contest like this.
Do you remember when Human Maker won in Tythe, breaking the hearts of that long-time leader under Naif Al-Anazi?
I do indeed, yes.
He's back once again. He's only had 1 run since then. He's an interesting one at number 5.
Yeah, he beats Premium Ticket in a course and distance maiden 2 starts back, but was 13 lengths, 8th of 11 in the Jcsa Cup over course and distance last time out. He needs to do a little bit better than that, but this is a slightly easier contest.
Hesselwood is horse number 6.
Yeah, Hesselwood is, this is his sort of week because the turf racing starts tomorrow, and Hesselwood's last 2 wins have come over the 20 and 100 metres on the turf, and I think he's itching to get back to it. He was 4th in the Okaz Cup and meeting 39 in Tythe, but he is definitely a better horse on turf.
Nordic Lights at number 7, a horse who won on his penultimate start.
Yeah, he's got a decent strike rate all told, Nordic Lights, with dual course and distance winner this term. His most recent win came when beating Treble Joy and Neck 2 starts back, giving that horse weight. Again, you know, Treble Joy has got chances of turning the tables on that form line, but he tends to, happily run up to horses, whereas Nordic Lights gets the job done. He was down the field last time out, but he's a horse who will win when given the opportunity.
You can't miss him with his big white face either. Petrus is horse number 8.
He's another horse who had a long absence. Was off 2.5 years before his return, hasn't shown much in 2 starts this season.
Shamila, I haven't got a crystal ball, but I reckon your paddock eye captured Dahi, horse number 14. Am I right?
You absolutely are right, Callum. I think it'd be a crime of nature if I didn't go with one of my favourite horses in this contest. Horse number 14, Dahi. Now, he was 8th last time out, but that was in a Group 1, so the class has dropped in this slightly. He's dropped down in distance as well, so he loves going over 2,000 metres. I think everything points to him. Obviously, he's jumping out of stall 14, so has a bit to do. However, Abdulaziz Khalid has him primed and prepped and ready to go. He looks stunning in the parade ring. I mean, even if he wasn't my favourite horse, I think I would choose him. He just looks so good. So I would love to see him back in the winner's enclosure. I also really like horse number 7, Nordic Lights, and horse number 17, Al Muassis, as well. In the Look Stakes, Al Muassis is definitely up there. No paddock negatives to report back to you in this field, at least. All the horses are looking really nice, and I've got all my fingers and toes crossed for Dahi. I really want him to win.
Thank you, Shamila. And yes, I think I'm going to join you on the Dahi fan club train here, because I think he's got a massive chance in this. But we'll get to him, because Bottle Rocket Man, a great name, is horse number 9.
Yes, second in a course and distance handicap back in meeting 56, but he throws in the occasional decent run, and he has won 4 times in his career, but he's inconsistent and hard to predict.
Star Horse is a winner last time out.
Yeah, that was in a not to 85 handicap over 1,800 metres. That was the first time he's raced beyond a mile. He looked like it really suited him. He beat Taking Names and Premium Ticket in that contest. And it might just be that he's been a stayer all along and they haven't realised it. Certainly looking back at that replay, I wouldn't swear that he wouldn't benefit from an even bigger step up and trip. Again, not bred for it, being by profitable, but seemed to relish a step up and trip from winning last time out, and not easy to rule out.
Nathwari cost $725,000 as a yearling.
He did. He didn't quite live up to that for John Gosden. He did show fairly useful form, rated 87 at his peak. But it's been a long time since he ran. He moved to Doug Watson in the UAE, but he hasn't run since April 2021.
Yeah, so Mimachi is horse number 12.
Was well beaten on debut here over 7 furlongs. Was with Tom Dascombe in the UK Stays a mile and a half, but his last win came in July 2021, and is asking a lot for Miramichi to get back to winning ways here.
Emirates Knight is number 13.
Placed in a pair of not to 85 handicaps at up to 2,000 metres, but his form this term has been disappointing. 17th and 15th in 2 runs, and is searching for a bit of form at the moment.
And Dahi is horse number 14, Shamila's eye catcher.
Yeah, was successful in a not to 90 over course and distance 2 starts back, winning that by 5 lengths from Azaleo. And then he ran the Group 1 Crown Prince Cup last time out. That was an impossible task for him. He doesn't mind a wide draw. He's drawn 16 for his course and distance win 2 starts ago, and so stall 14 won't be a bother for him here.
Trancafero is horse number 15.
Was a very useful horse in Uruguay in his youth, but hasn't shown an awful lot since his 4-year-old days, and he's on a lengthy losing run.
Mutafared comes here, the last time out winner.
Yeah, he's another one who showed unexpected stamina last time out to win over this trip. Taking a not to 90 handicap by 7 1/4 lengths, and really relishing the new trip. He'd had 11 races before that over shorter trips, but really came into his own trying 10 furlongs for the first time, and looks a natural at the trip. He's obviously in tougher company here, but he's one to take seriously. He did a faster time for the mile and a quarter last time out than Dahi did for his win, so clearly he's one to take seriously here.
Al Muassis here is horse number 17.
Won a maiden last time out. That was over a mile though, and I wasn't sure that Al Muassis would relish the step up and trip to a mile and a quarter, but lightly raced, going the right way. You don't want to be too negative about a horse with that sort of profile.
Year of the Dragon has already won in the Year of the Dragon. That was back in meeting 23 though.
Yes, that was a 2,000 metre open in Taif, where Hesselwood was 3rd. He's been below form over this course and distance in his last couple of starts. On the ratings, he's got a big chance of winning this, but I'm not convinced that he's in much form at the moment.
Radad is horse number 19.
He showed useful form as a 3-year-old last season. He was 5th in the 2000 championship last year. Doesn't really look like he's progressed. He's been running respectably, but no better than that of late.
And finally, Wartig at number 20.
Well held in a 6-furlong open as recently as Saturday. That was his debut in Saudi Arabia. Was a winner of a handicap at Jebel Ali around this time last year. But I think Wartig is not the easiest to fancy, given what he showed last week.
Here's Mutafared in short. Nath Alanavi on board this one. I thought he was mightily impressive last time. Huge eye-catching performance, but he had no weight on his back.
No.
That would be my only sort of negative for him here. He was doing that off a featherweight and clearly loves Riyadh rather than Taif.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm not massively concerned about the fact he obviously was getting a bit of weight, given that he was, what was he rated in the 70s in that contest?
I think he had 50 or 54 on his back.
Yeah, he had 59.5 kilos on his back at this time. But I just thought he absolutely dashed away from them on the turn.
He loved it, didn't he?
He absolutely loved it. And
absolutely relished it, didn't he?
Sometimes you see something like that and you think, well, this is just a natural mile and a quarter horse who hasn't had a chance to show us what he can do until now. So I'm inclined to believe that for him.
Yeah, Year of the Dragon we can just see in shot here as well. He's got the winter coat. It's just beginning to try and peep its way through. But a horse that's been on the go for a while as well. And we're going to see Riyadh after him too. I'm quite interested to see how Riyadh looks because as a horse who's been a model of consistency but not really threatening the places, but not running badly. And sometimes that can be enough to get involved here.
Yeah, I thought the issue with Riyadh was that although he was pretty useful this time last year, he's like a lot of sort of early 3-year-olds. He's become hard to place because he got a fairly high rating, wasn't quite up to championship or cup level last season, and is just working his way down the handicap, unfortunately.
Yeah, keeping on running in open races.
Yeah, if you keep running in open races, that's going to be difficult. You'd love to see him in a not to 75 handicap where he could do a bit of damage.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how they all get on here. I think Dahi is certainly going to be my selection as well here, with Shamila making that call very early. I thought he ran a huge race in the Crown Prince Cup, finishing 8th. So he was ridden to get the trip, obviously that 2,400 metres, and he was the only one doing late work in a race where it contained Making Miracles, My Frankel, good horses. These are not that level.
No, they're not. No, they're not. This looks a good opportunity for Dahi. And as I said, the wide draw won't bother him because he's winning from Sol 16 over the course of the distance, a couple of starts back. Yeah.
And he's another one who was busy throughout the Taif season as well, wasn't he? So we're seeing a couple of these horses who have done lots of work in Taif returning here. I look at Humour Maker, who looked to be a Taif specialist and suddenly popped up here.
Yes, yeah, exactly. The other point I made, it just occurred to me, was that Montefar is a little bit faster than Dahi. But we're seeing Dahi in winning action over course and distance. 2 starts ago, this is an impressive performance. The front 3 at this stage had pulled well clear of the field, and Dahi sees it out better than the others for an impressive success. This was slightly slower than what Montefar did, but as you pointed out, Montefar was carrying considerably less weight than this, and so Dahi probably shades that in terms of his absolute performance. But we'll see Montefar in a second. He was visually very impressive in his contest.
There's Montefar going down to post with the regal Naif Alanazi on board. And I think he's a very interesting runner here because, like you said, he thrived off this trip. And just watch his turn of pace here. He just flies into the race, doesn't he?
It's just a case of how easily he moves up to them. On the turn, the ease with which he actually moved forward and took control of the race was very taking. And you know, you might have worried here, right? Well, maybe it's mile pace that's taken at the front. Will he see it out? But he pulls further and further clear. There are good horses in behind. Obviously, good horses are giving him chunks of weight, but he's won it so easily. You'd have thought that even at level weights, he'd have gone exceptionally close here. And I would just favour him trying to follow up here as well.
Ravnir Singh is going for horse number 16. It's Mutafara, so he's joining you there, Rory. So that's a YouTube comment there, Ravnir. Welcome in, Ravnir. Good to have you with us, and a pretty shrewd selection in horse number 16, Mutafara too. So you and Rory are both teaming up with that one. I'm sure there'll be a few of us all jumping on the Dahi train. It won't just be me and Shamila, surely. But David's come out with a selection. He's gone with 17. Al Muwaffis, who was a winner last time. Are you taking confidence into this? Lightly raced this season.
He's lightly raced all told. He's only had the 5 runs. Got his head in front for the first time last time out. Both his runs in Riyadh have been good this season. The question with him is whether he wants the extra 2 furlongs. The wind came over a mile. The longer trip, I couldn't say one way or another whether it will suit him, but it's a little bit of a question mark when they haven't done it before. But obviously, as we've seen with Montefar, sometimes they come into their own for stepping up a trip.
Certainly they do. Let's go through selections one more time. So me and Shamila are teaming up with Dahi, horse number 14, whilst Rory and Rav are teaming up with Montefar, number 16. And David has gone with Al Muwaffis, number 17. Mark Francis, they're making the way behind the stalls. This is a cracking contest, but I can't get away from Dahi. Can you?
Just about, sadly, Callum. I've got Dahi in as second best. And my selection is Rory's. I'm sure he'll be delighted to know. Montefar for me has certainly been on the improve recently. 2 wins from 12, a winner just a few weeks back, but has been running well here and also in Taif over the summer as well. Naif Alanazi in the saddle. I think Motafared is the horse to beat here. Dahi should go close. Obvious claims there. 8th in a Group 1 last time out, but a 5-length handicap winner back at meeting 71. I thought the best looker in the paddock was actually Nordic Lights. It's a beautiful horse. You can just see there going out of shot. Real paddock eye catcher. Whether that reflects on his ability, we shall see. But he's got a lovely, gorgeous face, Nordic Lights. Abdullah Al-Kridis on board and has been in good form lately. 2 wins in his last 4 starts, this 9-year-old. So the loading process is underway. Now, lots of similar jackets here. You can see there Riyadh, purple cap, purple epaulets on green. Different colours here for Nasrari, who's all in green. Top horse Vindicate is in a green jacket with red epaulets, whilst his stablemate in the same ownership, Bottle Rocket Man, has the white cap. You can see, well, you could see away to the left on the previous screen. Humour Maker goes into 5. Mohammed Al Daham looking for a double. He's been in great form in the last few weeks. Mohammed. Khalid Al Azimi goes in. Al Matana on the 4. So we're slowly getting there, with all the Group 2s and Group 1 to come here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Pleasure for you to join us. Some great racing to come. Really looking forward to the next couple of hours. Nordic Lights. You can see his white face from the grandstands. Dahi next. And Al Moassess, a recent winner. Just a handful left to go. Here's Motafared, the commentary box selection. Year of the Dragon in the background. White headgear for that one. Turkey Alofi. Riyadh will be one of the last. Waiting for Hesselwood and Star Horse to complete the line for our 8th race here. Once again over the 10 furlongs. They're all set. Stand by. The yelping shout of the starter. Sure, Tariq Al Mansour completely happy with Bottle Rocket Man in 9. 2 trying to anticipate the start. Too sure on the hold-up. Green light is given from behind, and they're off. Racing away then over 10 furlongs for this open race for 4-year-olds and upwards. Emirates Knight is one of those early on, vying for the early lead. Also up there is Dahi, 2/3 of the way over to the far side. It looks as though the pace is coming from out wide, with Year of the Dragon also prominent. Riyadh from stall 19, and Wathig is being ridden forward to take an early position as they complete their first 200 metres. And in the centre, Emirates Knight is up there with Star Horse, purple cap on the outside of Riyadh. And then comes Motafared. Those drawn low, well, they're already some 6-7 lengths behind. You can see the striped jacket of Once Upon a River towards the inside. That was drawn in too. Also there is Trancafero. At the back of the field, Vindicate is the last one. Also towards the rear is Petrus and Humour Maker as well, as they go down the far side of the course, clocking 58 kilometres an hour, and it's a 4-way go for the lead. Towards the inside, Star Horse has company with Dahi in second position. Motafared just ridden to maintain his position, and then Year of the Dragon on the outside. Wathig is closing in the pink colours, and then comes the big white face of Nordic Lights. Emirates Knight now beating a retreat back towards the inside. The one that's making ground now is Bottle Rocket Man in the white colours, although now ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. And then comes the red and blue of Trancafero, but down the side they go on the approach towards the home straight. 400 metres to go, and Dahi says go under Abdullah Al Farouz. 2 lengths to the good now on Year of the Dragon, who's running an absolute blinder in second. Staying on towards the inside is Treble Joy, and then comes the pink colours of Wathig, but Dahi is in front by 1.5 lengths. Chased by Year of the Dragon. Wathig is not giving up along the outside. Dahi, with 50 yards to last, is finding another. But Abdullah Al Farouz, Dahi is in front, ridden up towards the line. Dahi will win. Wins the 8th race in great style. Wartig second, close for third. Treble Joy running another blinder. Just always seems to bump into one, does Treble Joy. But Dahi wins in a time of 2:06.91. Delighted winning connections here. Dahi, oh, I'm sure we need a camera on Shamila, all right. She'll be absolutely loving this. Third win of the season, out of Group 1 company, wins again. And will return to the winners' enclosure once more. Abdullah Al Farouz struggling to pull him up, really. Wins by a length and a quarter over Wartig, who run him close in the closing stages. Wartig's run very well in second. Treble Joy, one day will come for him. Treble Joy back in third. Year of the Dragon, another solid performance from him. Year of the Dragon in fourth. Humour Maker fifth. Emirates Knight in sixth. Dahi the winner, 2:06.91 the winning time. Close for the Miners. Wartig second. Treble Joy in third. Congratulations to the team. And of course our reporter, Shamila Hanley.
Thank you.
Well, I doubt they could fit many more people in the winning enclosure as we see some wonderful scenes as Dahi is brought in after winning race 8 and justifying the support of Shamila, who absolutely adores this horse, and she'll be over the moon with this success. Abdullah Al Farouz gave him a very confident ride, Rory, was always right up there in the vanguard, and turning for home, it was a matter of would he stay there?
Yeah, and to be honest, there wasn't a massive question about it, given how sweetly he travelled. Motafarad, on the other hand, was alongside him from a similar draw coming from stall 16, but he was being niggled along early on. And when you bear in mind that he almost won on the bridle last time out, the second he was being niggled, you knew he was in trouble, and he was heavily eased a long way from home. So it was fairly much, well, one-way traffic for a long way. He was hanging on a little bit towards the end with the likes of Treble Joy and Wathig finishing off fairly well, but he didn't look in much danger of defeat. For all, he was committed a fair way from home. It was nice to see a return to form from Year of the Dragon, who's just been struggling to put his best foot forward recently, but this is a lot more like it from him. Just faded in the end to finish fourth, but a lot more spark than he's shown in recent starts. And Wathig having just his second start here, and his first start was last week. I wasn't sure that he would back up that quickly, but he's actually run pretty well and galloped all the way to the line, looking like he'd almost need a little bit further than this big scopy sort. He did win a year ago in Maidan, I believe. But we see the start of the race, and again, not a huge amount changed early on here. Once Upon a River was one of the few from inside draws who wanted to go forward. You see basically 6 or 7 horses drawn together on the outside have come out racing in the centre of the track at the moment. They'll just move across as one towards the rail, and those include Year of the Dragon, who's run that decent race. Wathig from the outside stall in 20. Riyadh was up there in the early stages as well. And the winner was always pretty handy. Dahi from stall 14 sits in second place at this stage. Star Horse from stall 10, maybe just in front at this stage, but 5 horses in line immediately behind him. And Dahi's in pole position, just 2 horses off the rail, 1 horse off the rail if you like, and one wide of him was what appeared to be his main danger, Motafarid. But soon after this you'll see Motafarid just being niggled, and Naif Al-Nazi never looked entirely happy on him. And once he had to be asked for his effort at this stage in between horses, I thought he was in trouble. Now, you thought he might have got a nudge here, but I thought he just rolled around and backed out of things. It's himself. It's not the other horse coming across him. He's just rolling around, and he was never as happy as he was last time out. And Naif pretty much gives up at this stage and just lets him come home in his own time. But yeah, that was maybe when you get a big improvement like he showed last time out, you think, okay, well, this should just be his trip. But often the old bounce theory is that when a horse puts up a massive performance, often that will knock them back, and they will run disappointingly on the next start, and it'll take them a while to rediscover that form if they do. And he certainly bounced off that big effort last time out. Never really got
a much tougher race though, and he was ridden with different tactics as well. Like on that maiden race, he came from off the speed. I think the fact that he was drawn so wide and all the pace came from out wide, he's kind of forced his hand into we've got to try and make the running, and as soon as the taps were turned, it wasn't even fully round the bend.
No, it wasn't. It was very quickly, and as I said, he's in between horses, and he was able to sort of move up. He wasn't miles off the pace last time up, but he was able to make his move forward at horses, and they were always in his sights. Here the horses were around him, and he seemed to be uncomfortable being surrounded by other pace, and just seemed to back out of it very quickly. It'll be interesting to see if there's anything in the vet's report about him after the race, because he cut out very quickly with Naif essentially just sitting up on him from 2 furlongs out.
Just hearing Mohammed Suleiman, who was the jockey who fell in one of our previous races, has gone to hospital for observation. He was on his feet after the fall, but he has been taken to hospital for observation. So there may be some jockey changes later on in the card. Obviously, we will let you know, and we send our best wishes to the jockey as well. Make sure that he is back sooner rather than later, and I'm sure all the jockeys in the weighing room will be riding for him now for the final few races on the card. This contest was all about jockey trip as well. I was really impressed with Abdullah Al Farouz, not only by the way he positioned his horse, but in the finish when the horse started idling, he didn't start flapping. That's the one thing I cannot stand when I'm sitting watching racing. When a jockey is in front and the horse in front is just beginning to wander, idle, and the jockey does the one thing you don't want to do is just start flapping and unbalancing the horse.
Yes, exactly. It's important to maintain that momentum, but jockeys should never be surprised by what the horse underneath them is doing. You know, if you make a big move off the bend as he has here, you know that the horse is liable to get a little bit tired later on. You know that without company, they tend to idle, the ears will go back and forward. You need to be able to keep them up to the work. It shouldn't, you know, the worst thing you see is when a jockey thinks he's got to race one easily and is showboating a little bit, and then the horse comes back underneath him, and suddenly you get panic setting in, and whatever reaction comes next is almost always the wrong one. But a jockey shouldn't be surprised in the first place. The
Unless you're Black Caviar. Unless you're Black Caviar. I always say, I'm a huge fan of showboating. I'm always like, yeah, but what about Black Caviar? Which is a terrible excuse because it's a once-in-a-lifetime situation and a Black Caviar sitch. But they're already in the pre-parade ring for race number 9, and this is the first of our group races. We've got a run of 4 group races. This is the Prince Naif bin Abdulaziz Cup. It is over 1,600 metres, the mile trip. We lose horse number 1 and 2, but Mark Francis can take us through the rest of them.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, shame about the 3 absentees here in total. Star Ahoy is out, who was last in the UK Cup last week but gets a break today. And the 2, Courageous Knight, formerly trained by Godolphin, who doesn't go here either. So we go on to the 3. Speaking of Godolphin, James Doyle is in town, and he rides here on Tabaretta, the first of James's 2 rides here this evening. 4 is Wisdom Keeper for Naif Al-Anazi. 5, Al Wazir for Asil Al Sahani, who has a new mount to look forward to in our last race. We'll update that for you a little bit later. Out of Shadows, formerly trained by Marco Botti, Mohammed Al Hubayo is the 6, and 7 is Uncle, who's usually a player. For the places, Mohammed Al Daham, the 7. Power in numbers, has a powerful number. He's rated a whopping 103. Camillo Ospina riding this one today. Over the page, Mr. is the 9, formerly trained by Joseph O'Brien, Khaled Al-Mamoni. 10, Master Skills. We're looking to deploy those with Berto Ramos. Messiah is the 11. 3rd last season 3 times. Messiah looking to go 2 better here. 12 is out, so move on to 13. William Tell, another trained by Godolphin of a previous career. Andre Farb used to have this one in France. Eddie Castro. 14, formerly trained in the US. Now Mo Strike is a big player here for Farhed Al Faradi. 15, Al Mohem will be closing late for Abdullah Al Farouz. My map 16, Adel Al Faradi. We've not seen for a while, but he's highly prolific. As I say, Adele rides the 16, and 17, Time Najad, who is a maiden 0 from 9 so far. 2 over the page, Brack for Abdulaziz Al Faradi is 18, and Talladega is the 19 for Luis Morales. So another race with a big non-runner or non-runners here. Take out the 1, 2, and 12. Sad to see no Akfiq here, so it does change the complexion slightly. It's back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, Mark. And yes, you're right. It is a bit of a shame we're not seeing Akfiq. He would have certainly been a horse that I'm sure plenty of us on track and at home would have been interested in supporting. But we will start with Tabaretta, horse number 3, the ex-Godolphin runner.
Yeah, his wins came at a mile and a furlong and a mile and a half. I think both at Wolverhampton for Charlie Appleby. Was a good 3rd behind Derevo in the Jcsa Cup last time out, and ought to be competitive here for all he stays a little bit further than a mile.
Wisdom Keeper, a stunning looking individual. Just seen him in the parade ring. He still looks absolutely gorgeous. Posted a huge impression on debut. He's not quite been the same since.
No, impressive course of distance maiden winner, but found out in better company since, and rather too many in these colours. Take your eye out, look impressive in weak opposition, and then just have struggled to go on from that.
I would give him a pass on both runs. The second time up, he was put in an absolute humdinger of a contest and really had no chance, really, especially on second start. But his 3rd start, he looked the winner for a long way and then just stopped. Like it was unbelievable how quickly it stopped. I thought something was amiss. So I'm surprised to see him turned out so quickly. But if he can repeat that early pace, that way he travelled into the race, I think he'd be right up there in this contest. I'm not losing faith yet.
Okay, it's okay. It's all about what you do in the last 2 furlongs, not the first 2 furlongs that count in races of this nature, and Wisdom Keeper's got a little bit to prove now. Next we have...
Al Wazir is horse number 5.
Yeah, he was down the field in a local Group 3 last time out over course and distance, and has largely been below form since winning the Prince Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Abdulaziz Cup last year. If he can refine that form, he's got a good chance, but he's been a little bit below par of late.
Yes, we're going to see Uncle, horse number 7, a regular place performer who's got to have a chance here.
Yeah, he's a consistent sort, Uncle, in open company. He tends to be found out when he steps up to this sort of class. But he wasn't, he never runs badly. He was 4 1/4 lengths fifth in a course and distance Group 3 last time out. If he repeats that, he'll be, in and around the places again. But he just struggles to get the breakthrough at this sort of level in terms of the wins. But he keeps picking up prize money, and decent prize money at that.
Power in numbers, horse number 8. Oh, I love this pony.
Yeah, was disqualified after beating Almahelm and Brook in a course and distance open, but won the Side Al Majd Cup over 2,000 metres last time out. I don't think it'll worry him too much dropping back to a mile again. He's got a lot of quality about him, and there's a lot more to come from him. He's now got 4 career wins, 3 in the US, and then his win here last time out.
Mr. a winner for Joseph O'Brien in Ireland, number 9.
Yeah, one for Joseph, was third in a listed race at the Curragh back in May for the yard, and largely consistent since making his local debut here. He's got to show his very best form to be competitive here and possibly take a step forward. But the fact that he was listed class in Ireland says plenty.
Master skills looks to be Prince Sultan bin Michel's bin Abdulaziz's second string runner here with Berta Ramos on board.
Yeah, he's not been disgraced in 4 runs in Riyadh this season, but only won once in his career. Has a rating of 84, a bit below his best last time out, and not easy to fancy at this lofty level.
I'll tell you what, if you're the connections of Messiah, you'll be fuming. This horse never gets into races. I always see him in the reserves, and the one race he does get in look a little bit too hot for him.
Yeah, it does a little bit. He has won twice. He's pretty consistent on the whole, but again, with a rating of 84, he needs a few of these to underperform for him to win. But he might sneak a place.
William Taylor's horse number 13.
Yeah, he's been placed off his current mark, rated 95 at the moment, placed in turf handicaps in France off that sort of mark. He's also run up to his best on the all-weather. He was an all-weather winner in February. He's run well on artificial surfaces in France since that. He's making his debut here. There's obviously a little bit of a question mark as to how quickly he will adapt. But we've seen 1 or 2 imports immediately click here of late, so he's not an easy one.
He'd have to really click here as well.
He would have to click. He's in a really hot contest. It's one thing running in an open first time up, but running in a group contest in your first start, even if he does run to the best of his French form, he could still be vulnerable here.
Mo Strike, the American import who won on his belated debut, is horse number 14.
Yeah, he now carries a rating of 102. He was a Group 3 winner, or Grade 3 winner, I should say, in the US, and his form as a 2-year-old there was pretty decent. The form he showed in winning an Open here in December didn't have to be up to that, but he's still impressed, and you'd like to think he'll have more to come now that he's got his winning bracket in Saudi Arabia.
Almahelm must be sick and tired of seeing power in numbers.
Yes, he was awarded the race after finishing second to Power in Numbers a couple of starts back, and then was third to that rival again last time out. It's a consistent performer, Almahelm, a solid 98 horse. And again, we've seen tonight that being drawn as wide as he is not necessarily a problem as long as you've got friends to help you out.
Absolutely. My map is horse number 16, a horse I quite like and looks to be the stable's first string.
He won a Saudi Derby qualifier, the Saudi Derby qualifier, I should say, last year, and was an excellent second to Man of the Night in the General Intelligence Presidency Cup last time out. That's a fair while ago. That was just the second day of the season here.
2
so
months off,
he's been given a fair break since that. But I'd imagine he'd have had this race on his radar since that was a case of just getting him up and running again. He won a 6 furlong contest at 2 starts back. He's adaptable in terms of trip. He's got plenty of class about him, and I think he has to be a player here.
He beat Alpha Salea in that 6 furlong contest as well, which is clearly cracking form, because that filly has gone on to be a real star here. She's one of the top fillies in the country at the moment. Time Nash is horse number 17.
Yeah, he's rating of 83, but still a maiden. Clearly will win a maiden, the Son of Time test, but this is a really tough spot for a horse of his rating.
Bruck, great name, okay form as well.
Yeah, he's consistent. Again, he's only won the one race, but he's been in the money in his last 4 starts. 5th behind Power in Numbers and Almahelm over 2,000 metres last time out. Again, he's got a reasonable chance of picking up a bit of prize money here, but a surprise if he's good enough to win.
All the Will Farrell fans will be getting aboard Talladega after that great film, Talladega Nights.
Talladega Nights. Both runs here have come over 2,000 metres. was second in a non-winners of 4 2 starts back, and 6th to De Revo in the Jcsa Cup last time out. But behind Tabaretta there, and will do well to turn the tables with him.
Yes, I think it's a really interesting race. We just see Prince Bandar there with another Prince too. I wonder what the conversations are going on there, because they must be really looking forward to this. And Prince Bandar must be thinking, this is just the beginning. This is the build-up to what's possibly the biggest 2 days of racing in Saudi Arabia. I'd say possibly the biggest 2 days of racing in the Gulf, because look at the way the power in which this meeting has just accelerated and been a real permanent fixture of the flat racing calendar internationally is awe-inspiring.
Yes, it's a massive day. And it's something to look forward to, but let's catch Shamila.
Shamila is in the parade ring, some stunners in this one.
Thank you very much, Callum. It is the first race of our King's Cup series. This race is worth 700,000 Saudi Riyal. And horse number 7 has just been taken into the middle of the parade ring here behind me to resaddle what looks like. The other jockeys have mounted and are on the way down. And my paddock eye catcher is horse number 8, Power in Numbers. Stunning 4-year-old colt by Grieven, has been very successful this season. First last time out at meeting at 77. Just an absolute stunner. I have about 6 horses literally noted down here as being eye catchers. Horse number 3, Tabarata. Horse number 4, Wisdom Keeper. Uncle, Power in Numbers, Mo Strike, and My Map. All beautiful looking horses. So honestly, it's a toss-up between all of them. It's an absolute minefield. I will be sticking with Power in Numbers, the White Stables, and Camila Ospina to get the job done in this first group contest of the evening.
Thank you, Shamila. I can't believe I'm saying this. We're joining forces again. We joined with Dahi with success, and we're going to join with Power in Numbers in success as well. I think Power in Numbers is clearly just a stunning individual. There's no getting away from that, but the ability is up there too, and I thought so impressive last time. I'm slightly concerned dropping back in trip. I thought he thrived over that 2,000 metres, so the drop back is purely to try and get this race under the bag for the White Stable, isn't it?
Yes, but he's got a rating of 103. He's one of 2 or 3 who stand out on the ratings here. He's 103, My Map's 104, Mo Strike's 102. You'd have thought one of the 3 of them is going to win this. Maybe not his ideal trip, Power in Numbers, but he's got more to offer, and it may well be that that the drop and trip is not too much of a concern for him. My Map is definitely a miler. Mo Strike, I would say Mo Strike is the one with a slight question mark about stamina for this trip. He was effective at shorter trips in the States, and his win came over 7 furlong series, so he's stretching out to a mile. My Map is proven, having won over course and distance.
Yeah, I'm keen to see how Wisdom Keeper gets on. This is a real baptism of fire for Wisdom Keeper, whether I'm going to get a good chance or not. Let's have a look at Power in Numbers in action, though. It's always great to see a good horse just let loose from the front. You'll see Al Marhem in behind as well. He's not able to close the gap. In fact, the further Power in Numbers goes, the more impressive he gets. Yeah, and that is your slight question today, that he's cutting back in trip, whereas he's clearly hit the line very hard here, and is an exciting horse at the 1.25 mile trip. But he should have enough class to be very, very competitive at a mile here, and he showed plenty of speed to get himself into a winning position. But this was impressive. Al Mahelm chasing him earlier in the straight and finishing 3rd. But let's take a look at My Map as well, who's in action as well. He's in those famous Mohammed bin Sultan bin Michel colours, so it's clear to see that he's in the red cap here. Sticks on nicely. I'm not sure about his action. He's got quite a rounded front action. When I was watching it, I just saw he doesn't look the easiest to keep going with, and that might explain why he's not on the track too often. No, exactly. Yeah, he hits the ground pretty hard, doesn't he, in front? But he stays on very strongly on this occasion to be second. This was in the General Intelligence Presidency Cup last time out. Man of Night, the winner there, but he kept on really strongly into second. Akfiq is a non-runner in this contest, but it's just worth seeing how good he would have been if he was here. He's a really smart and individual, but he doesn't go, unfortunately. That is horse number 12, Akfiq, who was a resounding winner last time out and had just probably been just on the upward trajectory, and I hope we'll see him sooner rather than later, because he's done a very, very good job indeed. But hopefully we'll see this horse hitting the track before too long. But his absence makes this race wide open. However, I still would have probably been siding with Power in Numbers had Akfiq turned up. Yeah, I think Akfiq's rating is 100, so he'd have been, well, you know, he'd have been 4 horses in the race rated 100 or higher, and
yeah, I think power and numbers is probably the one to be with in this field as well. I think Mo Strike is his equal in terms of ability, but I think Mo Strike's got a lot of natural speed, and I think this is probably the outer limit of his stamina.
You mentioned when we watched Mo Strike's debut. We were actually unfortunate. We watched him when he was a non-runner, and then we saw him when he won. And I don't remember you and I being particularly blown away by it.
No, I thought he was workmanlike. I don't think what he achieved on that first start is he didn't get a rating of 102 by winning that race last time out, but it was he'd been off the track for a while, and he was a good looker, and I thought I want to see him. I was expecting to be blown away, and I wasn't quite, but you'd certainly want to give him another chance to show what he was capable of. He was considered to be potentially good enough to challenge for US Triple Crown races as a 2-year-old. Things didn't quite work out from here, but he's with this. He's with the owner who had him in the States. Still, that was always a plan. Try him in the US as a 2-year-old. If the Triple Crown wasn't an option, bring him back to Saudi Arabia to race here. I wasn't absolutely blown away with the performance last time out. I will judge him on what he does today. He's not going to be my selection here, but I certainly fear him because of the ability that he showed early on in his career.
And remember, power and numbers was beaten on his Saudi debut. So it's worth noting that Master Skills will probably step up from this, but they're already loading, so we should get our selections out nice and early. I'm going for power and numbers. Shamila's going for power and numbers. Rory, are you also going for power and numbers?
I'm going for power and numbers, I'm afraid, yeah.
You are, so we're going for the triple header on this. Just trying to see if there are any further comments on YouTube. A very vibrant YouTube chat at the moment. We've got selection for number 9, horse number 10 as well. That's Mr. and Master Skills. Have got a good shout out. Plenty of people looking forward to the white stable runner power and numbers as well. So best of luck with all your selections. Mark Francis, are you with us or against us?
Firmly with. Bold writing, underlined and circled. Power and numbers wins this for me. Rory's already made the case as well. Camilo Ospina, who notched up 100 for winner 101. But Mo Strike would be the biggest challenger. Not reached his ceiling in Saudi Arabia yet. My Map as well. So we've certainly mentioned the 3 at the top of the ratings. My Map is a very good horse, and I think we'll be running into the places here. The only grey. Speaking of cap colours as well, Tabaretta, we just saw James Doyle on the inside now in stall 3 is the inside. He has the first colours red cap. Eddie Castro, meanwhile, on William Tell has the white cap. For the Bin Michelle runners, Master Skills, black cap, My Map with the white cap. Silver colours of Wisdom Keeper will be next. And Power in Numbers slots in to complete the line for the Group 2 Prince Naif Ben Abdulaziz Cup. 1,600 metres and they're off. Racing away then with a mile in front of them. Power in Numbers got away smartly from stall number 8 to lead the field early on, but has challengers on either flank. The white cap of William Tell is handy, so too the two-tone blue colours of Al Wazir towards the inside. Just bustled back in the field is Tabaretta, and James Doyle is already at work on that one. Deeper out on the course, the grey horse, white cap of My Map, has company on either flank as well. Talladega is widest of all, and back towards the inner is Mister. Also up with the pace early on is Mo Strike, so plenty of these wanting to go on. And towards the inside, William Tell is narrowly in front. Power in Numbers, though, travelling well for Camilo Ospina in second. My Map is now pushed along for the first time in third, just hanging on the turn. Just in behind those runners, Mo Strike. And then comes the green sleeves of Uncle, who's picking off 1 or 2 rivals. So too the first red colours for Tabaretta, as Power in Numbers powers to the front now and looms up sides William Tell. It's Power in Numbers who hits the front with 450 metres to go. Chased in second position by Al Wazir. Deeper down the outside comes Uncle, and then the white cap of My Map. But it's Power in Numbers who's hitting the front here with a furlong and a bit to go. Chased stoutly in second by Al Wazir, and then comes Uncle. But Power in Numbers is pouring it on up front here. All power, all class. Power in Numbers wins the Group 2 Prince Naif Ben Abdulaziz Cup. Power in Numbers the winner. Second position for Al Wazir, close for third. There was a wall of horses finishing at the same time. We'll wrap up the places in a moment. 1:38.68, Power in Numbers. Camilo Ospina 101 for the season. White Stable, 102 for the season. 103, the rating this horse, surely no longer. Power in numbers, a superstar. Group 2 winner now, 1:38.68 the winning time, 2 3/4 onto Al Wazir, who's run a blinder in second. Third place, very close, My Map Jest on the outside of Uncle, and Brack, who stayed on from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula, has finished in 5th. 8, 5, 16, the winning trio. Power in numbers, all power in race number 9.
باور النمبر يحصل على أولى الكوس كأس الأمير نايف بن عبد العزيز رحمه الله محلي الفئة الثانية. ألف مبروك مع الخيال كاميلو اسبينا كاميلو. Well done Camilo. Camilo, tell me about the race.
You know, I don't have words to explain, you know. I just say thank you very much to the print meet always. The Talal bin Sharain, Akmen Neri, and all team, the White Stable, you know. And thanks God, he's very good horse. When I rode first time, I know this horse is very good. He's gonna be champion, thanks God. And the race today, I scared because the race is very tough, you know. But thanks God, he ran very good. Thank you very much.
What a show and what a performance there from horse number 8, Power in Numbers, ridden by the brilliant, the wonderful, the everlasting Camilo Ospina. Very much huge congratulations is in order to the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Son Stables, the White Stables, of course. They turn up to these big events and they clean up. They were pretty quiet the last few weekends, but never in doubt that they will always rise back to the top where they belong, back in the winner's enclosure. This horse is rated 103, so was definitely up there in the ratings, second highest rated horse in the race, and for a good reason. Proven himself over multiple distances now. He was first last time out at meeting 77. That was over 2,000 meters, and this is over a trip of 1,600 meters. And it's great to have Camilo's wife Monica and his daughter here supporting him as well. And hopefully Camilo won't be taken off us too quickly, and we can have a very quick word with him after that race. So very huge congratulations to them. They do have a trophy presentation to get to as well. So we'll just have a quick word with Camilo. Well done, Camilo.
Yes, no, very happy, you know, always thank you very much to the Primita, Talal bin Sharain, and the Acme Neri, and the all White Stable, you know, these races for those people. My wife and my daughter always is with me here, and champion horse. Nothing to say.
Was he as powerful as he looked?
Yes, no, today he's power and number, you know.
I'll let you go. Very, very big congratulations there to Camilo Ospina and everybody involved with Power in Numbers.
Yes, thank you, Shamila. Yes, he had to run away very quickly there. He's probably got a ride in the next as well, doesn't he? He does. He's on Motueka in the next too. But take nothing away from this performance, and the ride is worth mentioning because he didn't have it all his own way up front, but never panicked. And the further he went, the better he got.
Real buzz out of that, didn't he? I mean, for a man who's riding winners here every week and plenty of big winners as well, he clearly got quite a big buzz out of this victory, and Power in Numbers is a pretty exciting horse to look forward to. He's bounced out just in front briefly, but then headed by the Red Stable second string William Tell from stall 13, who made the running until coming out of the home bend. But Power in Numbers in a good position, in clear daylight there in second place, making sure that nothing else is compromising his chance of winning this race. Camilo doesn't want to go too hard. The leader is clearly trying to set a strong pace for Tabaretta, who stays a little bit further, but that one doesn't really fire on the day. But Power in Numbers in second place, as we see, and Camilo just wants to make sure that he's got first shot at the leader as they swing around the bend.
Look down the rail. Wisdom Keeper is really trying to keep involved here, but you're going to see him drop away from the screen as soon as the eventual second, who's Al-Wahil. I think it was he came second.
Al-Wazir, yeah, number 5.
Who comes second. Just give them a nudge and just end up running away, and then he just spits the dummy out. So again, similar point of where he packed it in last time out. This is now. Is it a physical thing or is it a mental thing?
I think I'd say it's probably a mental thing with him, but he does try to rally briefly.
Yeah.
He gets past the pacemaker, but I think fundamentally he's not quite good enough for this. That's the thing. I mean, the Connections want to have runners in all the big races, and they get horses who look promising enough, but at the moment they're not quite taking the step up to the next level in the way you'd like to see. But and in fairness, with Power in Numbers, it's taken him a couple of runs just to get up to speed here in Saudi Arabia, but he's really going from strength to strength now, and this was a very impressive performance.
Yeah, it was a really, really good performance to see, but what caught my eye was Uncle as well in third, continuing to lay the claim that he's the best horse to own in Saudi Arabia, as we see Prince Bandar and some of the other princes as well taking the first of the trophies to present to winning Connections. It will be the White Stable, so the sons of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz, who will get the trophy collection here, and will also hopefully see the jockeys get something as well. They're seeing all the family getting involved, and again, this is something you mentioned, Rory. It's great to see the youngsters involved all the way through the process, which means when it is their time to take charge, they're not suddenly thrown in front of the fight.
Yeah, exactly, and that's something we can definitely learn from the way that family is really embraced here, and that the children are made to feel part of the bigger picture, so that they're actually growing up within it, which I think a lot of us we tend to exclude children from what we would term adult activities, and then you
wonder why they're not invested when they eventually turn into adults.
Whereas if you're involved and you feel that you are part of that family, it's not just a family, it's a racing family as well. So you're in the bosom of that family, and you get to have a love of the sport from a young age. And
look at Camilo. He's probably not too chuffed with the tiny trophy that he's going to get, but hopefully he can get a couple more as well, because he's certainly come out worst of all with the trophy stakes. But I'm sure he's got a cabinet absolutely full of them.
That's always the way. The jockey tends to be the smallest one of the three getting a trophy, and they're usually thinking, while they're picking up the small trophy, working out what their percentage of the win is.
That's it, a small trophy with a big paycheck. And now, congratulations to Camilo. Big pressure ride, but the first of the group races goes to the White Stable, who, that's only their second winner this week, if I'm correct. They had a winner yesterday, and a very impressive winner, and they've had a winner today. And here is Power in Numbers, powering along the outside of William Tell, who ran well for a very long way.
Yes, he patched out things pretty quickly from this stage, William Tell, and his job essentially was trying to make sure that this was a proper test of stamina at the trip, but it didn't really work out for the other Red Stable runner in the contest. Power in Numbers was left in front. Uncle looked like he was a big danger for a while, but we've seen enough of Uncle to know that he tends to flatter a little bit. He always runs his race, but he often looks like he's going to come with a powerful run, and it just flattens out late in the day, and he ends up getting done for third by My Map, who finishes strongly with that rather awkward action out in the middle of the track, but he stays further. My Map, and has run a decent contest here again to hit the frame.
Do you know, the best bit of this race is the last maybe 100 metres, when he really finds a bit more and goes away and puts the race to bed, because some horses would idle in that situation. He's not idling. He's straight to the gun barrel and just keeps on pushing.
Yes, it's interesting. You look, if you didn't know anything about the horses, with a furlong and a half to run, you thought you might be in for a very close finish. But knowing this horse and knowing that he stays a little bit further, and also knowing a little bit about Uncle, you knew that he was going to pull out a little bit more than Uncle might just struggle to keep tabs on him in the last furlong, and that's exactly what happened in the end.
That Bruck and Time Naj as well, running half-decent races in behind. Not much getting in from off the pace. A disappointing run from Mo Strike. That has to be the one talking point from this race.
Well, yeah,
where do you go with Mo Strike next?
Well, he needs to find it. He just hasn't quite acclimatised yet. I mean, as I said, he won first time up, but that was a penalty kick for him, and he ended up winning that in only workmanlike fashion. He hasn't stepped up here. And I think they just need to find if they can get him back. Do you know what disappointed me most about him last time? I thought he would be a massive standout in the paddock, and he wasn't. He's not actually.
He's quite light-framed, isn't he?
Yeah, he's. When we've seen some US imports here, and they tend to really stand out in the preliminaries, he's not that prepossessing physically.
Power in Numbers is a US import and a massive eye-catcher in the parade ring and on the racecourse.
He's exactly what you expect in terms of looks and also in performance as well, and he can go on from this, and obviously they got the option of going back up to 2,000 metres after this as well.
Yeah, it's a cracking contest for sure, and certainly plenty to look forward to in the future with that horse who'll be rated much higher come his next start. Now, Shamila is one of the hardest working members of our team, and she had a chance to catch up with some of our infamously talented outriders.
Racing is made up out of plenty of integral teams. Today we will be looking at the outriders. We see them every single race day, but who exactly are they? Let's have a look.
I am Faisal Al-Chamri, working outrider for the Jockey Club in Saudi Arabia, almost 18 years now.
Tell me a little bit about your career and your career before becoming an outrider as well.
Actually, I started my riding because my father and my family always with the horses. I started riding horse when I'm a little kid. So after I be 9 years old, because before we have a rule for riding the race, so I started riding race from 9 years old until I get 16 almost. Before I come to be outrider, the thing stopped me from riding jockey. I'm taller a bit and I have a lot of weight, so like 56, 58 kilo. And then you're still young actually, because apprentice, you have to lose weight and something. So it killed me this thing to lose my weight. And from 2005 until now, 2023.
And tell me a little bit about your social media presence as well.
Actually, the social media helped me a lot with this job, and even let the people outside know about our job. And we actually, the first 10 years we working, nobody know about our job until the social media came in. And then I started with Instagram. I posted the first video for me, and he took like over 4 million views with the first week actually, and everybody know me, and especially the people before he see us, we just walking behind the horses and coming, the outrider, and nobody know what our job until I share the video loose horse, and then I catch him. Like, it took actually 6 seconds to catch this horse. Until now, this video viral, and always I find him in other accounts. Yeah, especially outside people. When the first Saudi Cup and the people coming from outside, and I never meet these people, and he come and call me by name. He say, we need Faisal going with our horses, especially the American people, because always the American style going with the pony and something. Even the European with the time, and he see our job going success and good, and we have a special way to lead the horses and never make the horse panic or anything. So even the European people now start using the pony in the morning and sometime in a race day.
Talk to me a little bit about the tack that you use as well for the outriding ponies.
Actually, we use it like Western saddle without horn, because before we use the cowboy saddle. Sometimes when you reach and catch, actually touch your body, and actually dangerous actually for the outrider. So we use the flat weather here. And also, not same. We don't use same saddle for each horse. We switch in the saddles because some horses have flat weather like a quarter horse, and some horses we have them skinny a little bit. We use different saddle because we ride and you're talking about almost 6-7 hours. You don't need to hurt your horse back. So thank God we never have this thing happen because we always carefully with how we use our saddle. You see Shimmy here, well, I'm walking, to be next to the gate because all the horses almost load. I have to go there. You see the horse, he going under the gate. Thank God I have nice and speed, move that moment. First, I grab his brush collar and then I reach and catch his rein because many times happen. If you go back here, you see the first grab, I grab his actually brush collar, and then because the rein outside, and then I reach and catch his rein. And take from me from here to here to catch the loose horse, like 3-4 seconds only to catch him. And thank God he's actually far away from me, but thank God I hear the voice, everybody is screaming over there because the horse is going under the gate. Thank God we have him under control and we bring him back to gate and he run in a race.
Faisal Al-Shamri and his team work tirelessly throughout the whole year to ensure everybody's safety on track. They really are some of racing's unsung heroes.
He is really cool. Like, super cool. Like, I mean, not only is he very, very good at his job, he's also a lovely bloke. We get to see him on track quite often, and when you're walking around in the afternoon, he's always on the course, and he's one of the genuine stars of the Saudi racing scene.
Yeah, it's nice being inside here, but the one benefit of being there at Taif was we always got a chance to salute the three horsemen, as you used to call them, when they came past us every day, and they'd always wave back, and that was always a nice little touch. But we're stuck inside now. We don't get that. We're facing the wrong way, but. I wasn't not always in love with our outside position in Taif, but always nice to see Faisal and the boys there.
Yeah, and it's all a family affair as well, which is just so wonderful that everyone is involved. From all the brothers are getting involved with that skill and that job. And I think what's so important is, especially what we don't often see in the UK, is how outriders work. And I think there's a perception that it's quite a barbaric activity. The whole idea that they're chasing after these horses who are already running scared, but it's the ability to work as a team, which stops it from becoming lap after lap after lap.
Of course, yeah.
And that is for me, just watching the team work, all three of them working as a pincer movement, so they're not expending a lot of energy, and the horse doesn't have a chance to really get up.
Again, here it's deemed to be a necessity to have that team together to deal with those situations, to make sure that everything runs smoothly on a race day, and to stop things from developing. And we miss that in the UK. That isn't deemed to be a necessity, and we end up having ridiculous delays sometimes because of loose horses.
Well, one man who certainly won't be working under a delay is Mr. Mark Francis, who can take us through the runners and riders for race number 10.
Oh, yes. I'm raring to go, Callum. Thanks very much indeed. 10th race coming up. 1,800 metres, 500,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs. 9 furlongs the trip. This is the Group 2 Prince Badr Ben Abdulaziz Cup for the fillies, 4-year-olds and upwards. And as I say, for the Saudi breds as well. They're headed by number 1, Warda Al Mayadeen, for Khalid Al Mamoni, who was a next second last time out at meeting 83. Jabba Allah in the hood for Abdullah Al Farouz, one of 4 for the White Stable here, twice a cup winner, seeks the hat-trick from stall number 2. Najabat Al-Ez was second to Lethal Talent last time, although that form has taken a bit of a hit. Adel Al-Faradi, Najabat Al-Ez, I should say, is also a 10-time winner, so prolific in her own right. Momtenar for Ali Al-Matib was second in a cup race last week, meaning 87, but is 2 from 27. 5 is the Kati Fahid Al-Faradi, up in grade today. Large Thati Abdullah Al-Lawfi is the 6. Daddy Queen is the 7. Mohammed Al-Daham hasn't been outside the top 5 in 2 years. That's 11 runs in total, the 7 horse. 8 is Shajwa for Eddie Castro, who always seems to find one too good. We tease the second half of the runners and riders. There they are. Horse 9 is Asa Eb for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 10 is Hay Nebaha for Mohammed Al-Sharima, another for the White Stable. So too, horses 11 and 12. Fillies and mares 11 and 12. Motta with Motawikar, I should say. Camille Ospina looking for that double. And a farsa for Rayan Altair. She's been in excellent form of late, both jockey and rider. Jadeo Kayer is the 13, Alex Moreno, and Corbar the 14 for Luis Morales. A high-quality field for our Group 2 Prince Badir Ben Abdulaziz Cup, fillies 4-year-olds and upwards. Is it as simple to narrow it down to which white stable horse we fancy? Chaps, over to you.
Well, Mark, it would do, but I think there's a couple of other horses here who want to put their hands up, and I think the first horse, non-white stable horse, that I have to give a good mention to, Daddy Queen, who was so unlucky to finish second last time we saw her. She hasn't been seen since, but the horse she was just narrowly beaten by has gone on to do some good things on the racecourse.
Yes, Daddy Queen, 15 runs since a win for her, 6-year-old mare now. But as you heard Franny say there, she's been in the frame in her last 11 starts over the best part of 2 years, but she hasn't won any of those, and that's a little bit of a concern, isn't it?
Yeah, that certainly would be giving uncle vibes for sure. Let's start at the top and work our way down. Wadat Al Mayadeen is horse number 1, a grey filly who's certainly going the right way.
Yeah, she's 2 from 13 a lifetime. She's been runner-up in 2 of her last 4 starts. Her wins have come over shorter trips, 6 and 7 furlongs, those 2 wins. She does stay a mile, although I think she didn't stay 2,000 when she was tried, so the 1,800 metres I think has to be a little bit of a question mark for her.
Jabba Allah is horse number 2, looking for the hat-trick and has 3 wins from last 4.
Yes, has won 2 of the regional Governorate Cups on her last 2 starts. The Riyadh Regional Governorate Cup over 7 furlongs and the Najran Regional Governorate Cup over a mile. She is now trying 1,800 metres for the first time. And again, slight question mark about how she'll handle it, but in terms of ability, she's right up there, and in terms of current form, she is ticking those boxes as well.
No horse in this field has more runs than Najbat Alays, who's making 35 starts today.
34 starts to date and 10 wins, all between a mile and a mile and a half, including this very contest 2 years ago. She was back to form when runner-up to Lethal Talent over course and distance last time out, and has clearly been laid out for another bid at this race. I would definitely be keeping her on side.
Momtena, horse number 4.
A little bit tougher for Momtena. Won a 0-75 handicap over a mile in November, and was a good second to Pretty Flag in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup over a mile last time out. This is a really deep race, and she needs to be at her very best if she's going to continue her good run.
Secretary with a winner last week.
Yes, the Cati is coming off a win, meeting 86. Was 4th in the course and distance primary championship of the race course. 2 starts back, turned out pretty quickly when winning a non-winner to 3 over course and distance last time out, when beating Halfie by 3/4 of a length. This is tougher again, but obviously she's coming here in good form. I just wondered whether 3 quick runs might be a little bit too much for her.
Lajil Tati is horse number 6.
Was a 7 furlong winner at meeting 63, but finished only 5th in a 0-85 handicap over course and distance last time out. This is harder still.
Yeah, the next horse is Daddy Queen, number 7, the one we've mentioned, who was really impressive last time.
Yes, we touched on Daddy Queen, who's ultra consistent and has a decent chance on the ratings. We haven't seen her since Taif, of course, meeting 42, so she's coming off a bit of a layoff, but she almost always gives her running, as does Shajwa, who is, I was digging through her form, she has been in the money on her last 18 starts.
That's some effort.
She's, since winning her maiden, she's never been out of the frame. 4th in this contest a year ago, set up for another run and another go at it, and she will be there or thereabouts again.
Asab is horse at number 9.
Won a 2,000 metre open last time out, beating Akko Mobari by half a length. That form is good enough to go pretty close here, but she's tried plenty often enough at this sort of level and tends to fall a little bit short.
Hey Nabar is a fascinating runner. I thought really impressive debut winner.
Yeah, again, it has a rating of 92 on the back of just 2 runs so far. Course and distance maiden winner, and then improved to finish 8 lengths second of 6 to Lela Doro in the Ministry of Justice Cup last time out. Lela Doro is one of the best horses around, and Hey Nabar couldn't really lay a glove on her, but was clear of the rest and finishing second that day, and clearly has more to offer.
Camilla Espina will be looking for a double on Motueka, but this looks to be the weakest of the white stable runners.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is, though. I thought it was interesting that Camilla was sticking with Motueka, was third to Ruka in this race a year ago, finishing in front of Shajwa that day, and Najabat Al-Aiz, who was further down the field on that occasion. It looks to me like she's been laid out for a repeat bid, given the programme she's had since then. Didn't race in Taif, has had 2 runs early season here, was well beaten first time up, good third in a non-winners of 4 over 2,000 metres last time out. And the fact we haven't seen her since, I think the key was to get her back to full fitness and then just keep her ticking over for another go at this race. But she ran a cracker last year, and I think she'll run well again.
Fasa is an absolute star here in Saudi Arabia, especially this season.
Yeah, won a course and distance Fillies Open at this fixture last year, so a little bit down the ladder, but obviously comes to form at this time of the season. Was second in the Asia Cup 2 starts back, and then was the winner of the Municipality of Riyadh Area Cup last time out, over a mile. We know that this trip is absolutely fine for her. So again, she looks teed up to run really well. Rayan Altuersh is on board. Interesting. I wonder whether Rayan had to have the choice of rides as well, because he was on board Heinaba last time out, wasn't he? So, yep. It's a really, really strong hand the white stable have in this race, and I find it pretty hard to choose between them.
Jade Al-Khair is horse number 13, unlucky for some, second in the Prince Primary Championship of the racecourse last time.
Yeah, second to Hizam in that contest over course and distance last time out. Was a winner over this track and trip 2 starts back, and a non-winners of 2. She's not without a chance here, but this obviously is a fair step up in class again.
And finally, Corba, horse number 14.
Yeah, once again, really tightly graded contest this. Rated 91, Corba. Won a 1 mile Fillies Open in Taif back in meeting 28. Has been lightly raced since then, had only 1 more run in Taif. Was 9th behind Jabba Allah and Shajwa in the Najran Regional Governorate Cup last time out. Needs to step up on that, but her best form gives her half a chance.
There is Jabba Allah in shot here, the dashing bright white grey. She's a beautiful individual, and she's been in fine form.
Yes, she's been running really well. She's won those 2 regional cups at 7 furlongs and a mile, stepping up and trip to 1800 for the first time here today, though.
Yeah, interesting to see how Montana looks. Ran very recently, so it'll be good to see if she's handled the turnaround, but we're just waiting to see that. Another horse he ran fairly recently was the horse in short there, Najbat Alez, but here is Montana. You can just see, I'd say Montana looks a bit light for me. That would be a bit of a panic negative for me. How do you feel?
Yeah, I wouldn't be massively positive. I'd say she appears to be set to struggle in terms of her overall form. She's only about 10 pounds behind the best of these, but there are so many rated close to 90 that I'd be surprised if Montana, who's got a rating of 80, is good enough to figure in the finish.
Sekati was keen enough to go around there, so that's good to see considering she only ran last week. And Ladwell Tati, the horse that always runs a big race. Here's Daddy Queen, been off the track for a while. Be good to get a closer look at her.
Yes, I'm interested to see just how fit she is, but I'd have thought, given how consistent she is, I wouldn't have thought fitness would be an issue. She always seems to give her running. As I said, she's on a long losing run, but she's never out of the frame.
The red stable have Shajwa here, an interesting runner nonetheless, but maybe just outclassed by the white stable. And the number of runners just shows the gulf between the 2 yards right now at the moment.
Yes, obviously the red stable has been in the ascendancy for a while, but the white stable is exceptionally strong this season.
Yes, and here's one of the white stable runners. This is Hey Nabar, who was so impressive in that maiden last time, her first time up in a 3-year-old maiden. Shamila is in the parade ring. We've seen some absolutely gorgeous fillies. Who took your eye the most?
Well, Callum, you were just talking about her. It's horse number 10, Hey Nabaha, rated 92. I think this race is in the hands of the white stables yet again. They have 4 stunning fillies in this race worth 500,000 Saudi Riyal. I think it should be a toss-up between all of them. They are the standout in the parade rings. I will stick with horse number 10, Hey Nabaha, ridden by Mohammed Al-Sharima. Second last time out, first the time before that on her debut run at meeting 69. I think she can continue her winning streak today and get that Prince Bandar bin Abdulaziz Cup. It's a local group too. Lots of stunning fillies in here. I'll throw it back to the studio for you guys to pick apart, but I will be sticking with horse number 10.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Hey Nabar, fascinating runner there. Is this a fusser I can see here? I hope it is, because it is great to see. This is one of my favourite fillies and will probably be my selection in this.
Yeah, she's one of 5 or 6 with a decent looking chance on the figures here, and she's been in exceptionally good form of late, as we said. She was a winner over course and distance at this meeting last year. That was just in the Phillies Open. She stepped up to Cup company this season, second in the Asia Cup a couple of starts ago, and then won by 2 1/4 lengths in the Municipality of Riyadh Area Cup last time out. So she's coming to head at the right time. And interesting that Rayan Altuer's rides her and Camilo Espina is on board Motueka.
Yeah, just a little bit of a postscript from the parade ring here. Jcsa is got very worked up. You'll see she's really biting down on the bit, and she's got very warm between her legs as well. So Jcsa may be just getting a little bit over the top. Motueka is a horse in shot there. That's Camilo Espina's mount. Now, everything Camilo touches turns to gold at the moment. He's got the yellowy golden cap on. Can he get a quick fire double?
I'd just go yellow.
Yeah,
there's not an awful lot of gold about that.
It was a reach, and I know colours are really important to you.
But they always talk about JP McManus as green and gold colours. Nothing gold about those either, quite frankly. But we're about to see Jabba Allah. She's an absolutely stunning model, and she's been in very good form as well.
The issue I have with Jabba Allah, she doesn't seem to do much when she's in front. She wins, but you can just see she's clearly got a lot more left in the tank.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I wouldn't say on looking at either of her last 2 runs that she's crying out for this trip, but she is the type to do only just enough to win her races. So although I'd say she's coming to the end of her tether here, it may simply be that she's idling in front and that she copes with a step up to 1,800 metres fine. She's certainly in the form of her life at the moment, and with a rating of 91, she's right up there in terms of the pick of the ratings.
Another in good form is a Farsa, who we'll see coming up next. This is doing it from the front. And she's a big, powerful filly. She reminds me a lot of Power in Numbers, who we just saw in the last race. And she just relished this challenge and shrugged them all off with ease in the end.
Yes, this was an impressive performance. She wins by 2 1/4 lengths in the end in the Municipality of Riyadh Area Cup. This is over a mile last time out. And again, she's stepping up and trip. But she is a course and distance winner in the past, so we know that the step up and trip isn't a problem for her. And she's hitting the line.
Like she wanted to step up.
She does look like that, and we know she copes with that perfectly well. So again, she's another from the stable you've got to respect.
Here's one that's not from the white stable. This is Najabat Alaid, finishing second here on December the 22nd. This is a good run, having to come wide, but she can get nowhere near this Jimmy Jerkins good thing in front.
No, but she's run very well, Najabat Al-A's here. Lethal Talent is the winner of the race over course and distance last time out. But this is a return to form for this 6-year-old sleeping Indian mare. And it's worth bearing in mind that 2 years ago she won this race. She's not too old to be turning the clock back at 6. And I think, she's been primed for this,
yes. And the final horse we'll have a look at is Wadat Al-Maydeen, who is finishing second here right at the end of December, just before the new year. And this isn't a bad run from the grey. Gets the gap, looks to be set to win, but then gets out-battled, I thought, down the straight.
Yeah, I'm worried with Wadat Al-Maydeen. Again, there's nothing wrong with her chance on the rating. She's rated 90, so she's within 2 pounds of the top rated here. You're pretty sure she's going to go on and win the race fairly cosily here, but she does, I should say, get in a bit of a ding-dong battle and gets worried out of it close home. My concern for her, more than 1 or 2 others, would be I don't think this trip will necessarily suit her. She didn't stay 2,000 metres when tried. She wouldn't stay 2,000 miles, obviously.
Wouldn't stay that in a bus. There is Jcsa, who's just been very keen all the way down to post. And here the horse going down to post, the one we just spoke about, Wadat Al-Maydeen, in a really gorgeous grey, but she's outdone in the grey stakes by Jabba Allah. We'll just see this jockey get on board here. This is it's going to be Alex Moreno jumping on board here. We'll watch the horsemanship here, because this is a very keen filly. Oh, we would have watched the horsemanship there. I'm going to take a look over my shoulder to see if he jumps on.
He's definitely got on.
Yeah, he's on, and she's just going down to post now, and she's actually gone down much better. You've seen this plenty of times before, Rory, where a horse settles down when the jockey's on board.
Yes. She knows what's about to come, and she's got a little bit above herself in the parade ring, but she's liable to settle down as she goes to post. You see some horses who behave like lambs in the parade ring, and it's just the other way around. Whenever the jockey gets on board, that's when they start getting a little bit fretful, and if there's any kind of delay, then they can boil over a little bit. But I've seen horses absolutely awash with sweat who run their best races in those situations. You just need to know the horses and how they behave.
Well, the Batash used to get very, very worked up.
Yeah, Batash did a little bit. That's not the. I was thinking of a much longer ago and a much less well-known horse. It has to be said, a horse trained by Giles Smiley, whose name I can't remember, but there you go.
No worries at all. But I'm really keen on some sort of selections here, Rory, because this is a fascinating contest. We know Shamila likes Hey Nabaha, who I think is a really good choice here. Not only is she gorgeous, but she ran a mighty race, went second on her second career start. Who do you like here?
Well, from an each-way perspective, if you like, I think Motueka will hit the frame again. I think there's a chance that one or two younger fillies will have her legs, but I think she has, although she looks the weakest of the four you were saying on the white stable runners, I think she'll be absolutely primed for this. I think she'll run a really good race under Camilo. It's whether she's quite good enough. She wasn't good enough to win it last year, but she was third. She was ahead of a couple of these last year, ahead of Shajwa, ahead of Najabat Alays, and I think she can run a really good race again and hit the frame for the second year running.
It's interesting, plenty of love for horse number 12, A Farsa, in the comments, and I'm going to join them. I like A Farsa too. I think she is just in a really good place. She hit the line hard like she wanted to win. Jabba Allah is the one that frightens me in this race. I'm concerned that she's just coming into this race in such good form, and maybe no one's got to the bottom of her yet because she's not had to try. So certainly keep an eye out for horse number 2, Jabba Allah. You can't miss her. She's gorgeous, almost white. But I'm going to go for A Farsa. Shamila's going to go for Hey Nabaha, and Rory's going to go for Motueka, which means we're going to pick 3 white stable runners of the 4, and they're drawn in 10, 11 and 12. We'll know our fate pretty early, Rory, but Mark Francis, it's over to you.
And it just so happens that I'm going to pick the other white stable horse, Jabba Allah. Get your pen out and tick that one off. Jabba Allah, the selection for me. In the black hood, as Callum rightly says, it's virtually a white horse, Jabba Allah. Abdullah Al Farouz, twice a cup winner, seeking the hat-trick here. I did think that A Farsa would be next in for Rayan Outer Aish, but no one's going to care about that now. We've got it all covered. But the one interesting thing was I very, very rarely disagree with Rory. I couldn't have Motueka at all here. I really just couldn't have it. So I think she's the international favourite as well. So put a line through that. It's a strange market, if we can say, as the runners circle down at the start. Look, 4 voices here on the English-speaking YouTube channel, and we've all picked a white stable horse. This is just when we all get beaten. As we get a quick shot of the car park. There are the runners. Just need 1 or 2 caps to be clarified. I think Jabba Allah's in the green cap, but she should be easy to spot, shouldn't she? She's a virtual white horse. Just the one for the red stable here, Shajwa. First colours for Eddie Castro. First to slot into line will be Warda Al Mayadeen and also Asab, or Saeb, I should say. It's as though A Farsa has a blue cap for Rayan Outer Aish, which means Jabba Allah is left with first colours, it would seem. There's a yellow cap of Motueka and Hey Nabaha, who's Shamila's paddock selection, with the red cap. Speaking of red, Shajwa, Eddie Castro, always seems to find 1-2 good. Will today be her day? Laj Tharti for Abdullah Alorfi. Goes in. Next to Thakati. Blindfolded for stalls entry is Momtenar. Here's Jabba Allah. Black hood. Terrific looker, isn't she? 4-year-old filly slots into 2. Najbat Al-Ez goes into 3. We look about set. And they're off and racing Jabba Allah, maybe slightly slowly away from stall number 2 for this, the Group 2 Prince Badir Ben Abdulaziz Cup over the 1800 metres. Fillies all round, and the first to show is the Thakati, who shows them a merry dance inside the opening furlong. Has challengers for the lead in the shape of Daddy Queen and also the red colours of Shajwa. These are the first 3. Now moving up and taking over, not happy with the pace, is the red cap of Hey Nabaha. Mohammed Al-Sharima asserts command and is clear by 3 lengths. Chased by the red jacket of Shajwa. Between that pair, the green colours of the Kati, and back towards the inside, Jabba Allah has made ground after that slow start. Towards the back of the field, Korbar is one of the last, and so too back there is the red, white and green, although making ground now, of Asahib, as the field begin to turn left-handed down the side of the course in this Group 2 feature. And the red cap of Hey Nabaha, Mohammed Al-Sharima, 1 of 4 for the white stable here. They have the leader at the minute. Shajwa pushed along for the first time in second. Cruising into contention is the Kati. There's then 2.5 lengths back to Motawakar, the yellow cap on the outside of Jabba Allah, who's driven along. Between that pair is the grey La'aj Thati. But up top, Hey Nabaha is still travelling well here. Is clear by the best part of 3. Shajwa in second, the Kati in third. Looking for the rest of the white stable horses, currently in 4th and 5th. The yellow cap of Motawakar pulled to the outside, and Jabba Allah is sticking on towards the inner as they go inside the last furlong and a bit. Hey Nabaha is all out here. The sharp stride is shortening as Jabba Allah looms up, and so too down the wide outside is Montanar and Jabba. Side of Montanar, it's closed, but I think Jabba Allah has got up. Another winner for the white stable with Group 2 glory. Jabba Allah the winner for Abdullah Al Farouz after that slow start. What a ride this is, and what a performance this is. Hat-trick landed. Twice a cup winner, now a 3-time cup winner in the Prince Badr Ben Abdulaziz Cup. 1:53.76 the winning time. Montanar absolutely flew home down the grandstand side, was only beaten half a length. Hey Nabaha are agonising for Shamila, certainly ran her race as well, back in third, but did she do too much too early? Jabba Allah up towards the line, stuck the neck out and beat Montanar in second, Hey Nabaha in third, Shajwa in fourth. It's a 1-3 finish for the white stable. Motawakar back in 6th. Jabba Allah, the winner of race number 10.
Abdullah Al Farouz, and all the plaudits with his win aboard Dahi, and he's doubled up here with Jabba Allah, who's now made it 3 wins on the spin, and that's 4 wins from her last 5 starts. And Rory, you said it, as soon as she crossed the line, missing the break may have been a blessing.
Yeah, because they've got a pretty hard pace here, and actually being off the pace early has allowed her to set her sights on the leader and run her down late on. As you said, when she gets to the front, she can idle a little bit. Jabba Al, she didn't have much time to idle today, did she? With the leader. Hey Nabaha looking briefly to have an unassailable lead, but just weakening late in the day and getting caught and run out of the first 2 in the end.
What's your thoughts on Mohammed Al Shrima's move on Hey Nabaha to go for home, to go early and inject some pace into the race?
I thought it was a perfectly good tactical move to make, because no one really wanted to go on at that point.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's shot forward at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He's moved up quickly on the outside to get to the front, and then he's trying to slow things down a little bit there. You can't mess around too much with pace on dirt. You can't keep slowing things down and quickening them again that you can on turf. But he made sure he wasn't going ridiculously fast. And although he was fully committed off the home bend, you know, those who looked his biggest dangers come into the straight, he's finished ahead of those in the end.
Yeah, he really
so,
has.
you know, you can't really knock him for that. And he's ended up just being beaten probably by a better horse on the day.
I loved it. I think he took the race by the scruff of the neck. It was interesting. He was the slowest braking of the white stable horses early, and actually came right around and said, no, I'm not crawling along at this pace. I'm not in the position. I'm going to inject some pace into this race. And she's now run 3 very good races. She burnt the track on her debut when she won impressive style. She then ran second behind a very smart white stable recruit, and she's now finished third behind a very smart white stable recruit.
She's probably the best of these long term. But there you go, you see.
Corback got a really bad start, didn't she?
Yes, a couple of absolute shockers there, but Jabba Allah, you see, not away particularly well towards the inside, but it's not such an awful break that she's got absolutely tons of ground to make up.
She gets a nice open passage as well. She doesn't have to squeeze through
they're
the
not
gap.
coming across the rail earlier on, so she's able to get a pretty good position here without being jostled too much. This is where Hey Nabaha goes forward, as you said, and cuts across quickly to the rail. And now he sort of wants to drop anchor a little bit in front, but you're going to maintain your tempo to a fair degree. And I thought, it's easy to say when a jockey gets caught close home that he's gone too fast. But the question is, where did you expect him to finish?
Where else
in the
did
first
he go?
place?
Where else would he have gone in that situation? He's missed the kick. He's in behind. They're going no pace, so it would have turned into a sprint, which doesn't help him. So he said, well, my horse has got some stamina in the pedigree. Let's go on and let's kick on for home.
Yeah, and she's run a fine race, Hey Nabaha. And actually, the two who tracked her into the straight and who appear to be travelling better than her, or as well as her, with a furlong and a half to run, they haven't got past her in the end.
Secretary comes swinging into it. Mark highlighted it in commentary, really travelling powerfully. But
I thought if the caddy goes and wins this, I've read this race upside down. I was interested to find out. I thought when I said that Motaweka would run a good race, I thought she was the least considered of the white stable runners. It was interesting to hear that in the international market she was actually trading as favourite. I'm guessing on the basis that Camilo Espina was on board and therefore he must have had the choice. Not sure it necessarily works out that way.
Watching us comes out and helps, because we knew that just because Camillo's on it doesn't mean that he's had the first choice in it or anything like that.
Yeah, but the stable have ended up dominating in the end. Although there's always going to be one disappointment with a big team of runners.
Afasa was never able. I think Afasa needs to dominate. I think that's clear to see that she's probably more of a filly who will try and dominate races in open company outside of group races.
Yeah, she wasn't given a hard time though. When she was beaten, she was eased off, and I think that that kindness will be rewarded in time.
But this jockey is one man to watch out for. Abdullah Al Farouz, I thought he was so good on Dahi, and again he's just proven he's got a very nice style, and I think the white stable are going to get their teeth into him and make sure he's not riding for anyone else when they've got lots and lots of runners.
Yeah, not easy to do, obviously, but when you've got a team as strong as the white stable team is, you want to make sure that you've got a number of jockeys that you can rely on. This is the whole thing about Camilo not riding all the top horses from the yard. you need to make sure that your jockeys are able to ride as a team, that when you need Rayan Altawersh to step forward and step up to the job, you've given him enough confidence that he can ride those winners when he needs to. And if you're always getting jocked off in favour of the top jockey, you're going to struggle for that confidence. And that tends to happen a lot more in the UK, in Europe, where you do have a retained jockey for a big yard, and they always get the big rides. Here, we're not seeing that all the time. Although Camilo is very much the top jockey, he's not always on the best horses. And if Rayan Altawersh, for example, or in this case, it's Abdul Al-Farouz, if they're doing the job, they're not going to get jogged off those horses, and that's good to see.
And the job is winning races, and they continue to do just that. The White Stable take the first 2 of our 4 group races, and I'm sure they'll be looking to do all 4 of them for a big splash here in Riyadh on Friday night.
I would have thought so, indeed.
Yeah, so certainly one to watch out for. And again, lift up, don't drop it now. There's a lot of pressure on you there, young man. Don't drop it. You've got it all under control. That is a nervous face right there.
Thankfully, he can't hear you, because that would not help him at all.
No, he's grand there. But good to see, and now we're going to see Abdullah Al-Farouz. This will be a big moment for him. Obviously, he doesn't get all the plum rides for the White Stable, so this will be a massive, massive moment for this young man, who's clearly going the right way and is a jockey to follow. Yeah, Camilo would have definitely not have had the choice, I don't think, of who he could have picked from here, because I have a theory with White Stable horses.
Okay.
If you keep winning on them, they keep you on board. As soon as you mess up and don't win, that's when Camilo can come in and take the ride, because they clearly want to maintain a winning relationship.
Yeah.
And obviously, look at the form of all the 3 horses that are running in this.
Which you're encouraging excellence in the saddle as well.
Yes.
So if that's the deal, you keep winning, you keep the ride, then you are encouraging the jockey to do the very best they can.
And that's it. And it's also great for Camilo, because he's in the situation where he knows that if they do slip up, if there is an error, I'm getting first dips, and that's why you do see sometimes you see some of these real White Stable rockets who've been partnered by the same jockey who was on them on debut.
Yes. Yeah. But what I like about this, in that scenario where Camilo is there, waiting to pounce on these rides, on the top rides, if anyone messes up, his support for the other riders in the yard is absolute. So he's delighted to see them do well. He's not sitting there going, "Don't mess this up, lads." Otherwise, he's not doing a Lester Piggott behind the scenes. Much as I admired Lester, you always hear Camilo bigging up the other jockeys who are riding for the stable, and talking of them as a team and how they all have to work together, and that's great to see.
Just seen Danny Queen cross the line in last. She ran no race. I imagine she'll do better stripping fitter. She has been off for a very long time.
Yes, normally extremely reliable, but yeah, the fact that she hasn't been seen since meeting 42 at Taif maybe tells a story. And I thought she did well enough in the parade ring, but she's blown out surprisingly on the track for a mare who's had been in the frame on her last 11 starts.
We talk about technique. Just look at the technique aboard our winning jockey. He's very, very streamlined. I've been really impressed with him over the last couple of days. So good to see Abdullah Al-Farouz getting his moment in the sun. And your heart does go out to Mohammed Al-Shrima, who has just been touched off here in second place aboard Hayna Baha.
Well, third in the end, sadly.
Yeah, ended up in third there. Hayna Baha made that early move, which was unfortunate, not able to stay in the plate.
We talked earlier on about jockeys panicking when they're in front and they begin to weaken. I thought he's given his filly a really good ride to the end. She hasn't quite lasted out, and it's very easy for people to sort of knock that. But I think he's kept her balanced. He's never taken things easy, and he hasn't, even though they're coming at him in the closing stages, he's looking to keep her balanced as well as trying to keep her moving forward as well. And I wouldn't be at all critical of his ride. I think he's done very well, and he hasn't done her confidence any harm either. Long term, she's possibly the best of these because she's completely unexposed, and it'll be interesting to see how she does fare going forward through the rest of the season.
She's a big, green, unexposed filly as well, isn't she? She's got plenty of improvement still left in her. She only started running as a 3-year-old, which pretty much explains her constitution. But she's going to only do better with time. And like you said, like not giving her a really hard time when he knows she's running on fumes is going to only help her in the long run. And I'm sure Connection will be chuffed to bits with the way that ride was handled.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, also shout out to Montana, who has now recorded back-to-back seconds. A very quick turnaround, only ran in meeting 87.
Yeah, and this was 3 reasonably quick runs, wasn't it? No, actually not that quick. So she backed up meeting 75, meeting 76. So she's had 5 runs since meeting 65 here. So she's been kept pretty busy, but she's clearly thriving in her racing.
Yes, and you've mentioned it before all the way through. When you've got a filly who's on form, keep running them, because that's when they tend to be doing their best work.
Absolutely, yeah. They'll tell you when they've had enough. You don't have to second guess them.
No, certainly not. Best to keep listening to them. And as they're crossing the line here, it's another winner for the White Stable, and we'll just check in this field. They do have a very good chance in our next race in the shape of Palermo, that French investment who looked very good on debut. Let's get the runners and riders for race number 11.
Yes, thank you, Callum. This is the Group 2 Prince Sultan Ben Abdulaziz Cup. Congratulations to the White Stable after 2 winners so far. We saw Prince Mutay bin Abdullah Al Saud and his son Abdullah in the winners' enclosure there. And I'm going to go join the White Stable party after I've called you through these runners and riders. Race number 11, Alia, is the top horse. Eddie Castro, the winner of the Ministry of Sports Cup last time out, up in trip today. Default Protection is the 2. Always runs her race, Abdullah Al Farouz. 3 is Lagertha Rhyme, who I think would be the likely favourite here, is a grey for Alex Moreno. Mazuna, Ricardo Souza Ferreira, was second to Alia, the top horse, and did all the hard work that day back at meeting 84. Off the map for Gilberto Ramos was denied the hat-trick last time out. Where's the blinkers? Craft in Silk won in handicap company back at meeting 84. Naif Al-Anazi. Ishtopal might be outclassed today, but has a new rider. Abdullah Al-Rashed takes over from Tariq Al-Mansour. And Israj for Azil Al-Sahani up in trip again after a victory over a mile. Sunny River has form figures of 3, 2, 1 and winning by 10 lengths last time. Luis Morales precisely is a second rider of the evening for James Doyle, half a length behind Lagertha Rhyme back at meeting 73. Just for Soul for Ado Al-Faredi. Been off the track for some time. Prism is the 12. Abdulaziz Al-Faredi looks to have a tough assignment on her hands. Same case can be said for Top Preet, Mohammed Al-Daham the 13. Direct Security is the 14. Mohammed Al-Hubail. Mosayyar is the 15 for Abdullah Al-Lorfi, looking for a hat-trick of course and distance successes. 16 Jumanat Al-Reem for Fahid Al-Faredi. And the 2 over the page, Notation, Khalid Al-Mamoni, certainly what to do after a poor run last time out at meeting 78. And Palermo bidding for a White Stable hat-trick here. Camilo Ospina, 1 from 1 this season. Palermo rated 98 as we line up for the Group 2 Prince Sultan Ben Abdulaziz Cup. I'm off to share a glass of Ribena with our winning champions.
You go and enjoy that glass of Ribena, Mark. It was a very good day for the White Stable, and it could get even better with Palermo in this horse number 18, drawn out wide. But Rory, a fascinating prospect here.
Yes, she's a really interesting one. Obviously, she needs to step up a little bit on what she did on debut here, but she had very smart form in France. Again, stalled 18 is always a little bit of a worry, but we've seen often enough tonight already that it's not the biggest problem in the world where the outside runners can go forward as a bunch. If you're on your own there, it's a little bit harder. You've got to sort of work your way across on your own, but often we see sort of a group of horses moving across from the outside gradually towards that turn, and when they've got a decent run towards the bend, that helps as well. But yeah, she's most of her form is on softish ground in France, but she adapted really well to this track when winning last time out.
This is arguably my favourite race on the card because there's so many we can give chances to. So let's go through them nice and early. Aliyah, horse number 1, who his 3 wins from 5 Saudi starts and looks like a really good prospect. She's
a very solid performer, Aliyah. She's rated 101, so that makes her, I think, 3rd top rated in the contest. There's 4 of them rated 100 or higher in here, and she's one of them. All 3 of her wins have come at 1,800 metres, so she might just be a little bit of a specialist at that trip, but I wouldn't want to make that judgment straight away. She won the Fillies Mile, and she also won the Ministry of Sports Cup last time out, beating Mazuna and Neck in that contest.
Default Protection is horse number 2.
Default Protection's got a bit defined on form as a 0-80 winner over a mile and a half in Taif back in meeting 24. Has been running well. Was 4th in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup over a mile last time out behind Pretty Flag. I think this is a deeper race though.
Abdullah Al-Farooz on board looking for a hat-trick today. Lagertha Rhyme, one of Shamilia's top horses. Alex Moreno on board, he's looking for a treble as well.
Yeah, she's kept very strong company through her career, Lagertha Rhyme. She won this race last time out and then was pitched into the Saudi Cup So you see a 10th on her card and think, oh, maybe she's not that good. Saudi Cup is pretty much an impossible task for her. She landed a 1800 metre open in her preparation for this last time out and looks to be geared up again for a repeat bid last year. And she will be my selection in this race.
She would have finished ahead of Sunset Flash in the Saudi Cup as well, because Sunset Flash, I think, trailed in last on that day, and we know how good she is. So that Saudi Cup form was always worth keeping a note on. Mizuna, a horse that's recently joined the Red Stable. Clearly, if they keep beating us, they need to start joining us.
Indeed. She was a next second to Alia in that Ministry of Sports Cup last time out, and was a winner of a course and distance open prior to that. So this 2,000 metre trip suits her ideally.
Off the map is horse number 5.
Was behind both Mazuna and Alia last time out in that Ministry of Sports Cup. Was a winner of a not to 85 handicap prior to that. This looks a little bit too tough for off the map, for all she's an improving filly.
That 0 to 85 handicap win was really impressive. Louis Morales was on board that day, but he doesn't stick with her this time. Craft in Silk is number 6.
Yeah, Wigberto Ramos on off the map. Craft and Silk has been a wide margin winner in the past, and was a winner of a not to 85 handicap over 1800 metres here last time out. Has got a rather mixed record over 2000 metres, however, and has a bit of work to do here for all. Again, she's a talented filly.
Estopel is horse number 7.
Yes, jockey change on Estopel. She's a smashing mare. She wins in her turn. She's won 4 times in her career. She won a course and distance not to 85 in meeting 56. I just think she's biting off a little bit more than she can chew in this sort of company. She's a very solid performer in open company. This sort of Group 2 is probably a bridge too far for her.
Can the same be said for Israj, who bounced back from a disappointing second on penultimate start?
Yeah, there was a Fillies Open that she won last time out. That was her ending a 9-race losing sequence. She'd been a bit frustrating at times. She was getting very frustrated,
wasn't she?
She is a prolific winner through her career. She's won 10 times. But she'd become a little bit frustrating until getting her head back in front last time out. The question is whether that will sort of, throw her back up the ranks again, or whether that was just a little bit of a flash in the pan. I think possibly the latter. I think this is going to demand a bit more from her.
$250,000 purchase. Sunny River finally got her head in front last time out and did it in good style. Louis Morales maintains the partnership. I think that's a key jockey decision there.
Interesting that Luis Morales stays on board when you'd have thought he might have had the chance of riding off the map. And I thought she had to step up an awful lot on what she did. She's a daughter of Arrogate. There aren't that many of them around. One or two of the offspring are very special, and she's clearly unexposed and capable of improving a lot on what she's done. She's rated 84, so obviously she's got 20 pounds to find with the very best of these. She can do that, but she's going to have to run a faster time than she did over course and distance last time. She did 2:09 and change that day. I think you're going to need to do 2:06 and something to win this. She's capable of doing that, but it is asking an awful lot to do it in one jump, as it were.
I nearly spat out my tea when I saw Precisely entered in this race. I remember her being a cracking filly back in the UK when she was always banging on the door in listed races and was a multiple winner.
She won 6 times, 5 of those are around this trip. She won a mile. I think her first win was over a mile. Then their next 5 wins were all over a mile and a quarter and extended 10 furlongs.
She's one who loves going to Doncaster end of the season. You're rubbing your hands when Precisely was going to be ended.
Yeah, and the old Gillies Fillies stakes. Yeah, I think her last run came in that race when she was placed
as well, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. Yeah,
company,
I think she was second or third there, so she got her black type, and she ran very well in her debut here after a break, finishing second in an 1800 metre Fillies Open. The step up and trip is absolutely fine for her. I wouldn't have had her pegged as a dirt performer earlier in her career, but clearly she handled it well last time out. So you've got to give her a chance of stepping up again.
Just for Sol is horse number 11.
Just for Sol was the Omikura University Cup winner in Taif. That's going back to meeting 15. Third in the Taif Cup. Then after that, we haven't seen her since. She won the Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup over 7 furlongs this time last year, but the 2,000 metre trip is definitely a concern.
That Taif Cup performance was well behind Mizuna, who I think, if we're looking back at the Taif form, one of the best bits of form with Mizuna's run, where she's running for her old owners in the Taif Cup, where in the Taif Cup for Philly, she just won by half the track. She's very impressive.
Yes, indeed. That's she's run to that level or slightly higher since that, Mizuna. Just for Soul is rated within 5 pounds of her, but she needs to show that she can go on, and she's had a break since that run, obviously.
Prism is horse number 12.
Second in a not 90 handicap, 3 starts back, but well held in a non-winners of 4 on her last 2 starts, and I think this is too tough for Prism.
Trop Pret, are you a supporter of this one?
Well, not in this race, but Trop Pret has plenty of ability. She was third in a course and distance contest here last time out. That was a Fillies Open. But she ran in this race last year and was on place. She finished 13th, and I think she might finish closer this year, but I think she's going to struggle to finish in the frame.
Yeah, just probably a bit too tough for her here. Direct Security, number 14.
Was second in that Fillies Open last time out over course and distance. She does seem best over this trip, but again, with a rating of 84, this looks a bit too tough for her.
Mohamed Alabail on board, always worth a look. Mossayea looking for the hat trick, but this is a big step up in class.
It is. I mean, she is going from strength to strength, Mossayea, at the moment. She won a non-winners of 4, 2 starts back, and then a Fillies Open over course and distance. So track and trip suits her really well. This is clearly harder, but it's worth pointing out that she actually finished 4th in this race last year. So again, she's suited by the way races are run around here, and while she needs to produce another career best, I can see her hitting the frame.
She's by the People's Horse of America, Run Happy. Are you surprised that she's going over this trip? Because Run Happy's progeny tend to be all about speed.
Yeah, well, Run Happy was himself, and most of his offspring are bested up to a mile. But there's no doubt that Mossayea stays a mile and a quarter very well. So,
Jumrat Al Reem is horse number 16.
Yet another course and distance winner, scored over course and distance in open company last time, 2 starts back. Was a good third last time out, but that's behind Alia and Mazuna in the Ministry of Sports Cup. And she's got a work cut out to turn the tables with that pair. But she's young, she's progressing, and again, you wouldn't be at all surprised if she finished 3rd or 4th today with a decent run from stall 16.
Notation, number 17, up an ultimate runner.
Another course and distance open winner. That was back in meeting 63, but she was well beaten, finished 11th in a similar event last time out, she is the type to bounce back from a poor run, like Minnie in this ownership are, but I don't really fancy her in this lineup.
And finally, Lerma, number 18. We've given this one a good mention, but surely probably one to watch here.
She is, just to watch?
No, not just to watch. One to watch. I'm sorry, I didn't pronounce that properly. Yeah, she's definitely one to watch here. She'd certainly make everybody's shortlist, I'm sure.
Yes, I was one thing I was never allowed to. You're never allowed to write when I was writing short comments for the race cards. Never say one to watch or a watching brief. Right? Well, you need to make. What does a watching brief mean? Either you like it or you don't like it. So you've got to basically say.
Feels very much like my competitive race angle there.
Yes, quite. But yes, listen, she needs to do a little bit better than she did last time out in terms of ratings. But that's not to knock her performance at all. She was really good.
She did it really well, didn't she?
Did it really nicely, and she just looked natural on the track, even though most of her form had been in different conditions in France. And obviously, she was a regular in Group 2 and Group 3 company. So this step up in class is not really an issue for her. Widest draw to overcome. That's a question, I suppose. But she's got a good man on her back, and Camilo Espina in terms of overcoming a wide draw. He's done it multiple times here.
What do you make of a sort of like a top 3 or 4? Because there's so many with good chances here. I was going the Aliyah, Mizuna, possibly Sunny River on a big improvement, and Palermo as my top 4.
You've not mentioned Lagerta Rhyme.
Yeah, again, I wasn't impressed with Lagerta Rhyme performance. I think she only just scrambled past Precisely, wasn't it, that she took on? Yes, and I thought Precisely really did the hard yards in that race, and although it was her first time up, she was getting nursed into it, and Alex gave her a wonderful nursing ride, and she won.
Yeah.
I thought it gave me Mo Strike feelings. That's the way I'm going to describe it.
Yeah, but unlike Mo Strike, Lagerta Rhyme has done it here before, and she's done it in this race.
Yes, as well.
She's the winner of this race last year.
Last season in a row, wasn't she? She was
exactly.
She put a very big run of races together, and I'm sure she'll have a big chance.
I can't have a short list without her on it.
Would you drop off Sunny River and pop her on the short list? That'd make it easy, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'd be a little bit worried about Just for Soul at the distance. Mazuna would be up as my main danger, but yeah, Lagerta Lagerta Rhyme, if I had to narrow it down to two, I would go Lagerta Rhyme or Mazuna, but I'd be really worried about Palermo if she can get loose from that wide draw. Often that can be a blessing. Sometimes you think, oh, better draw on the inside, but it doesn't always work that way.
The lack of pace looks to be in the middle as well, which will help them too. Shamila, you've been in the parade ring. There's some stunning fillies in this field. Which was the one that jumped off most to you?
Thank you very much, Callum. It is our third King's Cup race of the day. This is a Group 2 Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup worth 700,000 Saudi Riyal. And I think it's going to go the way of horse number 3, Lagertha Rhyme, rated 105. Alex Moreno told me that he's going to win these races and that I should stick with Lagertha Rhyme. So I'm going to do exactly that. She looks absolutely stunning in the parade ring. She's 6 years old, giving her handlers a little bit of a tough time, but that'll be no bother for Alex Moreno. First, on her first start this season at meeting 73, has 8 wins to her name already. She's the most winning filly in this race. I think she can add a 9th one very easily. I have no negatives for this race, only positives. Default Protection looks stunning. So does horse number 8, Israj, and horse number 9, Sunny River. But there was no doubting that I would go with Lagertha Rhyme in this contest for Naif Almondale and Almondale Stables.
Thank you, Shamila. Yes, Naif Almondale's got plenty in this. He's got 4 in the race. One being Lagertha Rhyme, one being Estapel, and one being Israj. And he's also got Mosea in this race. So we talked about the white stable being super dominant. It's interesting to see that the green stable have done the work. And they've got plenty of interest in this race too. And I mean, they've got the 4 runners, but they've not quite got the dominance of what we would call the overseas market here, as the white stable did in our previous contest.
No, and that's not really surprising, but it is a pretty strong set of runners for Naif Almondale. And yeah, this race would have been targeted pretty heavily from early in the season. This outfit very much know what they're doing. They don't quite have the firepower of the leading stable, but they're moving in the right direction. And they've been
better in Riyadh than they were in Taif. They were good in Taif.
They were good in Taif, yeah, but they have stepped up. They were good late season, particularly in Taif. And again, it's all about timing there and getting your horses to peak at the right time.
Let's look at some of these in action. Let's look at Aliyah and Mazuna in action on the course. Aliyah's going to finish second. Aliyah's going to finish first, sorry. Mazuna's going to finish second. I really like this from Aliyah, who's done nothing wrong in her career so far in Saudi Arabia.
No, she's prolific. She's 3 from 5. She was second 2 starts ago early in the season here, and she stepped up nicely to get the better of Mazuna. Mazuna rallied well when she was headed and goes down by a neck in the end. But this is solid form. And the slight question with Aliyah is whether she's going to be as good over the extra furlong here. But I'd have thought she'd be okay.
Here's Jcsa Sol absolutely romping home in Taif. This was a very good performance, but we haven't seen much afterwards.
No, obviously she's not been seen since meeting 39. She was a little bit in and out here last year. She did win this was the Umm University Cup in Taif, but she won a 7 furlong a good cup contest here last year. The trip is a worry for me. Given that she's fully effective at 7 furlongs.
She was spanked by Mazuna on her next outing.
Yes.
Well, that's the other concern for me. And then we've got Lagertha Rhyme. This is the form that I'm not too sure about, Rory. Try and prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, the bare form of this is nothing absolutely special. But as you can see, Alex Moreno is trying to make sure that Lagertha Rhyme does not have a particularly hard race here, and precisely who she's come past rallies well to give her a bit of a fright late in the day. But it's only hands and heels on the winner on the run to the line. And again, this was all about getting her ready for this race. So I'd expect her to step up a fair bit from this performance. She needs to.
She does.
But she's got the form last year. To show that she is the one they have to beat.
Yeah, she certainly does have that run of races where she just seemed to be in the best form of her life, just ticking off win after win after win. But again, it's really interesting. Naif Almondale should be studied in the way that he campaigns his horses. They are always running in open races. He stays as far away from group races as possible because he wants to win. And he builds up these wins. We saw it with Sunset Flash. She was conquering all before her until Al Mosalea turned up. and really just made it look quite silly. But it's clearly a tactic where we're going to target our open races, and then through that we're then going to build up enough big wins that it's even worth going into group company. If we get beaten, it's okay, because look what we've done before.
Yeah, exactly. And the horses are very well placed to give them maximum chance of winning races. And yeah, Sunset Flash managed to look an absolute superstar in Taif, just by the fact that she was racing against horses she was a stone better than, and therefore she was able to win on the bridle. And if she was running in cup competitions, she would have found it a lot harder. She might have got a win or two, given her lofty rating. But the fact that she's eligible for these open races with good prize money, why wouldn't you target them?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to have a go at some point. Let's just go through some selections in the comments. Thank you, everyone watching on YouTube. We've got a great amount of viewers, and you've all been so involved in the comments with your selections. I'll just give a readout of some of them. David Bollon is going with horse number 18, Palermo. He's disappointed we didn't have a replay of her last win, but I'm sure it's easy to find on the Jcsa website. All of it is free and very easy to use, both in English and in Arabic. Jason Stevens, who was cooking on gas yesterday, he's gone for Mizuna. He's looking at that Mizuna line, which means Tom Collins is looking at that Mizuna line, and he's our resident analyst part two.
Just another one to mention. We just saw that race where Alia got the better of Mizuna by a neck, but you saw them being closed down by another runner, and that was Jumanat Al Reem, who's in this contest as well. She's the 4-year-old filly who was a winner of a course and distance 2 starts back, and then stepped up with that good third last time out. She's not one to take lightly.
And Farhad Al-Faradi on board as well. He'll be looking for a winner because he's been quite quiet recently.
Well, yes.
And he's a good rider.
But the old looking for a winner angle.
With that, and I get that. We've got some love for Trot Pret here. Surprise number 13. Picks the pros and ponies, taking horse number 1, Aliyah as well. Great to see so many people involved. Imran likes horse number 15. That's Mosseya as well. And there's plenty of other people looking for Jimmy Jerkins to have some success with Precisely as well. The Red Stable fan club is alive and well. So let's do our selection finally. Rory, who do you want in this for the final time? Are you sticking with Lagertha
I'm sticking with Lagertha Rhyme, yep.
So Rory's going with Lagertha Rhyme. Shamila is also going to team up with Lagertha Rhyme as well. That was her paddock eye catcher and a horse she's been keen on. I'm going with Camille Ospina, the White Stable, Ahmed Mahamoud and Palermo to make it 2 from 2 in Saudi Arabia. So I'm joining up with David and a few others in the comments. Horse number 18 for myself and horse number 3 for Rory and Shamila. Mark Francis, this looks to be the race of the day, and we've still got one more to come afterwards.
Absolutely right, Callum. Spot on there. Sadly, not spot on with your selection. Lagertha Rhyme for me as well. Teaming up with Rory, who's made the perfect case for Lagertha Rhyme. And, of course, Shamila in the paddock, studying how she looks. She looked in fine form with herself. And as we saw in the replay, it was just hands and heels from Alex Moreno back at meeting 73, and surely has more to offer. Lots of housekeeping here. Speaking of Lagertha Rhyme, she carries the first colours of the Prince Abdulaziz bin Fahd stable. It's the green jacket with the black epaulets. She has the green cap, whereas her stablemate Israj has the white cap. The red stable have Mizuna and Precisely. Ricardo Ferreira has the red cap on Mizuna. James Doyle has the white cap on Precisely. In the Bin Faisal Al Mandil colours, the green jacket with the red epaulets, Estoppel has the green cap, whereas Mossayea has the white cap. And then 3 for Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz. Off the map with the black cap, Sunny River with the white cap, and Just for Soul with the red cap. Hope that's all nice and clear. So Lagertha Rhyme for me, but I did think Mossayea was certainly worth a mention as well. Drawn out in 15, bidding for a hat-trick of course and distance successes here over the 2,000 metres as the drone arrives at the start, the full length of the back straight, before they turn left-handed back towards home. And we've seen some great scenes so far in the winners' enclosure for our 2 Group 2s to date. Another Group 2 here, again for the fillies, this time 4-year-olds and upwards, over 2,000 metres. There is Israj going into stall number 8, but Lagertha Rhyme to hit all the right notes for Alex Moreno. Likely favourite here as well. There's the blue jacket of Direct Security, who has a little bit to find on especially the 4, as Rory highlighted, in triple figures for ratings. Certainly caught up time well after the delay a couple of hours ago, but we have just ticked past post time. Continue to get your selections in the comments. I'm sure the guys will shout you out in the studio with our big Group 1 to come. But as Callum said, this really on paper as the best chance of being race of the day here. Plenty of good chances. Default protection goes in on either flank of her. Alia towards the inside shouldn't be ruled out. And of course, the selection, Lagertha Rhyme. Alia just shaking the neck around as Prism goes forward in the background. Halfway through loading. Big race to come at 9:30 local time. Group 1 action. The King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup for the 3-year-olds is in around 40 minutes time, but not before this 700,000 Saudi Riyal fillies feature. Penultimate race of the night. We're back tomorrow for 12 more races. Some absolute belters there as well. You can check those out on the Jcsa website. John Blant, the voice of Saudi Arabia, will be behind the microphone. 2 to go, off the map, and the favourite, Lagertha Rhyme, to come forward. 2,000 metres. And be underway after the starter's yelp. Waiting patiently the field. Lined up, and they're off. Pretty decent line, although Jumanat Al-Reem was a little bit slow to go from stall 16, as in the early stages, not really many wanting to go forward. Perhaps Mazuna is one of the first showing the way. Also up there, the first colours of Prince Sultan bin Mishal off the map. Black jacket, black cap towards the inside. 1 or 2 just bumping around in midfield, involving the white cap with the black jacket. That was Sunny River. And just preceding that, the red cap for Just for Sal, as this leader is already 4 lengths clear. And that leader is off the map, clear away by 3 lengths. Mazuna in second. Alia has moved off the running rail to now sit in third, and deeper out on the race course, similar jacket of a white cap of Direct Security. Just been in behind the speed is Just for Soul. Back towards the inside, the white cap of Israj, green jacket, black epaulets, and then the orange colours of Craft in Silk. Looking towards the rear of the field, the last one going is Prism, and also towards the rear is Istoppel, but they are some way detached as the leaders head down the side of the course in this Group 2 Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup. It's a 4-way go for the lead. Wigberto Ramos in front, but squeezing away off the map as Mazuna now looms up size. Direct Security is going well. Now probably moving into a share of the lead. Then comes the red cap of Just for Soul. Palermo gets a first mention, now moving into 5th. And then comes Alia, staying on from out of the pack is Istoppel. No sighting of Lagertha Rhyme at the moment as the leaders turn in with 350 metres to go. And it's Mazuna towards the far side. Down the centre of the course is Direct Security, who's running an absolute blinder. Picking up into 3rd position now is Just for Soul. And then comes Alia, but Mazuna is motoring on here for Ricardo Souza Ferreira and is pouring it on at the head of affairs. Mazuna chased down by Direct Security, but it's Mazuna's day. First, second, and first again. She collects the prize. The Group 2 Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup goes the way of Mazuna and the Red Stable. Ricardo Souza Ferreira guides Mazuna to a 2:05.91 second success. Mazuna back to the wins enclosure. She did all the hard work for Alia back at meeting 84, but she did it all her own way today. She wins. Group 2 winner Mazuna over Direct Security, who's run a cracker off a mark of 84 in second, 3 3/4 lengths back to the 14 horse. Alia back in third today. Mossa Yea, hardly got a mention, picked up late on to grab fourth. 4, 14 and 1. Mazuna wins the Group 2 prize for the fillies. Group 1 action still to come.
Ricardo Ferreira. Ricardo, well done. Congrats.
Thank you so much, all people, all team, and this amazing filly.
This is the first time with him. How is it today?
Easy run, you know, I riding for him, he doing alone.
Yeah. It's what you told about before the race.
Yes, tell for riding for him, have a good pace and last 400 very quickly. Yes, I'm very grateful.
Mazuna, horse at number 4, wins the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Group 2, local Group 2, worth 700,000 Saudi riyal. It's our third King's Cup of the evening. Only one more to go, but Mazuna is finally back to winning ways. We haven't seen her since in the winner's enclosure since meeting 69, but she's finally back and she loves these long distances. She's definitely a long distance horse through and through. Very well done as well to everyone involved at the Red Stables for Prince Sultan bin Mishal, Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz, and of course trainer Thamar Al-Dehani, who sweeps in and picks up these cup races, absolutely no bother to him, like he does it every single day. And very well done to everyone involved. So hopefully after Ricardo weighs in, we can get a very quick word with him before going to the prize giving ceremony. Nice big hug there from trainer Thamar Al-Dehani to Ricardo Ferreira. He's just weighing in and we're going to go over to him. Oh, he's given us a little bit of a Wigberto dance move there. Congratulations, Ricardo, just quickly before you have to get a prize giving. So, first time you've ridden Mazuna, how was she?
Amazing filly. I just ride for this filly, have a good pace, 2000 distance in Saudi Arabia, 2000 very strong. You have a very hard. I'm just look also no outside and ride for her.
Thank you so much. And that was our winning jockey, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira.
Yes, we have Ricardo Sousa Ferreira with us on the channel only yesterday at the after show, and he's riding full of confidence right now, and he's paired up with Mazuna, who's done this really impressively, dug down and powered away from our rivals.
Yeah, he's a very talented jockey, as we've seen in the last few weeks, but also just very, very down-to-earth guy, very humble about it as well, and always apologetic about how he thinks his English isn't good enough, but a very good communicator, even though he clearly struggles a little bit with the language.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated by this race as a whole because I think the ownership story is fascinating with this horse. Abdullah Al-Samar was the original owner of this horse until three starts ago. Had beaten lots of Red Stable runners in her time. Red Stable have clearly purchased her, but they've kept her with the same trainer. So Thamar Al-Dehani again, the big race trainer, is at it again with another big race success, just in colours which we wouldn't normally associate him with.
Indeed, and it's good to see that you know, although keen to get their hands on Mazuna, she's been allowed to stay with her former trainer. She was really impressive in Taif. Well, we've had this argument on and off, you and me. You're like, oh, the Taif horses aren't as good as the Riyadh horses. Well, we've seen plenty of horses winning at Taif, capable of coming out here and winning. It's not a case of there's maybe a little bit of snobbery about Taif being a little bit. It's a smaller town. It's a slightly smaller track. It's not quite as cosmopolitan and glitzy as it is here in Riyadh. But if you send good horses to Taif, they will win the races, and there are plenty of good horses that have been on show there this season.
But the key line from that Taif form is, look at just Fasol, who was so impressive when winning at Taif, then finished behind Mazuna, finished nowhere here, faded right out the pack. You just see in the red cap here, trying to get involved, but just never manages to get quite crack into this leading grip and actually falls back into the pack later on.
Yeah, listen, has run perfectly well. I was concerned that the big issues we had with Just for Soul, it wasn't the fact that she'd be outclassed here, it was the fact that she doesn't stay the trip.
Yeah, there you go.
That's more the point. Looked at danger coming into the straight, but hasn't got home.
Mazuna, again, such an impressive winner of the Taif Cup for fillies. She did that in impressive style that day, and it went a bit like a damp squid, because I remember she wasn't particularly fancied by any of the team, and it sort of happened and she won, and there was some really sort of sexier horses in behind who hadn't quite run to the level we'd expected to, and she sort of went under the radar, but she's certainly not under the radar now. She's a true star of the fillies over here.
No, she's 6 from 16, although, and clearly she's a very talented filly around this sort of trip, and she's really coming into her own now. But all I can hear is damp squid. Did you say damp squid?
Squid. I'm sorry, I've heard you there as well with that one. For me, the second place performance was direct security. That's what hinders the form a little bit. But Leah in third, did that boost it back up again?
No, it doesn't work like that, really, does it? But I think that the question here is direct security a better filly than her rating suggests? That's like if she's just an 84 filly. But actually, if you look at the pattern of her form, she isn't always racing over this trip. But there's no doubt that 1.25 miles is her best distance. She showed her best form prior to this, finishing second at a Good Fillies Open last time out. And I think she's just finding her niche as a 10 furlong filly, and she's probably stepped forward markedly on her previous form in finishing second here.
I really hope Ricardo Ferreira enjoys this. I'm sure he will. And you can see the winning trainer as well up there, a trainer who gives wonderful interview to Shamila as well, so hopefully we can catch up with him at some point too. But Ricardo Ferreira, he's given this a really good ride and a confident ride, and when he gets off that filly and says she is amazing, it's just wonderful to hear the pride and excitement that he has.
Yeah, and he was saying when he was interviewed in the first place, she did it all. It's all her work, you know. I was just sitting on her. And he's again a very modest rider, but she's clearly very talented. And whatever he asked her to do, he needed to make sure that the door didn't close on him here, which can often happen when you're in that sort of situation between horses on the bend. If you get squeezed out there, that's your race over. So he had to just ask her to come forward and make sure she could fill that gap. But once she did, she's answered every call. Direct security travelled better than her coming into the straight and hasn't quite seen it out as well as her.
She loves the distance, doesn't she? She thrives off the end of this race.
She does, and the pair of them are actually coming clear. It's not as direct security is curled up in the latter stages. She's run an absolute cracker here, but the winner is a filly going from strength to strength and has really built on the impressive form she was showing in Taif to win this in the style of one who will go on to better things still. She was joint top rated coming into this. Lagerta Rhyme didn't really show up today, did she? I mean, listen, you were maybe right on what you said. The value of the form she showed when beating Precisely last time out wasn't especially strong.
And the way she
the question was, what was her rider holding on to last time out? And maybe not that much.
And I thought Mossayea probably ran the best race of the Green Stable runners. Naif and Mandil had 4 in the race. The best of them was Mossayea, who finished in 4th. That's a run of 3 wins and now a 4th, and was doing her best work late. You'll just see her crossing the line about now. She finished off late and did well. Aliyah was doing well. There is Just for Soul, I think it is, number 11. So
in
hasn't run a terrible
Not a
race,
bad race at all.
No.
Simply didn't quite get home over the 2,000 metre trip, but ran a big enough race. So again, you don't want to be knocking that tie form.
If you're a supporter of Palermo, you knew your fate pretty early. We were always posted wide, and when they go into that bend 5 wide, you need to be a horse with momentum on that.
Again, we have to reiterate, there's nothing wrong with being drawn wide here, but the question is what you can do with that wide draw in the early stages of the race. If you find 6 horses between you and the rail and you're trying to cut across, that's going to be bad.
You can just see now, look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. She's 5 wide here. Ali is going to try and get to that gap as well. And Camille's trying to definitely get her across, but he doesn't want to duck her in behind and then try and run through horses. He wants to get that clear space, but she's just gone too far, hasn't she, compared to everything else?
And she's always having to work to hold her position, which means you're using up more gas than you want to. She's run a respectable race, but she was always able to go forward from a good stall, a low stall last time out, always in a good position where she wasn't burning up that extra fuel. And here she was in higher grade of race, working hard just to maintain her position all the way through it. You'd forgive her that run and give her another chance. She's always got the option of running on turf here later in the season as well.
And that's the thing, it will help her out. No doubt the turf will be somewhere where they're licking their lips and aiming towards. Remember, our first turf races are tomorrow live here on the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. We've got 2 races over the turf, both over 2,100 metres.
They are indeed, yes.
So a distance that we've not seen before, a surface we've not seen before.
Just 10 runners in those races. We've got 3 reserves in those races, but at the moment the turf track is not at its full width, so we get slightly smaller fields. But as the season goes on, we'll open up a little bit more ground towards the inside, which will allow us to have bigger fields there.
And we'll start seeing some real superstars of the turf scene coming up with the Neom Turf Cup just around the corner on Saudi Cup weekend, so there'll be plenty to keep an eye on the racing. Those guys who had selections back home in the YouTube comments, well done to everyone who got involved. There were a few good shouts from Azuna, especially from one of our best tipsters on the channel, Jason Stevens, Collins, who put up Mizuna very early on and must be bouncing with excitement. And Tom Collins has obviously given you that brilliant tip. And but no doubt, Jason, you do your own work as well. I'm not going to give all the credit to Tom. I'm hoping that you're doing some of your own homework too, because congratulations to the both of you for having the winner of this cracking contest. Direct Security, again, runs a massive race at a big price on the international market. Certainly wouldn't have been as fancy as some of the others. Some of the hard luck stories in behind. I thought Default Protection, again, runs a normal, good quality race. Default Protection, horse number 2.
Yes, well, wasn't beaten that far at the finish and is a pretty reliable performer. But, you know, she stays further. She was a mile-and-a-half winner in Taif. And clearly gets the trip well, but she's been running a sort of 0 to 80 handicaps before this. This was just a little bit too tough. But the one thing about Default Protection is she doesn't sort of shy away from a tough race. She will give her all.
Yeah, she certainly will. But we've got one more Group 1 race coming up on the horizon. It is for the 3-year-olds who have just turned 3, and they'll be hoping to do exactly the same as what Mizuna has done here. Lagursa Rhyme, is Lagursa Rhyme right at the just disappearing out of shot now?
Yeah, I think so. She hasn't come forward for a reappearance at all. I don't know how good her prep for this race was in retrospect.
Right back to the drawing board for her. And remember, she had those 6 wins on the spin last season, which meant she got going a lot earlier than she did this season for sure.
Yeah, and I think obviously Connections were keen for her, you know, not to waste. When she'd found her level last year, they didn't want to sort of waste time trying to refine that level early this season. But she hasn't kicked into gear as well as she had, and clearly she might be the type who just needs a few runs to really get going.
Do you know what I really enjoy about this top-class racing that we're seeing here in Riyadh, especially since we've come to Riyadh, is the fact that when we're seeing these strong paces, it's holding up. We very rarely see a pace collapse in these cup race, Jcsa contests, and the better level of racing that we often see when we look at some of these more competitive handicaps where they go flying off early and then fall into a heap. The pace usually maintains.
Yeah, class horses will keep going, you know, even if they have to go through the pin barrier to do so. When you're dealing with sort of 0 to 70 horses, then you've often got horses who've got roughly the same inherent talent, but aren't able to get the finished article. Whereas these high class horses, it's not just about being more talented; it's also about really applying yourself to the job as well. You don't win group races purely on class alone. You've got to be a trier.
And a special shout out to Off the Map, who set that blazing early tempo, stepping up to 2,000 metres for the first time. You can see Wigberto, horse number 5, on your screen there. Went hard early and paid the price late on. I imagine they'll drop right down to 1,800 metres. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking maybe if they drop maybe just a little bit more in the rating, she could start sneaking away into a high-class handicap at some point.
Well, she was a winner of a 0 to 85 a couple of starts ago. I don't think she's going to get straight back into that grid.
She'll have to, another decent run in an open race, I think, will be needed.
But she needs a little bit of an easier task. And then she's gone up to 93. There aren't too many 90 handicaps, but she might be dropping down to 90 soon enough.
With only one race to go, it's about time we go to Mark Francis, our man in the sky, our voice from above, who's been a star all day. You've got our final race here. We go over the mile. It's Group 1 racing, the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup. Mark, take us through the runners and riders.
Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Yes, we arrive at our feature race of the night. 800,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs over the mile. This is the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup for 3-year-olds. And as you say, Callum, only recently turning 3 as well. They're headed by number 1, Ali Wagi for Mohammed Al Hubail. 2 is Precious. 3 is a scratch. I'm absolutely gutted about this. Fi Raja Kair does not run, and in his absence, Daidan has a pretty straightforward task, it would seem, on the figures. Camilo Ospina will be a strong favourite here and likely to take all the beating. Just preceding that one was the 4, Alka Wakabi for Alex Moreno, out of luck in our last race. Mountaintop is the 6-length maiden Jcsa back at meeting 82. Lots to find on the ratings here for Adel Al-Faradi. A Fly Wing lost his unbeaten status last time out, Mohammed Al-Daham. 8 is Rida Al-Bari for double-seeking Ricardo Ferreira, certainly a leading player here. And 9 is Azim Al-Riyad for Tariq Al-Mansour. I think there might even be a change as well. We'll come to that shortly, as the 10 is Fulham for Luis Morales. Certainly very talented, this 3-year-old out of Top Music. Fulham is the 10. Wakid is a second runner for the White Stable, Rayan Outer Ash. 12 is Out. 13, Rue Al Saudia. Farhed Al Faradi. 14, Besht Al Hakim for Khalid Al Mamoni, 2 from 3. And Markaz, the 50, Mohammed Al Sharima, certainly well named, but was a no-show last time out. And I can confirm the 9, which is Azim Al Riyadh, is ridden by Asil Al Sahani. So 13 runners, a baker's dozen, lining up for our Group 1 prize. This the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup worth 800,000 Saudi Riyal. I'm all over Daidan, folks.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Mark Francis. You've been in such good form, but I'm going against Daidan here. I think Daidan could suffer the same fate that Al Mottahed suffered, the horse that beat Daidan last time out when stepped up to 1,600 metres in higher class opposition. I think may struggle to see out the trip. But we'll start from number 1. We'll go all the way down. We've got plenty of time here, Roy, so I won't rush it. I'll let you have as much time as you need with each one. Alawaji, horse number 1, with an interesting winner in Taif late on in that season, hasn't quite taken the step forward we'd hope.
No, only had the 4 runs. 5th in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdullah Cup over course and distance last time behind Laila Elem. That's a solid performance, but it does seem to also put him in his place as being useful but not quite top class. And others would be preferred. We
just saw Precious getting tacked up there. She's sorry, can I have it correct? He's got the earplugs in on this occasion. He won last time out, put 2 6th place finishers behind him, clearly improving with time, but this is a big step up.
This is a big step up in class. For all, he got his head in front last time out. Rating of 75 looks reasonable in what he did last time out, and you know, the top horses here will be rated close to 100, 194, 90, 90, the top 4 here. So a sort of improvement needed for Precious.
Please send your tissues into Saudi Arabia, as Mark Francis is still crying about the absence of Jcsa in this race. And we go straight to horse number 4, Al Kawakibi. Great name, a horse who's not done too badly on the racetrack either.
No, really consistent sort, Al Kawakibi. He was in front of Ali Waji last time out in that Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdullah Cup. That was the race that was won by Laila Elem last time out. He was 3rd in that contest, and he's got a rating of 89. He would not need to improve an awful lot to get involved here.
Yeah, he's certainly an interesting horse. Daidan is horse number 5. The selection of Mark Francis, would you be going in the same direction?
Well, he's the clear top rated. As I said, you've got a few who rated around 90, but Daidan's top rated on 100. Next in is 94. If you've got a potential weakness with Daidan, all his runs to date, all 4 of his runs have come at 7 furlongs. So he's not proven at a mile. He may well take the step up to a mile in his stride, but he was. I didn't think he was crying out for the trip when a good head second last time out behind Al Mottahed in the Sultan Ray Al Gouda Cup last time out. He's looked like a natural 7 furlong horse to me. I wouldn't swear that he wouldn't get the trip, but it's a little bit of a worry for one who's pretty short.
I think what's interesting about this is the fact that look at the jockey bookings. Abdullah Al Farouz was set to ride Jcsa. What an opportunity it would have been for a big day hat-trick for him. Camillo Espina was already booked on Daidan. Don't think this is a jockey change because the horse isn't running. Camillo knew he was going to be on Daidan all the way through. So that's a tick in my book for Daidan, personally. We move on to Mountaintop, who I think, as an each-way play, had a right chance.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that run last time. He's just not from connections that you often associate with 2-year-old winners.
No, I suppose so. That is true. But a rating of 77 on the back of that maiden win shows that he's got a bit of improvement to do. But obviously, he's only had the 2 starts, so there's definitely more improvement to come. But a lot of it needed in one jump. That's the thing. Again, when you see these horses, you know we're going to be sort of 100 horses in time. Are they able to do that straight away? It's not easy.
And there's plenty of growing for these to do. Remember, they were only 2-year-olds a few days ago, so certainly plenty on front of them. But I thought Mountaintop really thrived off the distance last time out, over a mile, over course and distance. Adel Al Faradi on board, very good jockey booking. Flywing is a horse who flew home last time out after winning on debut.
Yeah, it was course and distance winner 2 starts back and ran well, went second to Azim Al Riyadh on a course and distance open last time. I'd beaten 4 lengths in the end, but finishing strongly. I don't see him getting a good track position again. That's been the issue.
It's a big concern.
He came from a fairway back when he won on debut. Came from a fairway back last time, and it's, you know, you can do that at a certain level, but it's difficult to do that in local Group 1 company.
It really is, and it's a typical Callum Helliwell type of selection with a horse that gets outpaced and then runs in really impressively. So I'm going to be staying away from that. Riyadh Al-Bari, this is my selection. I think there's a cracking piece of form in this horse's last race where he finished second, a long, long way behind the winner, but I think the winner is a different gear to anything he'll face in this race.
Yeah, the winner of that race was the very impressive Laila Alem, who we liked an awful lot, and again, another horse is coming from Typhon showing very good form and proving that you mustn't judge a horse by the track.
Absolutely.
So Laila Alem won that race. Riyadh Al-Bari was second. As we've already said, Al-Kawakabi was third. Ali Waji was back in fifth that day. That's a solid piece of form. And Riyadh Al-Bari, there's no reason why he shouldn't be confirming that form with those behind him on the day.
Yeah, no, he'll be an interesting horse nonetheless. I'm really excited to see how he gets on. Azim Al Riyadh is horse number 9.
Yeah, got a bit more experience. Azim Al Riyadh beat a Flywing by 4 lengths last time out. We're saying the Flywing caught the eye, finishing strongly. But Azim Al Riyadh was 4 lengths too strong from at the line and should beat him again. I think he needs to improve a little bit more to be winning this. And I think 1 or 2 have got a little bit more scope than he has.
Yeah, you've also got Fulham, who's a horse we absolutely adore here on the Saudi Racing Channel. A really impressive winner, second time up, but then maybe disappointed last time out. Had a good opportunity there and sort of fluffed his lines.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how good an opportunity it was. I was very impressed with his maiden win, Fulham, and he was 12 lengths clear of the third. Rue Al Saudia went second to Asa last time out, and I think he may have run into a very good horse in Asa. And while he's on the ratings, he's got a bit to find here. I think he'll run well.
We're very glad to be joined by Mr. James Doyle, who's come to the set. I'll tell you what's fascinating, you've made us stand up.
Feel honoured. No, thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
It had a couple of rides today. How's it been so far?
Not a great day. No, the two runners today didn't run so good. But His Highness won the last race, which was very nice. A horse gifted to him. So yeah, I'm sure he'd be very happy with that.
Yeah, I'd be chuffed to bits with that. The fact that he kept it with the same trainer, we saw with a real eye-catching moment. They clearly had a run to prep and then came into this race under Ricardo Ferreira, who's just hot to trot right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've come across him many a time in my time in Saudi, and yeah, he rides very well indeed.
This isn't your first time coming to Saudi. You were here a couple of weeks ago. You had that big winner aboard My Frankel. What did you feel the reception was like when you came in? They were bouncing in the stands here. Yeah,
they were. They do know how to celebrate here. That is for sure. And yeah, I've been lucky enough. This is the 12th year in succession that I've been coming to Saudi Arabia. So I've seen big changes in the sport since over that period of time. And yeah, the racing's very competitive. As you see, each race has pretty much a maximum field, so they know how to fill those races, and they're very tough races to win now. And I have to say the jockeys have improved year on year, and you look at them on the TV and they ride like proper American jockeys, so they're pretty tough to beat as well.
We were saying that the standard of riding seems to have just improved over time. You've been here for 12 years. Talk about what it was like when you first got here. We don't have to be disparaging, but talk about what it was like when you first arrived compared to what it's like now. Is it fitness? Is it mentality? Is it tactics?
I think the bigger stables were certainly more dominant going back a number of years ago. You had sort of 3 or 4 big stables that dominated the big races. But as you see now, there's an even spread between the winning horses, and the racing's got much tighter. They used to race a lot more fanned out across the track, so you could pinch ground. If you were a bit smart, you could kind of duck and dive and save plenty of ground, and I think that used to be a big help, whereas now you can't do that anymore. The guys ride very tight, and you can see as they kind of get down to that far turn, they do come together, and you do need a bit of luck in running, but it is a very fair track. I wouldn't have a great knowledge on dirt racing, but of all the dirt tracks I've ridden on, it has to be one of the best, yeah.
We keep hearing about the European jockeys and trainers and owners saying how quality the dirt track is. Do you think that's going to invite more British and European jockeys to come over? We know David Egan, obviously, he got the big paycheck when he came over with a very big win in the Saudi Cup, but do you think we'll see more and more jockeys following you over here? You've been here 12 years, you must be looking for some company.
Yeah, of course, yeah, it can be a bit lonely at times. Especially in the jockeys' room, but no, they're a good group of guys in there. I mean, you've William Buick's been over here quite a bit, not in recent years, but it's just difficult because it can clash with other sort of Middle Eastern meetings. Obviously, we've got Maidan on tonight, we had Bahrain also racing today, so it can all kind of clash a little bit, which does make it difficult. But like I say, I've been lucky enough that the guys have been very loyal to me over the 12 years, so I kind of feel that I should repay them by coming back when I'm asked to. And like you say, we've been fortunate enough to win some of the big races, and My Frank was quite a nice horse to look forward to going forward after what he did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, Rory, you were really taken aback by that performance of My Frankel, who put in a sparkling piece of work, disappointed on his next start, but was really impressive under James.
Yeah, well, what I thought was most interesting about My Frankel is that he's a 6-year-old now, isn't he? Or, he might even have turned 7 since then. But I think you were saying at the time that he was only just growing up now, and I think there's a lot of Frankels who, if they're given the time to mature and not forced, will actually mature much later and turn into very good horses at that sort of age.
Oh, I'd agree with that, absolutely. I mean, when he won the race last year, he used to do a few little things wrong, like he'd get very hot at the start and get a bit silly, but like you say, the guys have been patient with him. They didn't over-race him last season, and he's certainly growing into a man now. So, we have to be realistic. He still does need to up his game to get involved in some of the better races, but I think it was a pretty competitive race a couple of weeks ago, and he won with plenty in hand. So, yeah, fingers crossed for him.
Well, thank you, James, for taking the time to join us. We know you've outdone us on the dress stakes straight away. You look fantastic. And are you riding tomorrow? Have you got any rides tomorrow?
I've got 4 rides tomorrow. I think Finest Sound and Derivo would be my the pick of those 4, I would say. So, yeah, fingers crossed we can get one on the board.
Our commentator, who has been a pro tipster, also likes Derivo. He's very keen on as well. Have you got any rides on the turf, or any of those on the turf?
Not that I'm aware of. I think they're all on dirt. Sorry, I hadn't realised they were racing on turf tomorrow, so I'll have to do a bit more research when I get home tonight.
You and us both, we're all in the same booth. Thank you very much for joining us. Shamila is in the parade ring, and we'll take the time to hear from her. Has she got any eye catchers?
Thank you very much, Callum. It is our last race of the evening, and it's an absolute cracker. I didn't have a lot of time to look at these horses as I was shipping James across to the studio to you guys, but the one horse that stood out to me miles ahead of the other horses, of course it's a White Stables horse. It's horse number 5, Daydan, by Blue Burner, rated 100, second last time out, already 2 wins this season. Really strong looking horse. I think Camila Ospina is dead on and can definitely get that winner in the last race, and we would love to see it as well. So all the White Stables horses looking really nice, of course. They've been really dominant. They've won 2 King's Cups already, and I think they're about to win their 3rd one.
Thank you, Shamila. Let's have a look at Daydan in action, going down to the post like a good thing. If you're a supporter of Daydan, you'll be happy to see this. Camillo looking relaxed, the horse right on the bit and going down nice and smoothly. This was a performance behind Al Mottahed, and this is what concerns me. Al Mottahed cannot stay a mile in a bus and out-battles this horse on this day.
Yes, that's the... Al Mottahed's a very, very talented colt. There's no doubt about that. But the question for me with Daydan is, for all he is clearly the best of these, is he a miler? And on this evidence, I'm a little bit concerned. He's built a bit like a sprinter. It has to be said. He's very powerful hindquarters, and I think he'd have no trouble stepping back to 6 furlongs. As I said, all 4 of his runs will come at 7. I can see why you'd want to take a chance stepping up to a mile in a race of this quality and with this kind of prize money, but I'm a little bit concerned.
This is the best named horse in Saudi Arabia, Al Kawakabi, and this is his win on his penultimate start. Good style, really impressive. Alex Moreno on board. He'll be looking for the hat-trick.
Yes, he did this very well, Al Kawakabi. He's a very solid performer. He's been 2nd and 3rd since this. 3rd to Laila Alem, obviously, in that Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdullah Cup last time out. Rather put in his place at a higher level, but he's an enthusiastic sort who will give his running. He's just got a few pounds to find here.
Yeah, he's a gorgeous-looking individual as well. You saw him going down to post under Alex Moreno, who always looks very good aboard his horses, but he's just a real eye-catcher, and hopefully Handsome is a little bit more than does. And then the final horse we'll look at is Aidan Al Riyadh, who's got the blue cheek pieces on and the big white face, not hard to miss.
No, exactly. You can't really miss him. His best effort was when beating Flywing by 4 lengths. We're seeing this last time out. Flywing, as we were saying, came from a long way back on debut to win, and came from a long way back here to finish 2nd. But Aidan Al Riyadh not only got 1st run, but also saw it out thoroughly to the line. Flywing, if he gets the run of things, has a chance of turning the tables around. But I can't see him getting the run of things because he doesn't have that tactical pace early on, and whether he's able to even finish as close as he did in a race where no quarter will will be given is up for debate. Asim Al Riyadh should run a solid race. Again, he's got £10 to find with Daidan, but the trip may just swing things a little bit in his favour.
Yeah, a huge amount of support for Daidan in the YouTube chat. In fact, I haven't seen any support for anything else. Everyone is in for Daidan, although there is a quick change. Some people are looking at Wakid, the other white stable runner as well. So it's worth mentioning that Daidan is one of 3 for the white stable in the
Yeah, as well. Wakid's hard to fancy. Wakid was behind 3 of these last time out, so needs to turn that around.
It's hard to see him turning that form around, isn't it? Because a lot of these horses are improving. So if you're already behind them, it's hard to see you kind of reversing that.
Yeah, obviously there are scenarios where you haven't given your running, but it's not like Wakid was runner-up 2 starts ago, had been running well in lesser company, but 8th in that Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdullah Cup last time out, and I think that pretty much puts him in his place.
We've just seen Marquez in short there, one of the better-looking horses in Saudi Arabia. He's a gorgeous 2-year-old. He was well beaten last time out, but that was in much tougher company. But again, they kept him highly tried here. This isn't an easier option.
Yeah, he was. I mean, if he ended up having quite a hard race when he won his maiden. He won that by a wide margin, having caught the eye a couple of times in Taif. Won his maiden by a big margin, but then stepped up in class and was very much found out in that same contest, the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdullah Cup last time out.
Am I right in thinking they stepped him up up in trip when he won? He'd been running at a lesser trip and stepped up in trip on that.
Yeah, because we were concerned about whether he would quite get home, because he hadn't been seeing things out thoroughly in Taif. He'd sawn out well enough when he won, but not at all last time out. But that was a much tougher.
Absolutely love it, didn't he? When he did win over that step up in trip.
Yeah.
So interesting to see him letting himself down afterwards, and whether it's quite a quick bounce back as well. A couple of the best Alakem we've seen plenty of. He's won 2 of his last 3, so he's earned an opportunity here. But maybe the ceiling's quite low.
Yeah, well, there is that, but I think the biggest issue with Best Alakem is that his best form is at 6 and 7 furlongs, and this trip is too far.
Let's do our selection finally. So, who are you with here, Rory?
I'm going to go with Fulham. I know he's got a bit to find, but I think, and again, it's more about him hoping he'll hit the frame. He does lack the scope of 1 or 2 of these, but he was really impressive a couple of starts ago. And although he was beaten last time out, I think he ran into a decent performer, and he was a long way clear of the rest.
Looking for redemption. Shamila is going with Daidan. I am going with Raider Al-Bari, and we've got plenty of love in the support in the comments for Daidan as well, and some quick shouts for Wakid too. So just to go through that: Daidan, Shamila, number 5; Raider Al-Bari, Callum, number 8; and Fulham, Rory, number 10. Mark Francis, I know you're on the Daidan train.
Spot on, Callum. Yes, I am indeed. Although I do like Fulham, which Rory posted as well. I called his win back at meeting 56, and he won in the style of a very good horse that day. Second next time out, but has £10 to find on official ratings to Daidan, who I'm sticking with here. It's all about the white stable. Camilo Ospino in the red cap. Wakid has the yellow cap for Rayan Outer Ash, and Mohammed Al Sharima rides Marcas with a blue cap as the loading process is underway for our final race of the night here at Riyadh. This is the Group 1 King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup over 1,600 metres. 4 participants loaded already. Next to come in is Flywing. Then Wakid. Beautiful chestnut Flywing. The background Marcas will slot into line. The white stable with 3 chances here. Add to the double so far. There's the spotted colours of Mountain Top. Precious, though, will be next into 2. A great interview with James Doyle, wasn't it? Great to get him up to the set. And he will look forward to Derivo, as Callum mentioned. I was shouting down the microphone about Derivo, one of the best horses in this part of the world, in the feature race. This time, more or less tomorrow. So don't miss that here on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. Callum and Rory will wrap up the show once we're finished here. And the final duo will come into line through Al Saudia and also Mountain Top. They are all loaded. 13 runners for this Group 1 prize. And they're off. Racing away then, Marcas darted out to the right on Stall's exit. Red cap of Daidan is one of the first to show, but there's pace out wide. Marquez, who was slowly out, now hits the front, is pushing forward Mohammed Al-Sharima to lead by a length and a half. Fulham there in second place, white jacket, blue braces. Between that pair is Azim Al-Riyadh. Daidan's got a good racing position towards the inside. Just in behind this leading four, then the check jacket of Besht Al-Harkum, the grey horse, extreme left of picture. And just racing behind that one is the hoop jacket of Bru Al-Saudia. Towards the inside, Ale Waggy goes the shortest way round. The back duo of Alka Wakabi and also Fly Wing. But it's a 1-2 for the white stable at the moment. Marquez, what energy has he used to take this lead? Daidan now moves upside and goes on. Daidan in front by half a length to Fulham in second. Marquez looks beaten back in third. Moving up on the outside is Besht Al-Harkum, moving into third. And then comes the blue colours of Azim Al-Riyadh. Staying on from out of the pack is Wakid in the yellow cap, but Daidan goes for home. Sprints into a 2-length advantage. Fulham in second place. Then comes the check jacket of Besht Al-Harkum. But this is a one-horse race, surely. Stamina queries. Daidan races inside the last furlong with a 6-length lead over stablemate Wakid. Daidan is going to win, doing to remember for the white stable. It is a hat-trick of championship successes and Group 1 glory as well. Daidan the winner for Camilo Ospina, a double for him of the night, and takes the Group 1 King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Cup in a time of 1:39.73. Daidan wins easy as you like. Cleared away in great style to lead a white stable 1-2. 3 1/4 lengths back to Wakid in second. Flywing, best of the rest, back in third. It's a 5-11-7 verdict. Camilo Ospina guides Daidan to a facile success, up in trip, no problem at all. 1:39.73 and takes Group 1 glory in our last race. What a day it's been here at Riyadh, and Daidan looks to have so much class about him. Back to the winners' enclosure for Daidan, and indeed the white stable will need to make their way back downstairs for the third time tonight. Waki takes second place, Flywing home with the bronze medal, Al-Kawakabi in fourth, Azim Al-Riyadh and Fulham the next pair home. But this race is all about Daidan. 3 1/4 lengths back to Wakid. Flywing in third. Daidan takes our Group 1 prize. It's back to Callum and Rory to wrap up the show. What a day.
Mark Francis, take a bow, young man. What a stunning effort. What a call. What a performance. What a horse, Rory. The step up and trip, no bother at all.
No, well, I mean, he had the class edge here, and it was just a question looking at his last race of whether he would actually relish the step up and trip. But he's travelled really well through the race, stalking the pace. And then when he's gone on in the straight, the race was over fairly quickly. Whether he's relished the mile is open to debate, but he stayed it perfectly well. And he's run a decent winner. I thought Fulham ran well for a long way, but just faded late in the day. He was a bit too free in the early stages. He saw a lot of daylight. He raced very close to the front and didn't see his race out as a result. He looked the main danger, turning for home, but he'd done a bit too much work early on.
The thing that caught my eye was the tactics that were in play. We often talk about how there are no such thing as pacemakers. Marquez was a pacemaker, came right across from the outside and said, come on, we're going for a run. And he took a lot of horses with him, and a lot of horses couldn't see out that distance, and he allowed Daidan just to sneak up on his inside and take the race by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, we saw a horse win earlier on in one of the lesser races who was a slightly suspect stayer at the trip, but he allowed other horses to set a pace they couldn't maintain for the trip and came through late to win. There are more than one way to skin a cat, essentially, and a few of these horses taken out of their comfort zone over the trip and not getting home as a result.
Connections of Haydar will be over the moon to hear you compare their 70 rated purebred Arabian horse to Daidan, but I can totally understand what you mean.
As always to the Prince Mita, Talal bin Sharain, Akmeneri, Abdullah Labas, you know, he's one thing, you know. And I'm very happy because this race is very important for us, you know. This is the King Abdullah Cup. It's very important for us, and thanks God, he do very good. Yeah, it's first time, yeah. But thanks God he doing in 7 furlong. He always run very good, you know, and I just believe in my horse because he can go the 200 more. 800. Yes, because he like this, you know. When I ask him, he coming very strong. Thank you very much.
Daidan has put on such an impressive performance there in our last race of the evening. The King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz local Group 1 worth 800,000 Saudi Riyal, our feature race of the night. And White Stables have actually got a 1-2. They had Wakid in second place as well. So very well done to all involved in White Stables. Prince Mitab, Talal bin Shuraim and everyone else involved, especially Camilo Ospina, who is such an asset to them and their stables. He only had his 100th winner of the season the other day, and it's adding up really quickly, and we could possibly see him being champion jockey this season, no doubt. This is a 100 rated horse, and it's a 3-year-old by Blue Burner out of Armonk. It was over 1,600 meters and an impressive time as well. So we'll only have a very short amount of time to catch up with Camilo Ospina before they drag him off for the last trophy presentation of the night. So we're going to go up to him now and hopefully get a few words off him before he is dragged off. So very well done to the whole team at White Stables. And of course, Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo. You must be delighted with that.
Tami Shamila, you know, thank you always to the Prince Mita, you know, to Ahmed Neri, the Abdullah Ba, the whole team at White Stable, you know, this making this possible, you know. And thanks God he's a nice horse, and he ran very good, you know, he's coming close to the leader, and when I ask him, he respond very good.
Yeah, was he strong for you throughout the entire race? Do you think he could go further than a mile?
Yeah, I know. First time he's mile, you know, but I believe in my horse, you know, because I won in twice and 7 furlong, and he giving more than this, you know.
The White Stables won 3 out of the 4 the King Cup races. What does it mean to you to be a part of a team like this, like a strong team?
No, you know, it's very important for us, especially this race, because this is the King Abdullah Cup. This is the father of the Prince Mita, you know. He's very important for us, for the stable.
Thank you so much, Camilo. Very well done to you. I'll let you go get your trophy for your Group 1 win.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you, Tom.
Yes, well done, Camilo. Congratulations on your success there. And it was a beautiful moment, I thought, towards the end of that interview where he said how important this race was for the whole family. Prince Mitib being the son of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and actually winning this race named in honour of his father, a Group 1 race. So fantastic all round.
Yeah, of course, and then the whole evening with the 4 group races, all named after sons of King Abdulaziz, is a big deal for the family, and you see that from the race cars and everything. So yeah, I can see the importance there, and you can see why. I can probably see why the White Stable's been a little bit quiet in the last couple of weeks, because this night was a really, really important night for the stable.
And they nearly had the clean sweep. They had 3 of the 4 group winners of the day. Palermo, with a better draw, may have tried to make it 4 out of 4. Let's have a look at the replay of this winning performance. So it was Marquez who started brightly from the outside and comes flying across to get involved early.
Yeah, Marquez did clearly doing too much work in front. He was able to do that in maiden company a couple of starts ago, but Marquez did a lot of work on the front end, setting things up for the stable companion in behind. He was never going to hang around there. It was just a case of him being there and hoping to drag a few other horses with him through the early part of the race, expecting him to sort of fall away earlier in the straight.
Look how many horses are getting involved here in the end of this race. You've got horses like Al Kawakabi, who ran a massive race. Fulham was up there for so long, but probably went there too soon.
Yeah.
And now look at Daidan, just put lengths between himself and his rival.
Yeah, listen, we knew he was the best horse in the race. It was just a case of whether he wanted to get involved in a horse who was having his first run at a mile, having looked like a pretty natural at 7 furlongs. And I would still say, even on the basis of this, that 7 furlongs is probably his ideal trip, but his class has taken him clear of the field.
Wakid there in second as well has given the stable the 1-2, and Flywing, who's only built like a Shetland pony, has ended up running on for third. The smallest horse in the field, clearly was one of the biggest hearts, has run a massive race. But watching them go away from the start here, you can clearly see that Daidan has been given an opportunity to just steady on and just take his time.
Well, the race has panned out perfectly for the favourite. in the way that it was set up for him by Marquez. And a few of the others haven't really helped themselves by chasing Marquez in front, and particularly it didn't suit Fulham. But no really excuses. Fulham's probably a 90 horse. The winner's a 100 plus horse anyway. You can see that he wasn't pulling any further clear in the last 100 metres, but he's been able to travel on the bridle for so long through that contest because he's got that touch of class. And it'd be interesting to see where he goes next.
We're just watching them come around this final bend here. We're seeing Fulham begin to drift away, but Daidan, this is when Camillo is in splendid isolation. Look how comfortable he is in the saddle. He's just asking this horse for a little bit more. He knows he's home in Close. He knows he's got that Group 1 win, and look what it means to him. We saw power in numbers, that success, and how important it was for him. This is going to be a huge success, and now we're watching the ceremony, and this might be quite an emotional affair, because this race is named in honour of Prince Matib's father, and Prince Matib has been so successful over these last 4 races.
Yeah, obviously, as I said, this was clearly a very important night for the family and for for all the horses who run under that banner. A lot of them laid out for races on this evening through the season and ready to come to a peak here.
What's fascinating is they've moved the winners' enclosure here. So the winners' enclosure is usually by the stewards area, but they've moved it to a separate place. They put flowers in and they've made the whole thing a big event. And I'm not sure whether this will stay for the Saudi Cup.
I got the impression that was the idea for the Saudi Cup. It was kind of bedding in there in the earlier part of the season.
Well, I don't know. Shamila's been down there. We'll talk to her later on and wonder whether it's actually worked as a place to hold winning reactions and trophy presentations. Camillo with 2 tiny trophies to go home with today.
He'd be happy enough with the size of the trophies. That's not really an issue for him. It's the size of the paycheck that counts there. But in fairness, this is the culmination of something very important. And he knows he's part of a team. He knows that the job that he's been given is a godsend for him and his family as well. And so he's delighted to be doing the job for that other family.
Yes, he certainly will be happy with that. What's fascinated me about this whole thing today is the idea that before this, the White Stable were in a little bit of trouble. There was no doubt that last week they were really struggling. So now they've come on and they've stepped forward and they've dominated this day. They weren't even dominant yesterday. They only had the one winner. It was impressive. But Shamila, what have you made of this change of fortune for a team that are usually so powerful?
It's been really great to see them back in the winners' enclosure and being very dominant again, because they've had really quiet two weeks, to be honest, and I was quite worried about them because they weren't getting many winners, but for them to come back and have 3 winners, 3 of the biggest races on the card, it's great to see, and it's great for Camilo as well because it means so much to him.
Yeah, Camilo Ospina will be very happy, although, Rory, your highlight isn't a White Stable horse, race 11. The Red Stable, they had the last laugh.
Well, when it comes to the highlight, I suppose, yes. I mean, if you want to have a collective highlight, then the fact that 3 of the big races went to that yard. But Mazuna was my highlight of the night. She's a very special filly, and she took her form to new levels when winning the penultimate race, the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup. And she was mightily impressive. She looked to have a tough, well, not a tough task, but her and Lagerta Ram looked to have really interesting a clash between them. They were drawn next to each other. It looked like a good head-to-head. Lagerta Ram didn't fire on the day in the end, but Mazuna really did. She's put up a career-best performance. She's really thriving at the moment over this 2,000-metre trip.
A really big boost for the English-speaking broadcast. We highlighted Mazuna while she was in Taif, doing really good things in races like the Taif Cup. She's come and brought that form further forward, and it just makes it worthwhile, and it makes you understand that Taif is important. It's not some ugly little brother. It's really there to stay and a good event nonetheless.
Listen to you telling that to us.
Yeah, I still won't trust those Taif horses. Me and Afan Al-Khalidi have beef, and I'm not going to deny it. I tell you what, there is big things for Ricardo Ferreira. He's the Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, let me get that correct. He's a jockey who's on fine form, but he's had 2 weeks previously he's been cooking. We had him on the channel yesterday. He was in such good form, really happy to be here, really riding at the top of his game. And then he's on top of Mazuna again today. How impressive, Shamila.
Yeah, it's great to see. And he's flying under the radar a little bit, but he is coming in and swooping up these big races, a bit like Thamar Al-Dehani is as well.
Yeah, Tama Al-Dahani, he's not usually trading Red Stable horses. I've just found out the horse was gifted to the Red Stable. Imagine if you were the owner who's gifted the horse. Oh, yay, congratulations, there's your gift. Enjoy it. But I'm sure very well done, and congratulations will be all round. I was taken aback by some of the performances in our earlier group races. I can't get my mind away from Power in Numbers, who was just so good. A horse who's just incredibly powerful, American bred, has come here. Remember, he was disqualified from his first victory here in Saudi Arabia, but it hasn't stopped him, and he bounced away from his rivals to win impressively, leaving horses like Al Mulhem in the dust.
Yeah, I came here with a rating of 103, so one of the highest rated performers on the night. Just a 4-year-old as well, and lightly raced. He's taken a little bit of time just to hit top gear here, but he looks like a horse very much going places, and he was very impressive in beating Al Wazir by a good margin tonight.
And it was a tale of two American horses, Shamila. Mo Strike, who had come over and won on debut, had very good juvenile form, and Power in Numbers, who had a little bit more Saudi experience but didn't have that American back form that Mo Strike had. Power in Numbers put Mo Strike in his place.
Absolutely, but Callum, you know, the horse of my heart that I haven't been able to get out of my head is Dahi, of course. So every race after that was just a blur for me because I was just so happy about Dahi.
But Dahi was really impressive and ridden by a jockey who got the double as well, Abdullah Al Farouz, who's a very talented rider nonetheless and a really stylish jockey too. So hopefully we'll see him get more success. He would have been aboard Fi Jcsa in our last race as well, so I'm sure he's kicking himself that horse was a non-runner.
Yeah, that's a real shame because I definitely would have been with Fi Jcsa in the last. He had the sim rating as the winner, running on the same colours, but was a late non-runner, much to the disappointment of you, me, and Mark Francis.
Yes, you, me, Mark Francis, Shamila, and half of Saudi Arabia were gutted that Fi Jcsa couldn't run. But don't worry, tomorrow we start on the turf. The green stuff is in action. Only a limited amount of runners, but plenty of excitement. So 12 races, 2 on the turf, 2 purebred Arabians, and so many group races to get our teeth stuck into. Super Saturday is on the horizon, and I can't wait to be there. And I hope you can't wait to join us too. Thank you for joining us on the English-speaking Saudi Racing channel. We're happy to have you. Please come again tomorrow.